live. Let's have a look on here. Let's just hit the refresh button. What are you doing? Hopefully. There we go. Right, there we go. We're now live. So, evening everyone. Good morning or afternoon for any international audiences who so happen to be fascinated by this by-election. Welcome. This is a live recording of the Makerfield by-election here in the UK, which was triggered by the resignation of its MP in what's been pretty unusual set of circumstances, which we'll come on to later for those who've lived under a rock here in the UK and for our international audiences. As I don't know if this has got international attention. I'm guessing it might have in some parts of the world, but we'll soon find out. Now, we won't know the results until the early hours of the morning. I know a lot of people tend to ask that question in the past live streams that we've done before with my guest here, Michael. Usually it's about 3 o'clock, but we're hoping it will be a quick one as I've got work in the morning and I'm sure you do as well, Michael. Although that itself will be an indicator of how tight the contest is or how high the turnout has been. But while we wait, we do plan to do a bit more exciting things by following up on what the news reports are saying, what social media is saying, and also comparing the last elections on the theme of election comebacks, which Michael Mullaney suggested. So perfect suggestion there, Michael. So political comebacks, as this might be the election where Andy Burnham, Mayor of Manchester, former MP and former Cabinet Minister, two-time Labour leadership contender, might be making his political comeback. So, as I said earlier, I'm joined with Councillor Michael Mullaney, who will promise me some fun political history, fun facts, his analysis and commentary, as well as me giving my own insights, probing Michael's knowledge and my own commentary, as well as me giving myself the responsibility of looking at the chat. So, can I get some hellos in the chat? Feel free to ask some questions, maybe your own predictions. So, with that out of the way, hello, Michael. How are you doing? And what a unusual by-election to be talking about.
Evening, Andy. Yeah, all good. So, when we started this live stream last autumn, it was with the Caerphilly Welsh Parliament by-election. And what we decided was every time there was a parliamentary by-election, we'd do a live stream of the election, discuss the campaign of that particular election, the candidates, the background to it, but also add in a sort of historical twist to it by looking at previous parliamentary by-elections that had some sort of link and connection to the one that was taking place. So when we started with Caerphilly, we looked at the Welsh parliamentary by-elections, and last time with Gorton and Denton, we did sort of look at by-elections and how they brought about or didn't bring about some prominent politicians' attempts at coming back into Parliament. So we thought we'd do that again today, because obviously this election is the one where Andy Burnham is making his attempt to come back into Parliament. He obviously tried to in the last by-election in Gorton and Denton, but was blocked by Labour's National Executive Committee. This time he's been given the green light, and we will see what happens. But I think we set up this live stream a few months ago, and who would have thought that by now, the third one, we'd probably have the most important by-election in British political history. And I know people often say that, but I think this time it probably is true, because literally the people of Makerfield have very possibly got the future of the potential Prime Minister in their hands tonight. If they vote for Andy Burnham, there's a good chance that somewhere not far along the future, he's going to challenge to be Prime Minister. If they don't vote for him, then obviously it will mean that there'll be other alternatives, presumably to Mr. Starmer, in terms of wanting to get him out, or he might even hold on. So it is possibly the most significant by-election in British political history, certainly probably since 1922, maybe ever. In addition to that, of course, we have two other seats contesting tonight, and we shouldn't forget the other two by-elections that are taking place. There's Aberdeen South, which should be an interesting one because it's an SNP seat, but possibly there's a Conservative challenge there. And also there is Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, which is a much more traditional, safe SNP seat, which they held fairly narrowly against Labour at the last general election, but given Labour have collapsed, probably means that that seat probably will be a reasonable hold for the SNP. SNP took a big battering at the last general election, reduced to 9 seats, but the 2 seats being fought tonight were 2 of the 9 seats that did vote SNP at the last general election. So if they were voting SNP last time, they were pretty solid SNP seats, but we'll have to see tonight whether they do hold them, because obviously there have been some controversies within the SNP in recent months about camper vans and other things, which may have an impact on their support. So they'll be interesting as well. But obviously Makerfield is the one, because it's looking at the future of the Prime Minister, that will probably be the biggest one tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. We shouldn't forget the elections in Scotland. And I think in sort of normal circumstances, that would normally get some kind of attention. But because of the, again, unusual circumstances of Makerfield, it's unusual because for some people that don't know, Keir Starmer is currently the Prime Minister. He won in 2024 on a massive, huge majority, landslide, didn't quite beat Tony Blair's massive majority, but came pretty close, albeit on a very small vote share. But in the last sort of 2 years now, he's been very unpopular. There's been a lot of calls for him we've seen a resignation by Wes Streeting over his leadership, and he's already made his interest of wanting to trigger a leadership challenge. And of course, this isn't the first time Andy Burnham, as you said, has tried to stand in a Manchester constituency, as there was that Gaunton and Denton by-election. But then, like you said, Michael, that he then got blocked by the National Executive Committee with possibly some influence by Number 10, although we can't confirm that. Obviously, I think Keir Starmer does sit in the National Executive Committee, so he probably bent a few arms to make sure that what would obviously have been a challenger to his leadership to not stand in that election. But obviously now I think the circumstances have changed where Keir Starmer can't really ignore that anymore. And he is seen as quite a prized asset, Andy Burnham, given his popularity in Manchester. So that's a little bit of background there. So Keir Starmer is not very popular. He's probably, opinion polls show he's probably the most unpopular Prime Minister in recent polling history. I think there's even some polls that suggest he might be even more unpopular than Liz Truss. Now, some people might find that quite hard to believe, given his very short premiership. I think if this was a straight poll between Starmer and Liz Truss, I think people would go more for Keir Starmer and say we prefer him. But that's not how these polls work. They're basically, for American audiences, they act as kind of like our approval ratings, and he has got some pretty abysmal approval ratings. So this is a case where an MP has volunteered his seat, not because of scandal, not because of personal issues, not because he's got a job somewhere in charity or out in the States, but because he wants someone to trigger that leadership challenge. And I suppose, Michael, the real test of this for Labour, for Andy Burnham, will be will the people of Makerfield will they see this as their chance to help change the Labour Party, or will the people of Makerfield feel like their constituency is being used as a political football, given that interview with Victoria Derbyshire with Wes Streeting, where they spoke to some constituents who said, we thought our MP was all right, he was doing a good job, and we don't want this election. So I think that will be the real test of whether Andy Burnham does become successful, or whether Reform does end up grabbing this one.
Yeah, this is the challenge. I mean, obviously what seems to have happened is I think Andy Burnham was looking for a while for a seat in the sort of northwest Greater Manchester area to stand in. Obviously there was talk about the Gaunton and Denton, which he tried to get, but obviously the Labour NEC stopped him. Then there were various other seats. I mean, there's a guy called Graham Stringer who's been a Labour MP in Manchester for a long time. There was talk about whether he might stand down for Andy Burnham. Obviously he hasn't. In the end, Josh Simons was the one who did, which was quite a surprise because he's only in his early 30s and he's only been the MP there since July 24. So people don't usually resign that quickly into their time in Parliament. But obviously it's given Andy Burnham an opportunity. I mean, on paper, it's a huge risk for Andy Burnham, because if you look at the 2024 results, an election when the Labour Party was getting a huge majority nationally and Reform were winning only 5 seats nationally, this was actually a very marginal seat between Labour and Reform. Labour only had about a 5,500 majority, which was made it one of the closest contests between Labour and Reform. So you would have thought, given the collapse in Labour's poll ratings in the last 2 years, and the fact that Reformers have basically doubled from 13-14% of the general election to 25 to 30% in the polls now, that it would be a walkover for Reform. And I think if it wasn't Andy Burnham standing, all the indications are that Reform would have had a shoe-in at this election. But obviously there is the Burnham factor, that he's won the Greater Manchester mayoral elections with remarkable shares of the votes, winning virtually every polling district ward in Greater Manchester, which is quite a remarkable achievement. His personal brand seems to have made a big difference. And of course, the Reform went into the local elections, which they swept the board in Makerfield, winning every single ward and having a lead of about 22% of the vote over Labour in the council elections in May. Of course, their message was vote Reform, get rid of Starmer. But of course, arguably tonight, actually, it's vote Burnham, get rid of Starmer. It's possibly the more likely outcome than if you vote Reform, which might actually throw Starmer a bit of a lifeline if his biggest potential rivals locked out.
Yeah.
I do think, without, it's not meant to be a partisan point particularly, but I do think that you've got a parliamentary Labour Party of over 400 MPs. You would have thought that within that parliamentary party that's very big, there would be a number of people who are potential prime ministers who could turn things around. And I think it does say something that everything for the Labour Party is pinning on somebody who's not even in Parliament about coming back and sort of saving the situation and rescuing them, that all the people that are currently in the government or in the cabinet or on the backbenches, none of them seem to sort of match up to Burnham, and they're having to drag him in order to try and save the party, which perhaps suggests what a difficulty Labour's in. But we'll have to see whether, if A, Burnham wins, and B, if he does win, can he turn around, can he become Prime Minister, and can he turn around the sort of current travails that Labour are in?
Yeah, and some might say this is like phase one, and this is the easy one, but then he's got to do phase two, which is to then win the Labour leadership contest. Although there hasn't actually been a contest triggered yet, but I think it's pretty obvious that both Andy Burnham and now, of course, Wes Streeting, he's pretty much said it in all but name that he wants to challenge Keir Starmer and to be the next Labour leaders. So some might say that he's got an easier ride here, although not as easy, like you said, as Gaunton and Denton. Whereas this constituency, like you said, Reform swept the board in terms of ward seats. It's a very high Brexit area. The demographics are very kind of, the red wall, small C conservative Labour kind of people, the kind you'd see from the kind of Jim Callaghan years, more Eurosceptic, probably a bit more culturally conservative, but, probably more economically left wing, which, Andy Burnham has, tried to pivot that in some ways with the whole questioning the bond market. He's now kind of backtracked a little bit and said, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that," and there is that question of his, I guess, like his sincerity there, because he has because it's unusual in that he's fighting both a Makerfield constituency by-election, but then he's doing it in the context that he's also trying to position himself as the next Labour leader. So he's kind of like having to face both ways, really. So I can understand the difficulty there, because you're trying to win a constituency seat. That's like, I called it the easy bit. Maybe that is the hard bit. He's got to get himself back into Parliament, and then he's got to go into the Labour leadership challenge, with obviously speculation now coming out that Keir Starmer might offer him a cabinet role, in order to sort of save his own skin. Now, I think that's why Wes Streeting has been calling for Keir Starmer to resign, because I think from his interest, he wants it to be a very clean contest. He wants it to be him and Andy Burnham. And I think he knows that if Keir Starmer is still in the mix and still carries the support of some of his parliamentary MPs is to get on the ballot, then he might actually chip off quite a bit of support that would normally go to West Streeting. But of course, West Streeting, it's both his political comeback in terms of returning as a parliamentary MP, but could this be, because he's tried 2 times to be Labour leader, so will this be the moment where he could actually fulfil that dream?
So Andy Burnham, I think somebody found that it will, if he does become Labour leader, it'll actually be the longest period between somebody going for the leadership of a major party and actually winning it, because he first stood in 2010. So it will have been over 16 years since he actually tried to be Labour leader. I think he came 4th out of 5 in that one, didn't he? That Ed Miliband won. Tried again in 2015 when he was initially the favourite, but then he loses out to Jeremy Corbyn. So yeah, it will be his 3rd go. I know it's from the chat. We've had a couple of comments in. Mustammer says, hi guys, hello there. Thank you for tuning in. And Daniel 49554 says, let's go restore. At which moment I might sort of make a sort of comment here. I think one thing I will say about this by-election is that if you look at the combined Conservative, Lib Dem, Green vote from the last general election, between the 3 of them, they did actually get 22% of the vote. So it was quite a lot of votes between the Conservatives, the Greens and the Lib Dems. I think what we probably will see tonight is a massive squeeze on those 3 parties. I suspect all 3 of them will lose their deposit. The Conservative vote at the last general election was 11%. I think the lowest Conservative vote ever in the parliamentary by-election was in the last one we had, Gordon and Denton, when it was 1.9%. I think it's possible it could be lower than that in Makerfield. I think the Lib Dem vote and the Green vote's also likely to take a bit of a hit. Basically, I think because usually in a by-election, you're just picking the local MP, whereas this time, obviously, is a bigger question, which is literally, do you want Andy Burnham to be Prime Minister? And Andy Burnham is on the ballot paper, and that's quite unique usually. You don't usually literally have the person that's going to be Prime Minister on your ballot paper unless you're in the Prime Minister's constituency or the Leader of the Opposition's. But people will have the opportunity to either vote for Andy Burnham or against him. And so obviously if you're for Andy Burnham or think he'd be a better alternative to Starmer or to Reform, then you're going to vote for him. If you're anti-Burnham, you're likely to vote for the most likely party to beat him, which is Reform. Apart from the one complication in this mix, which is Restore, which is the one party that seems to have avoided this squeeze that's happening to the other parties. The polling is sort of putting them at 7-8% or so, which, you know, for a new party which has yet to contest an election, is parliamentary election, is quite a good result. There's obviously the Rupert Lowe Restore Party. The one election they have fought was in Great Yarmouth, in his constituency, where they fought the local council elections, albeit I think it was Great Yarmouth first, but it was basically Restore supporting organisation where they won every single county council seat in Great Yarmouth. So they've shown that they can pick up support in particular geographical areas where they concentrate their efforts. And there does seem to have been a big turnout. I mean, they've been showing they've had hundreds of activists on the ground in Makerfield. The question will be whether they get squeezed, because, you know, there will be, you know, the strong argument which Reform has, if you want to stop Andy Burnham, you've got to vote for us, because we, Reform, are clearly ahead of Restore in all the opinion polls that have been taken in the constituency. And obviously at the last election, Robert Kenyon was the second place candidate and was closest to winning. That said, I think some Restore support is very ideological and is therefore not necessarily going to be too persuaded by tactical voting considerations, but will just vote for Restore because they believe what Rupert Lowe says. Obviously, he takes a more hard line on things like remigration and immigration policy than Reform does. So he sort of put him to the right, although also it's an interesting set of policies they put forward. They're also slightly more isolationist in that they were against the intervention in Iran, whereas Nigel Farage has always often been quite close to Donald Trump, and therefore initially at least, although I think he rode back afterwards, was quite sympathetic towards the sort of intervention in Iran. So
yeah,
Restore have quite a unique agenda. They've clearly got a lot of support online. There's a number of, well-known YouTubers, Sargon of Akkad and others, who are backing
Is he still
Restore.
kicking around?
He is, yes, Carl Benjamin, and he has, a lot of the people who were backing UKIP back in the 2019 European elections, when Farage left UKIP, because I think UKIP had got quite close to Tommy Robinson, and Farage basically said, well, I'm not having anything to do with you anymore, and set up the Brexit Party. UKIP did stand, and I think they did get 4 or 5% of the vote in the 2019 Euro elections on a platform to the right of the Brexit Party. So there's clearly some votes for Restore. It'll be interesting to see whether they saved a deposit, and also whether the Restore vote is bigger than the Labour majority, and what sort of response that has. Does it then create a big backlash where people say you've got to vote Reform, otherwise you're letting Labour in? Or do Restore sort of double down and say, no, we don't agree with Farage's policies, it's too watered down, we want the real thing, vote Restore, whatever happens?
Yeah, and I think you're right about that. There's definitely a ideological element for Restore voters, and obviously, and a new insurgent party that will normally be quite baked into a lot of voters. I think, obviously, it was certainly the case for the Alliance. I think the Alliance and the SDP. I think for a long time, a lot of people they knew that under the first past the post that they were in a more difficult position as a third party and with a vote share that is very spread out. I mean, the reason why we were so successful in the last election to the Liberal Democrats is that we concentrated in very key target areas. Now, obviously, that comes with its own limitations, but it worked as a strategy, and I think that was a good strategy for Ed to really tack on. And actually, it was a case example where our share of the vote more or less matched the share of seats. But I think for any new insurgent party, there's always going to be that kind of element of its supporters, of its new supporters, of no, we want to vote on principle. We believe this is our ideological direction. Reform have watered down too much. So I think at least for a short while there will be that will chip away a little bit of support for Reform UK. And you are right in terms of where does that leave Reform UK? There's been a lot of conversations now about which direction do they go? Do they moderate in order to appeal to some conservative leaning areas? They've already got a few of its former conservative MPs going to Reform UK. Admittedly, they were on the right of the Conservative Party, but I think if Reform did see an opportunity, they could probably moderate and branch out in order to attract some other conservative parliamentarians or indeed voters in order to grab those traditional conservative heartlands? Or do they go the other direction and decide, well, actually, we need to sort of capture the votes that are going to restore Britain? Now, yes, the polls showing them at 8%, which is a pretty good showing for a new party. We'll find out later in the day how much support, because if this does end up being a tight contest and it's within a few points and Restore Britain ends up, getting getting enough votes for them to matter, then obviously that will really put Restore and Reform UK in a situation where they might have to sort of reconsider their strategy. But I just want to say as well, because some people might be thinking, particularly Canadian audiences, you're probably thinking, why is this unusual in the UK? Because obviously in Canada, you guys had Mark Carney, who basically did become leader of the Liberal Party and was basically, from what I remember, he was basically a kind of prime minister elect. He wasn't actually the prime minister. It was still Justin Trudeau. But I think, if I remember correctly, I think he still got sworn in as the prime minister. I might be a little bit wrong there. So for Canadian audiences or people who are interested in Canadian politics, why is this so unusual in the UK? Can't they just have Andy Burnham be lead with the Labour Party? Now, there's two reasons why that is. In Labour Party rules, you have to be a member of Parliament in order to stand in the ballot to stand as the Labour leadership contender. And also in Parliament, there is a convention for Parliament. It's for the Prime Minister to be in the House of Commons or House of Lords. Now, some people might be surprised, the House of Lords, but this actually did happen for Alec Douglas Hume. He was actually in the House of Lords and became Prime Minister through the Lords. Now, he actually did, I think he did relinquish his title so that he could stand as an MP in his own right. So, Michael, this might be a good opportunity now to bring in a little bit of the history of past elections. So,
yeah.
I
mean, if we're looking at the sort of biggest parliamentary by-election before now, I suppose it is the one that gets Alec Douglas Hume into the House of Commons. So Alec Douglas Hume back in the 1930s was an MP in Lanark, I think, in Scotland, but he then inherits the title of Lord Dunglass and Alec or Lord Hume, and he ends up in the House of Lords. Harold Macmillan's the Prime Minister. He decides to step down in 1963. At this point, there isn't a sort of democratic choice for leader of the Conservative Party. MPs don't get a vote for Tory leader in 1963, let alone party members. So the leader of the Tory party, and therefore the Prime Minister, because the Conservatives were in government in 1963, basically emerged from the men in grey suits, as they put it, the magic circle of Tory sort of senior figures that appointed who they wanted as leader. And they decide in 1963, there's various people, there's Lord Hailsham, there's Rab Butler, various ones that were considered as possible prime ministers. They decide to give it to Alec Douglas Hume. But as you say, the problem is that he's Lord Hume, he's in the House of Lords. And there had been prime ministers in the House of Lords. If you go back to the 19th century, it was more often than not the prime minister would be in the House of Lords.
It sort of fell out of convention by then. It was seen as the standard that you should be in the House of Commons, where you are elected by your constituents. So it sort of felt seen as a bit archaic and old hat.
Well, absolutely. I mean, 1902, I think Lord Salisbury was the last prime minister from the Lords. He steps aside, good hereditary ways. He steps aside for his nephew, Arthur Balfour, although he is in the House of Commons at the time in 1902. But by 1963, it's generally felt that it's too much of the modern era for a prime minister to sit in the Lords. So a seat has to be found for Alec Douglas Hume. He becomes prime minister, and then he gets selected in a vacancy in Perth and East Perthshire, which is a very safe conservative seat. Although the Conservative government of the early 60s had gone through some unpopularity, it was an ultra safe seat. So there wasn't any real uncertainty.
And good on him for standing. I mean, like I said, I think they could have technically been prime minister from the Lords. So good on him for actually standing.
Absolutely. And he stands and he wins fairly comfortably in Perth and East Perthshire, which is an ultra safe conservative seat even then, and becomes prime minister. And that's probably the biggest by-election before now. There's been a few others we can go through, but yeah.
And again, for people who are Canadians, if you are in the chat, please say hello or salut if you're from Quebec. But for Canadians, you may also might remember, this is recent memory, but Pierre Poilievre, he lost his seat in the last election. And he, again, actually very similar circumstances to Andy Burnham's, really. I was trying to connect it to Alec Douglas Hume, but then I realised I couldn't really connect it there. But I can connect it to Andy Burnham because very similar circumstances. Pierre Poilievre, who's still quite popular within his own party, despite losing his constituency seat, which I think Mark Carney really benefited from the kind of the sort of civic nationalism that he campaigned on against the American tariffs. So, which Pierre Poilievre, he was kind of seen as being a kind of mini Trump for Canadians, but which might have contributed to him losing his seat. But for Canadians out there, this election is not too dissimilar to the one Pierre Poilievre did, where he lost his seat in the 2025, I want to say 2025, was it last year? I think it was last year, Canadian elections, and someone volunteered their seat in a safe, well, actually in a very safe Conservative riding, compared to Andy Burnham, who's got a more uphill battle there. I'm just, I want to just
There's a comment there from Mustama about the unions will be crucial in a leadership elections and to pay the get a vote. Yeah, so there'll be a pretty broad franchise for the Labour leadership, the members and unions. And obviously they'll need to have broad appeal. And certainly Burnham seems to have broad appeal. I mean, obviously we're living in a very anti-political time, which I think is why we're obviously seeing the rise of parties like Green and Reform and Restore, who are challenging the Conservatives and Labour. And if you look at the net poll ratings for all the party leaders, I mean, Starmer's are shockingly bad, but even most of the other party leaders have negatives, although not as bad as Starmer's. Burnham's is one of the few party figures who has a net approval rating. I think it's about +7. It's not massive, but at a time when everybody else is really unpopular, that's quite a popular figure. And I think they did do a poll of people who were voting for Andy Burnham, Labour, in the by-election, and even amongst this group, people who were voting Labour, there was a net negative for Starmer. I think it was about -14. It wasn't as bad as the general public, but it was still even negative for people voting Labour. Although I think there was something like 99% approval for Andy Burnham amongst people intending to vote Labour, which is pretty North Korean, even even for people who are usually voting for a candidate. Some of them have some reservation and are only voting for them because of their party candidate. But so he certainly has a popularity and a following. But whether that lasts when he actually, if he actually becomes prime minister and has to make difficult decisions, or whether he just ends up like every other prime minister we've had lately, who becomes unpopular in fairly short space of time when they actually have to make the decisions.
Yeah, and I think some of his critics might say that he's quite untested, really. He's been mayor of Manchester, and I think I saw a brilliant article by William Hague in the Times, because I am a subscriber to the Times, and I do have time for William Hague. I think he's a very excellent writer and commentator, and he did say along the lines of, I think Andy Burnham forgets that he's running as the mayor of Manchester, and he's not running a mini country, which I think is a fair point. But I don't think that should go unnoted, because he is someone that has had broad appeal, like you said earlier, Michael. He's had very broad appeal across the city of Manchester. He's able to win in wards that would not naturally vote for Labour, but they'll vote for Andy Burnham. Now, the question will be, like you said, Michael, is that whether returning back into Parliament, there'll be some voters like my Uncle Steve, who is a One Nation Liberal Conservative. He's currently politically homeless, but has voted for Andy Burnham 3 times now because he rates him as a good mayor and done a lot for the city. Whether that will translate of him getting his vote in a general election, that will be the real challenge. And I think there's been some criticism that he once started as a Blairite. Now, then he became a kind of soft Corbynite, and now during the campaign, he was a little bit everywhere. So I think there'll be some people like my uncle who just feel a little bit unsure of him, and they'd rather keep him as mayor and keep on doing the good and fantastic job as mayor, rather than revealing a side that might be unattractive for some key voters.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him when he first got into Parliament in the early 2000s, when he was absolutely an uber Blairite, totally loyal to Tony Blair, very much followed the party line.
And people can make journeys. People can make political
journeys. I mean, I
suppose
the question is, was he just following the party line because that was the easiest way to get promotion and get on? And then when he actually gets into power, he'll then sort of put forward his own agenda and it'll be quite distinctive? Or is he tend to be just somebody who goes along with, whatever the easiest position is to take at any particular time? And we'll find out. But certainly it's easier being a mayor than a prime minister, because, you can make a lot of decisions yourself without actually having hundreds of backbenchers who you have to convince to follow you and agree with you on the policies. Obviously, Keir Starmer has had a lot of problems with his own MPs in terms of getting them to agree with the policies that he's followed in many areas. Andy Burnham as mayor hasn't really had that problem of having to get buy-in from other politicians. He got a lot of freedom to do basically what he wants. So he'll find the dynamics a lot more tricky as Prime Minister than as mayor.
I mean, you talk North Korea. I mean, Manchester, it's a very strong Labour area. I mean, obviously, since the sort of Brexit vote, that is changing a little bit. But certainly in the city of Manchester, which is like the kind of the bedrock of the politics of Manchester, it's very Labour friendly, certainly on the progressive left. So some might say that he's kind of really gone unchallenged and he's had quite an easy ride, and it's difficult that he'll be going in as a Labour, potentially a Labour Prime Minister who has got to balance his cabinet. He's got to try and balance support within his parliamentary backbenchers with very competing ideas and ideologies. So, yeah, I think that is a fair comment to assess. And I just want to say from Must Hammer, thank you so much for that comment earlier. I know you've watched, I think you've watched all of our by-election streams, so thank you so much. And I always value your support right there. Right, Michael, what else have you got for us? Some fun facts.
Well, if we talk about historically, so during the campaign, Nigel Farage has said that it's the biggest by-election since 1965, which I assume he's referring to the Leighton by-election of 1965. So it has some similarities, but not quite the same. Basically, Patrick Gordon Walker is the Labour shadow foreign secretary in the run-up to the 64 election.
And this was a year into Howard Wilson's premiership, wasn't it?
Yes, so it's Howard Wilson's shadow foreign secretary. He is the MP for Smethwick, which has some one of the early areas to be affected by immigration. The Conservative candidate standing against him runs a very anti-immigrant campaign and basically says that Gordon Walker's responsible for sort of uncontrolled immigration in Smethwick in the 60s. Puts out some pretty hard-hitting literature and stuff, and he takes the seat. A guy called Peter Griffiths gains the seat from Patrick Gordon Walker, and it causes a lot of shock because Labour obviously win the 1964 election. They unseat the Conservatives, but they lose this seat of Smethwick to the Conservatives. And there is some indication, I mean, immigration has been an issue for a long time in British politics. There's some indication that
as far as the Whitechapel murders, you could say.
Well, so there were several seats that went against the trend in 64. I think the Tories gained a seat in Birmingham as well, which has been affected by immigration in 64.
And was this on the back? Was this in the back burner of the Enoch Powell speech, or this was
before? This is before Powell. Before Powell. So I think that the Tory government had brought in, I think it was I think it was the Commonwealth Immigrants Bill in the early 60s. And I think Gordon Walker had opposed it or led the opposition to it as Labour. So he gets some flack for that. So he loses Smethwick. I think Howard Wilson calls Peter Griffiths, who wins the seat, a parliamentary leper and says he's won the seat with a really dirty campaign and all the rest of it. So then there's this old guy called Sorensen, who is the Labour MP for Leighton, which was considered quite a safe seat in London, who Howard Wilson sends to the Lords in order to open up a vacancy for Gordon Walker to get back into Parliament. I think he does continue as effectively as Foreign Secretary while he waits to get back into Parliament. Unfortunately, I think he's basically seen as a bit of a carpetbagger because obviously he'd been the MP for Smethwick in the West Midlands. He then turns up in Leighton in London a few months later to stand in this by-election, which has basically been caused by Wilson shoving one of the old MPs off to the Lords to create the vacancy. And he ends up losing by 200 votes. And he does subsequently get back into Parliament, but basically it sort of ends Gordon Walker's sort of major frontline career, losing the by-election in Leighton, having also lost Smethwick the year before. So that's one of the big by-elections where somebody's tried to make a recovery and failed. There's been other times where people have obviously tried to make recoveries and succeeded. You can look at the early SDP ones in the early 80s when Shirley Williams gets back in Crosby in 81, or Roy Jenkins in Glasgow Hillhead in 82. Later on, Michael Portillo makes a recovery in 1999. Our political frenemies.
This is Chris. Hello.
Yes, who does the political frenemies thing. Hello, Chris. Hi.
Why aren't you staying up, Chris? Come on.
Well, yeah, I'd have thought it was a political anorak you'd want to.
Yeah.
Even if it is exhausting, the adrenaline of staying up for the results must overwhelm the tiredness.
How do you think I feel, Chris? I've got to go on your pod tomorrow and try and make things. Oh God, it's hasn't even begun, and I haven't got my words right.
About to say, you've still got another 5 hours to go, so yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you. I was not expecting that. And for people who love watching if you want to watch sort of restist politics podcast, but with actual conflict rather than the centrist dads just being all agreeable with each other, then I would recommend Political Frenemies. No bias there, because I do often go on the show, but it is a very good show. And I think quite very underrated. It needs a lot more support. So please give them a like and follow. Thank you so much, Chris. I mean, my beauty.
They definitely have different views, Chris and Matthew, yes. Unlike some of the other podcasts where people come from other parties but actually probably agree on 95% of things. I think that probably Chris and Matthew struggle to, I think, agree on a lot of things, particularly probably on the culture war stuff and all the rest of it.
And we will be having Matthew shortly in about 15 minutes. He's actually just messaged me saying, I've just seen Chris's message, said he's tuned in. So thank you, Matthew. Thank you so much. Was not expecting that.
Well, we've got elections tonight, of course, in Aberdeen South and in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Aberdeen South is an interesting one because historically it had been a Liberal seat virtually every election until 1918, and then it becomes a safe Conservative seat. So often what you see is with the full decline of the Liberal Party in the early 20s, a lot of the seats had always been safe Liberal become safe Labour, but actually Aberdeen South doesn't. Goes basically from electing a Liberal every seat election till 1918 to electing a Tory until it becomes a marginal. Actually, the first time Labour win it is 1966, which is a guy called Donald Dewar, who people may well remember was the first Minister of Scotland. He becomes the first Labour MP for Aberdeen South, but only lasts 4 years. He defeats Lady Tweedsmuir, who was a Conservative female MP for Aberdeen South for many years. Then goes back to the Tories in 70. It's basically a very close Tory Labour marginal in the 70s and 80s. It votes Tory in 74. 79, actually against the trend, they only just hold it, the Tories, on the day of the Thatcher win. They only hold Aberdeen South by 700 votes. Labour actually come quite close to taking the seat. Then in 1983, it's the scene of a chicken run. The Tory MP for Aberdeen South, Ian Sproat, decides he may lose his seat at the 1983 election in Aberdeen South. So he goes and stands in Roxburgh and Berwickshire instead, but he actually makes a big mistake because he abandons Aberdeen South, which actually stays Conservative, and his new seat that he stands in, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, is actually a Liberal alliance gain for Archie Kirkwood. So he runs away from, so he goes on the chicken run and runs actually from a safe place to a sort of political abattoir and loses his seat. But it eventually does go Conservative in 1987, Aberdeen. So it goes go Labour in 1987, Aberdeen South. But actually in 1992, Aberdeen South, so it's got a habit of going slightly against the political trends. In 1992, it is the only Conservative gain of a Labour general election one seat in the 92 election. The Conservatives gain it in 1992. They lose it in 97, but actually not by very much. The Tories fall to third, but only by about 3,000 votes. It basically becomes a sort of Labour, Lib Dem, Tory marginal seat in the 90s and noughties. It's actually, ironically, Aberdeen South traditionally has been one of the weakest seats for the Scottish National Party. I mean, in the 1980s, they're getting 5 or 6% of the vote. It is one of the lowest scoring seats. And so it's ironic that Aberdeen South is now considered, a safe-ish SNP seat, one of only 9 seats for SNP. Because actually, in the vast majority of elections between 1979 and 1920 and 2010, they come fourth in most of the elections then. It's only in 2015 when they gain it that it actually becomes SNP for the first time ever. And then they lose it to the Tories in 2017. Pick it up again in 2019.
I think because it'd be no surprise to you, Michael, but I love history, and particularly history to do with the Reformation, the sort of that period from post-Reformation until the Glorious Revolution. And I think because most of the nationalism, it sort of goes back to the Jacobites, who were quite heavy in the kind of Highlands, and the Jacobites were the Stuartists, the one who wanted to restore James II, Bonnie Prince Charles, James II's son, as the rightful heir of the English and Scottish throne, as it was known then, before the Act of Union. Well, it might have been after the Act of Union. I can't quite remember the details, but it just shows how much. And then, sort of by accident, that sort of drove a lot of the nationalism. It was quite concentrated in those sort of what used to be traditional Jacobite, more Catholic leaning or high church leaning areas. And I think it really shows how much Scottish nationalism was kind of bled out, really, because Aberdeen is kind of more closer to the kind of English borders. It's not dead close to the English borders, but it's pretty close. And that used to be a good indicator of Scottish of SNP support. So I think that is a really interesting detail there about how much is that kind of bled out there. I still think it matters. I still think that's kind of, there's a hangover of the history of the sort of the Jacobites, the more Catholic high church, the support for the Stuarts. I think that still matters. And obviously the Tories used to do quite well in those areas, who were the traditional royalists. But I just find that a really interesting sort of observation, really, that it's kind of the SNP support has kind of really bled out more than anticipated, really. And I think for anyone that watched the last Welsh Assembly elections, I think Plaid Cymru, I think part of that is the SNP in their first term in office for the Scottish Parliament. They were not going to make independence an issue. They just wanted to be competent in government. And Plaid Cymru are taking a very similar tactic. They aren't going to make independence an issue, even though they have got an office for independence, apparently. Apparently, they've set up an office for independence, despite not making it an issue. I don't know how true that is. It might be some social media scare story that's not substantiated. But anyway, I think the SNP are trying to learn those tactics. The Plaid Cymru are trying to learn from those tactics. Let's just prove our worth, prove we can run an effective government, and in order to get behind the support of independence. But no, that's interesting, Michael. I find that really interesting. Do you have anything else to say before I'll eventually hop on Matthew?
So, if you look at Aberdeen South, it's an interesting one here, which is you might get the Conservatives are talking about possibly gaining the seat, which would be a quite remarkable one, because obviously we've got the Makerfield election where potentially you've got the Conservative Party might get its worst ever result in a by-election. I think the previous one was the last one in Gorton and Denton when they got 1.9%. So it looks like they're going to lose their deposit. There is talk the Conservatives could win. I mean, obviously at the last election, this was very close between the Conservatives, between Labour and the SNP. The Labour Party came very close to winning this seat, but they seem to have fallen away now, and so it's more the Conservatives that are coming in. And we're talking about a seat where the Conservative Party could well make a gain on the same day that they lose their deposit and possibly post their worst ever result in Makerfield. And that will show really that we're living at a time when I think a lot of the constituency campaigning makes more difference than ever. So if you go back to, if you look at the national opinion polls, you've got 5 parties in England, Conservatives, Reform, Labour, Lib Dem, Green, that are all fairly polling reasonably well, reasonably close together. And then if you add in Wales and Scotland, you've got the SNP and Plaid Cymru that are also polling it quite well, which means that very often you've got things that come down to the local constituency level where a particular party can make itself seem as one of the top 2 contenders in a particular constituency. Clearly in Makerfield, that's Labour and Reform. But in Scotland, I think we're looking at, in the Aberdeen South seat, we're looking at it potentially being Conservative and the SNP that are the 2 parties that are battling it out. And I think you'll see in constituencies across the country, the local campaigns by the local parties make more difference than ever before. You know, can this particular party show that it can be credible to win this constituency? And people will look and see, well, who were the top 2 parties in this seat at the last election? Who is winning the local council elections in the area? Who is the ones that are getting the poster boards up and getting the leaflets through doors? So in Aberdeen South, where I think Reform have been concentrating on Makerfield, Labour have been concentrating on Makerfield, that gives the Conservatives a bit of a way in Aberdeen South. If they're the ones that are really making the strong campaign along with the SNP, you may get a situation where the Conservative Party gets a calamitous vote in Makerfield that makes it look completely irrelevant. But on the same day, it could be doing quite well in Aberdeen South, coming close second, maybe winning. I mean, the Tories haven't gained a seat in Scotland, I think, since Professor Esme Wright gained Glasgow Pollock, I think, in 1967. So it would be quite remarkable if the Conservatives do gain.
I mean, that would be significant for them to make their first gain. Well, you know, to make a first by-election gain in this result. And like I said, I think if everything wasn't so magnified and spotlighted on Makerfield, this would normally get attention. And I think, like you said, Michael, like the polls, like most of the parties are pretty close with each other now. Within margin error, you know, it could really sort of tip the balance about where parties' positions are. And I think for a Tory strategist, this kind of, now I don't know much about the Scottish Conservative Party, but I've always imagined it being a bit more of the Liberal Conservatives, you know, because you had people like Ruth Davis, who was a very popular, well, she still is, she's still a very popular Conservative politician. And she was a very popular leader, and she took the Conservatives to becoming the opposition party in the Holyrood Parliament. So I think you're right. It shows how much grassroots and canvassing and campaigning could impact that. But it also shows really how fragmented it is. And I think as a Tory strategist, I would be very confused what to do. You know, if my theorisation is right, that the Scottish Conservatives are broadly more, I mean, you know, I'm not going to pretend they haven't changed. You know, they have obviously changed since Ruth Davis. But if true, if what I'm theorising is true, they're seen as a bit more sort of liberal than their Westminster counterparts. Again, I'd have to know what did they campaign on. I mean, that's the limitations of it. I would love to have been able to be. I mean, I'd love to do journalism because it'd be good to be a fly on the wall and see what were they campaigning. Did they double down on immigration, or did they just not even mention it on their leaflets? Did they just campaign on issues that has more broad support amongst unionist voters? So I would be very interested as a strategist to see this seem to work. How can this be replicated for the Conservative Party? Because I'm going to put my cards clear. I think Kemi Again, this is just my own thoughts, guys, speaking freely. I think Kemi would do a lot better if she just went back to basic, traditional conservative things. A small state, small taxes, rather than trying to compete with reform on culture wars. But it will be interesting as a strategist point of view what they can make with these results in Aberdeen South.
Yeah, so the thing they seem to be campaigning on is the oil and gas industry, which is obviously a big industry for Aberdeen, which has really helped them, and that's the thing that the Tories are running on. Ironic, actually, because obviously the thing that really revived the Scottish National Party in the 1970s was its Scotland's oil. That when oil was
thank you very much.
discovered in the North Sea, it really helped motor the SNP revival in the 74 elections. So ironic now the Conservative Party is now the one that's pushing on as the sort of presenting itself as the saviours of the oil industry. I mean, Scotland has a habit of sometimes, going against the trend. I mean, 1979, Scotland delivers Labour gains. The Tory Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, Teddy Taylor, loses his seat in Scotland in the 1979 general election. Labour gain that seat. And the Labour vote goes up in Scotland in 79. There's a landslide to Labour in Scotland in 1987 on the same day Thatcher gets back with a fairly comfortable majority nationally. 1992, Scotland actually shows a swing towards the Conservatives when the rest of the country is going Labour, or swinging, although not enough to win the election, just enough to win the majority. The big Scottish difference election, of course, was 2017, when when Labour, when the Scottish Conservatives gain a load of SNP seats, and actually Theresa may well have lost power if it wasn't for the fact that they gained seats in Scotland. So it's ironic that Scotland came to the rescue of Theresa May and the Scottish Conservatives in 2017. Thank you for your comments, Mustammer. And yes, Wilson did famously call Griffiths a parliamentary pariah, parliamentary leper. And
he was
comments.
A man of great wit.
He returned years later as the Tory MP for Portsmouth North, Griffiths, and in fact he lost his seat in the 97 election.
Not Wilson.
Oh, yes, no, not Wilson.
And joining us in the chat, in the recording, I should say, is my good friend and good friend of the show as well. He often appears on my channel, and I often go on his channel as well, which is Matthew Hulbert. Hello, Matthew. That's a very loud shirt there, Matthew, but I like it.
Thanks. I like it as well. I think it's probably quite Marmite. I think you either love it or you hate it. But I like it, and I thought on such an important night when I'm joining your august broadcast, which I've been watching since the beginning and absolutely loving it, I thought that I'd wear something special. So I'm sure your viewers will have their views on whether they like it or not, but it's too late to change it now.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you very much. This is Matthew Hulbert. I gave a sloppy introduction. I mean, I did introduce you as councillor. So, Councillor Michael Mullaney, who is, for his sins, a Liberal Democrat like my good self. And Matthew Hulbert is a former Liberal Democrat councillor, but you do media commentary now. So, but thank you very much, Matthew. I was just so we touched a little bit about the politics of this, like Makerfield must really be feeling sort of the hand of history, at the moment. What do you have predictions, Matthew? Do you think Andy Burnham's got this in the bag? And what's your feelings on the idea for like I've heard rumours that Keir Starmer might offer Andy Burnham a role in the cabinet. Do you think that would be enough to sort of keep his leadership going if he was to offer that to Andy Burnham?
Well, I should just declare an interest and say hi to Michael, because Michael is actually my ward councillor. So here in Hinckley. So Michael's the person I contact if I have any issues or if I have any complaints, which means I never call him at all because everything is just fabulous here in Hinckley. Great to be with you both tonight. Look, I mean, I can't remember a by-election like this, certainly in my political lifetime. I think you've got to go back probably a very long time indeed. I'm sure Michael will be able to tell you, but even Michael might say that there hasn't been a by-election quite like this one today, where really the people of one constituency are likely deciding who is the next Prime Minister. Because if Andy Burnham wins, and especially if he wins by a little more than what people might expect, then I expect perhaps as early as tomorrow, not for him to make a challenge that early, I don't think that will happen, but for colleagues of his, supporters of his in the lower ministerial ranks and maybe even in the cabinet to start resigning. And as we've seen from when Boris Johnson finally, accepted that things were over for him, it was when all of those members of his cabinet went within kind of a few hours of each other. And he realised that without the support of your cabinet, you just can't go on. Of course, Margaret Thatcher famously got to realise that in 1990. She said, "I fight on, I fight to win." But then later that very same evening, I think, when she went to hear from her cabinet colleagues one by one, starting, I think, with good old Ken Clarke, who, whereas some of the others kind of phrased it very nicely and apparently said to her, "Well, of course we'll support you, Margaret, but we don't want you to be humiliated. We don't think you can win." Apparently, Ken Clarke just went to her and said, "It's time for you to go, Margaret," which is very Ken Clarke, very kind of straight to matter of fact. But, as soon as that happened, she then realised that she just couldn't go on. She did not have the support of her cabinet. And I know in theory, people can resign and you can just replace them, but really you can't. When we're talking about heavyweight figures, you can't just replace them and act as if nothing has happened. So, I mean, I think, this is only speculation. We've got to wait to see what happens. Burnham hasn't even won the seat yet. But if he does, and especially if he wins it with a bit of a margin, because the difficulty with tonight is that if he only wins by the amount that Restore have taken the vote away from Reform, is that really a mandate to then challenge for the Labour leadership? Now, a win is a win, and I'm sure that's what he would say and supporters of his would say. But if he can win by a bit more than whatever Restore get, then he's got a real mandate to go to Westminster on Monday and to say, "Sorry, Mr. Starmer, but your time's up."
Yeah, and I just found it interesting that West Streeting basically said after the results, after Makerfield, Keir Starmer should resign. Now, I've done my own theorisation here because I think Starmer, I'm quite surprised by Starmer in that he's so determined to carry on. Now, I think if I was allowed to theorise here, I think it's because West Streeting knows. I think it's clear that Andy Burnham would probably win in a Labour leadership contest. But I think if Keir Starmer was put in the ring, I think he could chip away a few support from West Streeting. I still yet to see. Maybe he's more popular by the parliamentary MPs, but I've yet to see many Labour members who really are enthusiastic about West Streeting. And these are Labour members from all kind of political walks of life. Moderate, soft left, social. Like my dad, he's a socialist, but he's a pragmatic socialist. He actually doesn't want Keir Starmer to go. He's probably the only Labour member who probably voted for Keir Starmer in a leadership contest. So I found that really interesting, and whether that was done deliberately by West Streeting in order to because if the suggestion's true that he would give Andy Burnham a role in the cabinet, I think West Streeting was trying to put a trap on for Andy Burnham to say, well, you better declare your intentions to run the contest and therefore put pressure on Starmer as well. So I think that was a very interesting tactic for West Streeting to announce that in that Newsnight interview. Michael, coming on to you. Has this ever is this unique in, because you're the history expert, you're the political history expert. How unique is this? Has there ever been an example where, going back to the Whigs, where someone who was in Parliament left, had leadership ambitions, then decided, and then someone volunteered their seat, got into Parliament, and then basically whether it was a slow horse or not, their ambition was to be leader, to be prime minister. Has that ever happened, or is this so unique in British politics?
It's unique insofar as basically, people in Makerfield, if they vote for Andy Burnham tonight, he's likely to go forward and challenge for the Labour leadership. And if they don't vote for him, he obviously hasn't got that opportunity. It's never been quite as clear cut as that. Obviously, there was the example we mentioned earlier of Alec Douglas Hume, but he'd effectively already become prime minister because the sort of magic circle of Tory grandees had basically appointed him. And in a sense, the by-election in Perth and East Perthshire was a bit of a coronation, even though the Tory government had some unpopularity in the early 60s. It was such a safe seat. He was very unlikely to lose it, and he was effectively already prime minister. So it wasn't quite as impactful as this one. There's been examples in the past of people who've left Parliament and come back because they wanted to become prime minister later down the road. I mean, obviously, Mr. Boris Johnson, there's an example. He was an example of somebody who was a mayor who's then come and become prime minister. He is obviously the one. He was the Tory MP for Henley. I think he ironically succeeded in Michael Heseltine's old seat, which was a bit of an irony given Michael Heseltine was obviously very strongly pro-EU and very anti-Brexit, and obviously Johnson becomes the man who sort of more than anyone probably takes us out of the EU. But he left Parliament in order to become the Mayor of London in 2008. He leaves his Henley seat, but then he comes back later in Uxbridge and Ruislip in the 2015 election. And then obviously he's agitating within the Parliamentary Conservative Party until he eventually becomes leader in 2019. So there's him. There's Michael Portillo, who was obviously seen in the 90s as the great future, the future of the right, as Michael Gove called him in the biography he did of Michael Portillo back in 1995. He was one of the favourites to take over after John Major lost, but of course he famously loses his seat in the 97 election in Enfield Southgate. Very safe seat, which he loses hugely. Were you up for Portillo? There was a book written at the time, I have a copy of it, called Were You Up for Portillo, which looks at the results of that night, because that was the real surprise of the night, him losing that safe seat. He then comes back in later in a by-election in 1999 after the death of Alan Clark. If we look at parliamentary characters and people who misbehave, most of the current MPs are pretty tame compared to Mr. Alan Clark, if you look at some of what he got up to as a Tory MP. But when he passed away in 1999, well, didn't he? I think he had a coven where not only did he have an affair with a judge's wife, I think he had an affair with a judge's daughters as well, which is a bit
in the family,
a bit of a character. Well, Alan Clark. So his father, Alan Clark, the Tory minister, his father was Ken Clark, not Ken Clark, the Tory chancellor, but
Kenneth Clark.
Lord Kenneth Clark. Civilization, the famous series.
I've watched them all. I'm so sad. I've watched
great series. Good. And what Alan Clark used to say was, my father was Lord Clark of civilization. I'm Lord Clark of barbarism. But he dies in 1999. I think Portillo comes in the by-election, of course, and then huge speculation he's going to be leader of the Tory party, kick out William Hague. He never does, and then when he stands in 2001, he loses, and Ian Duncan Smith becomes leader.
Go on, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, just really interesting about that was that, of course, to try and stymie any leadership bid by Michael Portillo, William Hague immediately put him into the shadow cabinet as shadow chancellor. Now, that of course was the shadow cabinet, so obviously not as important. But it's interesting that there's lots of speculation that if Burnham wins tonight, that Keir Starmer will immediately say, "Welcome into the fold, Andy Burnham. Welcome into the bosom of our cabinet. Please don't challenge me, will you? If I give you an important job." I mean, it would be beyond daft, to put it mildly, of Andy Burnham to join the Keir Starmer cabinet. I don't know why on earth he would do that, and I'm sure he won't do that.
Yeah, and it makes it because I think Andy Burnham when he wanted to go in for Gorton Denton, I think he still had ambitions to be Labour leader, but he framed it to say, I want to help the government. Now, whether that was true then or if that was just him not revealing his cards, obviously the situation now, it cannot be more obvious that he has ambition to be Labour leader. And I think this is why West Streeting has been putting on the pressure for Keir Starmer to go, saying if he does not, he needs to resign and I will be triggering a Labour leadership contest, and apparently has the support of 80 MPs. So if that is true, he will definitely be getting on the ballot. And I think that is one, it's putting pressure on Starmer to go, but also for Andy Burnham to declare a leadership interest, because I can understand from the kind of the perspective of the government, for the Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer and his kind of fellow travellers, that they probably want stability. It isn't going to look good for the party, so let's bring him into the cabinet. Now, what role he would have in the cabinet is another matter. I don't think he can afford to lose Rachel Reeves. I mean, they're pretty much joined to the hip, so that's completely ruled out. But whether he would, what Alistair Campbell suggested in the rest of politics, let's give him a new devolution role. Maybe he could be the community's local authority, basically the levelling up job. It keeps changing all the time. I lose track what the name of the department is. But maybe giving him some role to involve devolution, which I think he's been quite passionate about, and he's obviously benefited from the success of the Metro mayors. Maybe that's something that could that Keir Starmer could do as a strategy, really. So, I'm in no doubt that that there is going to be a contest. I think Andy Burnham will be on that ticket, but I do think that I wouldn't be too surprised. Maybe this will be. I mean, obviously for Ian Duncan, not Ian Duncan Smith, for Michael Portillo, they were in opposition. So he could have afforded that, he could have afforded that and to wait time, whereas they're in government at the moment. So I think there is a difference there. And also, I think Portillo, similar to Andy Burnham, really, he went on a kind of political journey. He was seen as the darling of the right. My uncle's gone on a political journey as well. He was a supporter of Portillo. He went to that conference where it was bleeding out. People were literally outside the doors of the conference room because there were so many they couldn't get in, and my uncle's at the back. He hardly heard him, but he heard the applause and all that. But he then went on a journey, Michael Portillo, and kind of presented himself as a moderate conservative voice. And so there are similarities, but I think there are differences in that as well, in that there is huge pressure on this government. They are in government and they aren't seen as delivering the policies that they set out and making people's lives better. So I think whereas Portillo could afford to bide his time, this government cannot, because you would not be triggering a leadership this early on if you don't think your party's in meltdown.
But look, Andy Burnham has not given up the job of Greater Manchester Mayor, and stood in this by-election. There was no guarantee that he would win, and he's still not won it as we sat here at the moment, to become the local government and housing secretary. Let's just be honest here. He's not done all of that to be a middle-ranking Secretary of State in the cabinet. I mean, that is for the birds. Well, this guy wants to become the Labour leader and the Prime Minister.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree there. I don't think it's a wise strategy for Keir Starmer to do, but I think Keir Starmer, I am more convinced that he is going to be running on the ballot, and I'm convinced that I'm actually more convinced now, despite having seen West Streeting's speech that he gave. I mean, he didn't get the airtime, but me and you had it on, Matthew, at yours. And I was actually quite impressed by the speech. He's a little bit dry, but there were things there that I thought, even as a Lib Dem, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think he's the right man for the job, and I do have a question of sincerity from him, and I will continue to say that. But I think Keir Starmer is so determined to hang on and to run again. And I think this is why, again, coming back to West Streeting, this is why he's putting on the pressure for him to go, because I do think West Streeting would really struggle in a he wants it to be a clean contest. He wants it to just be him and Andy Burnham. And I think Keir Starmer would probably, I think he would actually chip away support. And if Andy Burnham ends up being a complete failure, let's say he wins the ballot and he doesn't deliver, then are people... If West Streeting was third or a distant second, that's going to hang over his neck, and people are going to say, "Oh, how can we really? Why you didn't win with your Labour fellow travellers? How are we going to convince the nation?"
Well, just on West Streeting, I mean, I think he basically has privately admitted to himself that at least on this occasion he's not going to become Labour leader and Prime Minister. But I do think he wants there to be a contest, and I think there should be a contest. I don't think coronations tend to work out very well, and it's not very democratic. So I hope there is a contest. But I think West Streeting, with his speech this week on the economy, which, as you quite rightly say, Andy, as two political geeks, me and you searched BBC iPlayer to find it the other day because we wanted to watch it, and I was interested because obviously, I've met West Streeting on a number of occasions to talk to him about health issues, and I do find him an interesting character and an impressive character. In many respects, I find him more impressive than Andy Burnham, although Andy Burnham is probably closer to my politics. And I think that West Streeting may well one day be Prime Minister, but he's still really quite young politically speaking. So, time is on his side. But I think his speech the other day was really in code saying, please, Mr. Next Prime Minister, make me Chancellor of the Exchequer. And actually, in a sense, the contest for Chancellor is more interesting than the contest for Prime Minister. I mean, I think if Andy Burnham wins today, he's going to be the next Prime Minister. That's my prediction. But there's lots of ifs, buts and maybes about who would be his Chancellor, which is, I mean, yes, we have a Deputy Prime Minister role some of the time, but let's face it, the real de facto deputy is the Chancellor. They're the second most important person in the government. And, West Streeting is clearly vying for it. Apparently, Ed Miliband wants to be the Chancellor. Apparently, Shabana Mahmood, friends of hers, are saying that she should be the Chancellor. And apparently, friends of Rachel Reeves are saying that don't spook the markets, continue on with Rachel Reeves. So in many respects, that is the more interesting contest, the shadow contest.
Yeah. If you look at
Michael.
when governments have been in real trouble and unpopular, when they've managed to save themselves is usually when they've managed to have a big change, which is usually the change of leader. So you saw in 1990, obviously Margaret Thatcher gives way to John Major, and then the Conservatives managed to win in 1992, even though...
Who had been the Chancellor.
Indeed, although he managed, because he'd only been for a short period of time in those roles, and I think he managed to still come across as a change. He'd only been in senior figures in the Thatcher government right at the end. He'd only come in 79, and I think he'd been in junior ministerial posts through the 80s. So although he had been a minister, because he'd only been in the senior jobs for quite a short time, I think it was sort of a sign of a time for change. So when people voted in 92, he was enough of a change from Thatcher to win. Similarly with Boris Johnson, the Tories had become really unpopular under Theresa May. The Euro elections of 2019, I think the Conservative vote was 7 or 8%. I think it was the worst ever national vote for the Conservatives, yet 6 months later he becomes Prime Minister and wins a landslide in December 2019. Similarly, if you go back to the late 50s with Eden, it looked like the Conservatives could lose after Suez, but then they bring Macmillan in and he wins in 59. So I think there is this thing where if you change the Prime Minister, sometimes you can turn things round, and I think Labour's in such a hole at the moment that the only way they're going to turn it round is by getting rid of Starmer and getting somebody new in. But I think also they've got to change the Chancellor, because if Rachel Reeves stays in, it will look like continuation. They've got to have a break. So I think Rachel Reeves, if Burnham really wants to turn things around, he's got to get rid of Rachel Reeves and put somebody new in. Otherwise, it will look like much continuation.
Who do you think that someone new will be? Because as I say, Ed Miliband is kind of saying, I've been friends with Andy Burnham for a very long time. I was the first very senior cabinet minister to go to the Prime Minister and say, you've got to set out a timetable to go. I put my career on the line. It's time I was rewarded by being the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Then you've got Wes Streeting in effect saying, because if you read through the runes, the code, he's in effect saying, I've kind of accepted, I'll be in a contest, but it's very unlikely that I'll win, and that's why I'm deliberately not saying anything negative about Andy Burnham, because I want to be your Chancellor. Then we're hearing, friends of Shabana Mahmood say that it should be her. So there's no easy answer to that, because I think I was listening to something on the New Statesman earlier on, and they were saying that various different groups of Labour MPs have said to Andy Burnham, we'll support you, but not if X is made your Chancellor. And then others have said, we'll support you, but not if X is made your Chancellor. So none of these decisions are easy, are they?
No, they're not. But Ed Miliband's an interesting character because he's very ideological. I mean, he was, as a leader, he's not a successful front man, right? Whatever it is, he doesn't have that force of personality, that charisma, that strength that means that people are confident in making him leader. And we saw that in 2015. And obviously there's that clip that's replayed forever when they asked, are you tough enough? And he says, hell yes, I'm tough enough. Everyone laughs. Obviously, it's just a nerdy guy trying to be tough, but it comes across really ridiculous.
I mean,
he just lacks that force of personality. But actually, as a thinker, he's quite a smart guy. And if you look at some of the things he was trying to do in the Labour Party in that period, whether it was concentrating on the costs of energy, he was talking about immigration controls, which was controversial then, but arguably it was sort of, ahead of its time in a sense, in terms of how Labour connected to its supporters, the green agenda and everything else, and also on the economy, where he wanted to move away from the Thatcherite consensus. He has basically said that he wants to be the equivalent of Margaret Thatcher on the left, that he wants to put forward basically an ideological policy, which is very different. And of all those people who were around at the New Labour times, many of whom weren't particularly sharp thinkers, he is the one that really is a bit of an ideas man, and also tends to tack towards the left more. I mean, obviously he was against the Iraq war, whereas I think Andy Burnham was a loyal supporter of Iraq war. He was basically supporting everything Tony Blair did. So Miliband's an interesting thinker and a man who has ideas and is quite a sharp thinker, but his problem is obviously as a personality, he just can't get any confidence in him as a leader, which is why he was such a disaster as Labour leader.
He's got a kind of, I could see him, he's got a kind of, not comparing, him and Dennis Healey are so different in terms of their personalities, but they're both kind of being counters. They just get on with the job, That's the impression I get from Ed Miliband. He's probably one of, considering he's not in the Treasury, he's probably been the most powerful secretary in the Starmer cabinet. For him to still be pushing the net zero agenda and also fighting out with the Treasury in terms of more money. And obviously, there's been reports about they're going to dial back on the electric cars target. So maybe that his wings have been clipped a little bit, and that might be a response from that might have been Starmer responding to the criticism. I think they're unfair criticisms. Even as someone that's probably, North Sea Oil, I've heard people talk, we should have the licenses for North Sea Oil and use the tax receipts to help with the cost of living. Look, I think if we had done this in the 1970s and done like a Norwegian style wealth fund, I think we would be in a good position to be doing that. I just, from what I've read, there's not actually much oil left, so I don't really know if we'd even be able to build a good reserve, but I could see an argument in that. So I think Keir Starmer has been trying to clip his wings a little bit, but it does show that like the balance of like you said, Matthew, the Treasury is probably the de facto deputy leader, but usually the Chancellor is politically joined to the hip with their prime ministers. Jim Callaghan and Dennis Healey, they were on the Labour right and they got on tremendously well. Margaret Thatcher's many chancellors as well. That's the irony of it, really, is that today we have presidentialised the office of the Chancellor, really, since Gordon Brown. George Osborne was there throughout Cameron's premiership. Then it was then I mean Boris had a few that left, you know, so he kind of broke that mold.
Some that were very easily forgettable, chancellors.
It does really show how much we've kind of presidentialized the office of the Treasury, and it's basically become the de facto prime minister. So I'd be curious to know what an Andy Burnham cabinet would do. Would he have someone on the left, someone like Ed Miliband, or would he try and get West Streeting, someone on the scene as on the Labour right? Now, I'm still a bit unsure where West Streeting stands. I mean, I think they're both in sync with each other, Andy Burnham and West Streeting. I think that's what would make me anxious as a Labour member. That is it going to be a real contest here, you know? And is West Streeting going to be the continuity candidate, or is he going to be the candidate of change? But I will find it very interesting how Andy Burnham and West Streeting decide to choose their chancellors, you know, and whether they get someone who's their politically a political opposite to them, or do they strengthen their leadership by having someone who is politically aligned with them?
Well, the interesting thing about West Streeting and Andy Burnham is that, you know, you can't just say that West Streeting is kind of wholly Blairite, because again, on the Iraq War, you know, West Streeting, albeit I think briefly, left Labour altogether as a party member over the invasion of Iraq, whereas Andy Burnham, then a loyal Blairite young cabinet minister, voted for it. So yeah, there's things that you think of that don't match what we think about them as political personalities. And, you know, West Streeting also, as president of NUS, National Union of Students, was very against tuition fees. So he has gone against the Blairite agenda. I mean, I've heard him say that, I mean, you know, ironic for those of us who are Lib Dems and who are big fans of the late, great Roy Jenkins. You know, I think West Streeting often thinks of himself in that kind of Labour tradition. Now, quite what we think about that.
He's in the wrong party, though, Matthew.
Well, indeed. But whether he is of that tradition is interesting. Just to say, I've just seen that apparently Sarah Pochin, Reform MP, has given an interview has given an interview where she said, if we get a good turnout, if we come a strong second, we'll be happy with our performance. That is code for saying they are not going to win this election.
Yes, that's expectation management. If you're already saying now second place is a good result, I mean, how you can say second place is a good result when you were second last time and your opinion poll ratings have doubled since then. I mean, you know, the second place will be the minimum. Interesting thing will be the turnout in this, actually, because generally speaking, turnouts in by-elections are lower than general elections, because obviously in general elections people are choosing governments. In by-elections they're only electing one MP. I think what you might well see in this election is that actually the turnout of the by-election is higher than the last general election, which is a rare thing, doesn't usually happen. But the turnout here last time was only 52.5%. I mean, Makerfield, basically with different boundaries, was formed in 1983. It's been a safe Labour seat really since then. So if you live in Makerfield, it's never really been a competition for the seat, even in the years when the Tories were winning huge majorities, even in 2019 when seats like Andy Burnham's old seat of Lee went Tory, Makerfield stayed Labour. So generally speaking, at a general election, this seat tends to stay Labour. Whereas this time, of course, there's a competition because Reform are putting a big effort in, but also actually you are effectively voting for a potential prime minister. So I think what we may well see this time is actually a higher turnout, which is a rare thing for a by-election, but I suspect we will see. I'd be surprised if it wasn't higher than the 52.5%.
And how much do you think is the anti-reform vote as well? Because we're seeing in these from opinion polls, you know, normally these would be it's still a Labour safe area, but in traditional elections it'd be a little bit more, you know, especially in by-elections with an incumbent government, they would be a little bit more competitive. You know, the Lib Dems would normally do quite well. The Greens, the Conservatives, you know, I mean, Conservatives, I'm seeing polls which shows that the Conservatives, the Lib Dems and the Greens would all lose their deposits. So how much do you think this high turnout is driven by one section of electorate who just do not want to see reform, getting in, so the coalition of the progressive electorate to vote out, to keep reform out, but also for reform voters on that speculation to say, well, we need to mobilise and get our vote out because clearly there's an element of tactical voting that's going on there. And obviously with Restore Britain now not learning the lessons that we've suffered from the centre and the centre left of taking votes from potential voters and standing and looking quite competitive. So how much do you think that's driving this election, Michael?
Well, I think that there is a large number of people. Reform is polarising in Nigel Farage. There's obviously a lot of people that want to vote for them, but there's also a lot of people who want to vote against them. And people will look in their own individual seats and say, for the significant number of people who are anti-reform, they'll look at their own constituencies and they'll say, well, which is the party that's best placed to beat reform? So they'll say, who came second last time, who has the local government base, who is visibly running a strong campaign with lots of posters and leaflets and things. If you look at Makerfield, it's clear that apart from Labour, Reform and to an extent Restore, Labour's the only anti-reform party that's clearly got lots of posters up in Makerfield, that's got lots of leaflets out. It's obviously got a very high profile candidate in Andy Burnham. The Lib Dems and the Greens, clearly it's not a Lib Dem target seat, it's not a Green target seat. They're not making a huge effort. They're not loads of Lib Dem or Green posters and leaflets.
But it's a vote
for win that seat are going to say, if you want to beat reform, it's Labour. So you're going to see a lot of the coalescing of the Lib Dem Green vote around Labour. Lib Dems and Greens got just over 11% at the last general election in combination in Makerfield. I suspect it'll be higher this time as some of those do vote tactically for Andy Burnham.
But it's a vote for Burnham, isn't it? I mean, I know kind of legally speaking, it's a vote for Labour, but in truth, people are holding their nose voting because of the Burnham factor. They're not voting because they're particularly enamoured at all by the Labour Party and its present leadership. Just on Restore, I mean, it's actually made me, I mean, obviously I abhor Restore's politics as I do Reform's, but it's made me smile this week that Reform's attack on Restore is that they're these horrid right-wingers who hold dreadfully kind of racist views and are politically beyond the pale. And I kind of think, there's some kind of, I better say allegedly, but there's some kind of hypocrisy there, I think. And it's been interesting to see the likes of the Daily Mail saying, who are these dreadful Restore people? Absolutely abhorrent. I'm like, yes, I'm glad you've cottoned on.
I'd like to get some opinions on the Reform candidate because he was on Question Time, and I think a lot of people agree that he was pretty. I'm going to be honest here. I could not have found a more unqualified person to stand as an MP. He didn't really know the issues. He basically deflected and said, "Oh, that's up for the party, up for the government to decide." When he was asking on, what is your view on this, and also just the terrible grassroots campaigning. I mean, I saw the other day. And it was not the campaign itself. It wasn't the campaign organisers, but they thought wise to stand and have a picture of someone saying, "I'd rather vote for Jimmy Savile than Labour," and that got into a lot of hot water because people saying, "What really?" I mean, politics is polarising, but I think even people who normally would be wobbling and probably, "Oh, we want to give this government a kick in, let's vote Reform." Or we don't want Andy Burnham, even they must have admitted that was pretty poor form. So I do wonder, from many of you two, how much do you think Reform's chances was handicapped by the candidate itself? Would it have been more competitive? Because if you look at the bookies, I mean, opinion polls do matter, but I think the bookies are becoming more important than the opinion polls these days because, unfortunately, we don't really do constituency opinion polling, and it's very, very high levels of margin and error because it's a small sample. But it increased. You'd think in a campaign, Labour's lead would fall in the longer the campaign, but it actually increased. So I wonder how much do you think the Reform candidate itself cost them this seat?
Well, I mean, I think the interesting thing is that, I can remember saying a few weeks back on Political Frenemies, saying that, you know, if I was, I mean, far be it from me to give Reform advice. Obviously, I don't want them to be successful at all. But if I was them, what I'd do is pick an ultra local candidate, so they can say, you know, whereas Andy Burnham is being parachuted in, albeit that obviously not really, because he is from that kind of area. You know, our candidate is ultra local, and he went to this school down the road, and he lives there. And now they did that. The only difficulty is that he was totally unqualified. And I mean, I think, you know, I chuckled to myself earlier today when I was watching. I think it was a newsagent's pod from yesterday, I think it was, and John Soapall said in his slightly dry way that the Reform candidate Rob Kenyon wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the toolbox, and I think that's quite right. I mean, I think that obviously there's been these revelations about some of the things he's supposedly said online in the past, including not very pleasant things about Carol Boardman and others. And that is the difficulty that Reform have. And this is why, you know, when people think that they're going to storm into Downing Street next time, they've got to find hundreds of candidates, right, that can become MPs. And that even if they're not going to be put into the cabinet, the expectation will be that they will say something in Parliament at some point. And can they find, you know, however many hundred candidates who are in any way fit to end up as MPs, and that can be relied upon to not say something, you know, outrageous. And I know they say, "Oh, we're all for free speech." Yeah, but okay, but you actually need people who can toe the line and who can play the game to an extent to be a coherent party of government. So I mean, I think that's one of the problems that Reform has. And now they have this challenger to the right of them. And you know, I mean, again, obviously, if I don't like Reform, I certainly don't like Restore. But it's interesting to see how Reform and Nigel Farage react to that challenge from the right. They obviously don't like it very much at all. They want to be within the, I mean, I don't think Reform are mainstream, but within the kind of main parties that we have, they want to be the most right wing, and they're not now. And I mean, it does worry me that people are voting well for both parties, but especially for Restore. And it'll be interesting to see if Andy Burnham does only win, and a win's a win, but if he does only win by the amount that Restore have taken off Reform, I'm not sure that's the biggest mandate for it.
Well, it should be said, I'll be very quick here, it should be said that Lucy Powell is, I've seen this now, Lucy Powell is, the deputy leader is actually at the count, and I don't think Labour would send one of its most senior people, although she's not in the cabinet, which I personally, you know, my dad thinks that's a bit regrettable, was he actually voted for her, so he feels like he wasted his time voting for her. Like, I don't think Labour would send a senior person. Obviously, they couldn't have got Keir Starmer or anyone from the cabinet to go, but I don't think Labour would send one so senior in order to account if they didn't think they're going to win. So I think it's most likely that they are going to win. And I think you're right, Matthew. I think Reform, I'll credit Reform. They did get someone who's local, and I'm not like, I think, you know, again, not my politics. You know, I don't know how interested this guy is in politics, but maybe this could be an apprenticeship for him to actually learn the graft of having to be, you know, and learn from that. You know, I'm not about snobbery here because I come from like a working class background. I don't always get, I'm a bit John Prescott in my words sometimes. So, but they didn't, you know, they were trying to cosplay the success of the Gordon and Denton. Let's get a plumber and hope that like, because Manchester loves plumbers. So let's just get a plumber and, you know, win. Michael, what are your thoughts? Or anything
so in terms of, is the Reform candidate a good candidate or not? In one sense, I would say, in one sense, he was quite a good candidate. In that, if you look at the result of the last general election, the Reform vote was enormous in that constituency. He got a very big vote. He was able to present himself as the local campaigner against Josh Simons, who was this outsider coming in to a safe seat. So he actually got a very good result at the last general election and came pretty close. It was one of the best results for Reform in the country. There weren't many places where there were 5,500 votes of winning in what had been a safe Labour seat. I think the problem he's got is by-elections have become national events again, which is good that we're obviously doing this live stream at a time when they are. There were periods where by-elections were very important. If you go back to the early 1980s with the launch of the SDP and the Alliance, they were big major events. You had the Shirley Williams election, the Roy Jenkins. They became national events where the candidates come under a lot of scrutiny. And if you look at the Darlington by-election of 1983, this is in the run-up to the 1983 election, the Liberal Alliance had just gained Bermondsey in the infamous Peter Tatchell by-election. They'd won it with a 44% swing. It was in the run-up to the 83 election. There was a big battle between the Alliance and Labour over who would be the main alternative to the Conservatives. This by-election turns up in Darlington. It had been a marginal Labour-held seat. Conservatives a close second. The Liberals had been quite distant third, but the Alliance were doing so well in the polls. The talk was the SDP could gain the seat. Now, they select a guy called Tony Cook, who's a local TV presenter on Time T's TV. You would think was a really articulate candidate. But this by-election basically becomes a national event. All the Labour, Neil Kinnock, Michael Foot, Dennis Healey, all the senior Labour figures go up. The SDP, all the gang of four, Roy Jenkins, Shirley Williams, Bill Rogers, David Owen are there. Tory ministers are there. It becomes a real big contest because it's in this seat that's quite a marginal in the run-up to the 83 election. And they do like these TV debates, similar to the one we had in Question Time with this by-election. They do these TV debates in Darlington. And the SDP candidate performs really badly. He doesn't really answer the questions very well, can't really string a sentence together. Ironic, given his job was as a TV presenter, you'd think he was perfect. But actually, when it came to not having a sort of script and being a candidate having to think quickly and deal with political challenges, he didn't turn up to be up to it. And in that election, the SDP came third, and it's often seen as being the thing that helped stop the SDP breakthrough when they could have overtaken Labour in the 83 election. And I think what's happening now is that by-elections are becoming national events again. So actually, if you're a parliamentary candidate in a by-election, as we saw with Matt Goodwin, as we're seeing with Robert Kenyon, you are under massive scrutiny in a way in which actually from about 1997 through to about 2015, with a few exceptions, actually by-elections were quite low-key. You often didn't even have by-election programmes. So in the 80s and 90s, you'd have BBC specials, even ITV specials, which would cover the elections. Parliamentary by-election candidates were expected to do daily press conferences where the media would come along and grill them and interrogate them. So if you were a poor candidate, like this Tony Cook in Darlington, poor candidate so far as not being able to stand up for yourself in front of the press, it would affect you. Then we go through a period where actually by-elections become less important. And actually, I suspect there are, in the late 90s and noughties, there probably were some quite mediocre people who got elected in by-elections, but actually you didn't pick up on it because parties very sensibly stopped having daily press conferences precisely because they thought some candidates weren't up to it. So they basically stopped these press conferences. The media didn't really cover it. But of course, now you've got these like by-election debates, like you had the Question Time. And now if you are not somebody who's frankly capable of almost being ministerial quality in terms of being articulate and able to put your message across, you're going to get hit by it. So actually, there have been plenty of backbench MPs who probably are not much more articulate than Robert Kenyon in the past, but they just haven't had the level of scrutiny that he's faced in a parliamentary by-election. And to be fair to the other candidates, Andy Burnham clearly is very articulate. I think he's a Conservative, but I thought Michael Winstanley, the Conservative in that debate, was pretty articulate as well. He's obviously going to get very heavily squeezed tonight, but in terms of his ability in the debate, it was quite good. Jake Austin did a good job for the Lib Dem, and the Green was pretty good as well, Sarah Wakefield. So I think Robert Kenyon's challenge is that these have now become national events, and therefore you've got the national media scrutinizing you. And I think there does now have to be a certain level of articulacy that you need to be if you're going to be in one of these winnable by-elections for a party, because you're basically becoming a national figure. I mean, if you think back to, some of the by-elections in the early 2000s, sort of West Bromwich East and some of these other ones, you wouldn't necessarily at the time have known who the candidates were. I mean, to be honest with you, does anyone know who the candidates are in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry or Aberdeen South? I mean, political nerds like us.
Tip of the tongue, Matthew, Michael.
Political nerds like us might do, but actually, if the SNP or Tory candidate wasn't that articulate in Aberdeen South or Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, it may not have actually been that much of a damage if they just kept themselves away from the media. But because Makerfield is such a high-profile election, you've got to have a certain standard of articulacy, otherwise you're going to get caught out.
It's interesting that you mentioned national campaigning, and I've just got up the BBC and about Keir Starmer's absence. He's not really been very active in this campaign, even though he's been saying, quite openly, "Oh, I want Burnham to win." I want to, get Burnham to win and help him in my government. So it's interesting that in these unusual set of circumstances where normally the Prime Minister would, be a little bit more active in the campaign trail, that Keir Starmer has been notably absent in that. So I just find that really interesting. And a comment from one of our, it's Must Hammer here, thank you, talking about what we said earlier about whether Keir Starmer will do a deal, and he thinks Burnham and Streeting, I should say, Birmingham and Streeting will do a deal. I would, if I was a Labour member, I would kind of hope not, because I think Labour, I think all three of us could agree that coronations don't necessarily help a party. I think they need to have real contest, but I don't think it'll be the last we hear of West Streeting if Andy Burnham was to win. I think he will undoubtedly return back into cabinet. But thank you, Michael, for those comments.
I was just going to say, we have the first result of the night, because there are 15.
Oh, wow.
There are 15 council elections going on. Well, there was a by-election in Rochford in a seat where Reform had gained the seat in May, in Essex. But the councillor resigned basically virtually imminently after being elected, and that's actually now gone Conservative. So I suspect that the Reform lost out a bit by the councillor just giving up straight away. So that's a Conservative regain in Rochford in Essex. So that's at least one good result for the Conservatives. I think there's 15 council by-elections, so we may pick those up as they.
And if they're to pick up the one if they're to pick it up that one in Aberdeen South as well, that would be a very good trend for the Conservatives. They have it's one. I saw an article where someone said it's a whisper quiet. Kemi might be doing a comeback whispered. I can't remember the exact line. So this would be a good trend for the Conservatives if they are picking up council wards and also winning in parts of Scotland.
Yeah, in a funny way, I think it's a good thing for politics. In the past, we would say, you'd say the candidate only matters. I think David Butler, the great psephologist, used to say a candidate only matters 500 votes in a general, in a parliamentary seat. The local campaigning on the ground doesn't make much difference. It's the national vote that makes a difference. Because now you've got 5 parties in England and 6 parties in Scotland and Wales, all polling quite significantly. Actually, there's not like a massive Conservative vote in one seat or a massive Labour vote in one seat. The votes are spreading everywhere, and how parties do will often depend on how they do in the local constituency. Which party can win the local elections, which party can is the one that knocks on doors, delivers leaflets, gets posters up, which party can establish itself as a challenger. So you get a situation where the Conservatives in Makerfield tonight may get historically possibly their worst ever vote. If it's less than 1.9% they got in Gorton and Denton, I think it'd be the worst ever Conservative parliamentary result. But on the same day, potentially they're going to do well in Aberdeen South. They may gain it, they may not. But you see this with other parties, like at the last election in seats where the Lib Dems were in second or were strong in local government. We were gaining seats, but in other seats we were struggling to win safe deposits. Equally, for the Labour Party in the seats where they were best placed to take from the Conservatives, they were gaining. In other places they were falling back. So we're seeing this thing now where I think in a lot of places people are saying, which party is best placed to win, which party is strongest on the ground. So there isn't this national uniform thing. So you could have, on the same day, the Conservatives doing very well in one seat and very badly in another. Whereas historically, you'd often see if a party was doing well in one place, it would have a sort of general trend towards it everywhere. I think that's happening less. And in a sense, politics is becoming much more localized again, which is probably a good thing, that people are looking at the candidates in their areas and the local parties in their areas and making judgments on those local factors as much as they are the national ones.
I think it's definitely becoming I would say it's becoming definitely quite fragmented. And I think if we were to flip this again, coming back to the anti-reform vote, I wonder in a kind of hypothetical, if the Lib Dems or the Greens were seen as we could win this Makerfield, would or Labour, people would normally vote Labour, or anyone that or even like small, One Nation Conservatives, Liberal Conservatives, would they all coalesce around the Lib Dems? And I think really it sort of highlights how, again, no surprise to we're all Lib Dems here, but it probably shows that really we are moving towards a European multi-party democracy, but we do not have the mechanisms of a proportional representation for that to live and breathe. So I do wonder if we will be it'll be the marginal seats that will be really interesting, where a lot of these tactical voting sites will be putting a lot of effort in how to persuade progressive centre voters or even centre-right voters how they should vote. And there might even be cases where it used to be stop the Tories. It's now become stop reform. Will they be telling Conservatives to vote? Will they be telling people in areas where the Conservatives are likely to be the main benefactor? Will they be telling Labour people and Lib Dems vote Conservatives? So that'll be quite interesting. Matthew, have you got anything more to add that you want to throw to myself or Michael?
Yeah, I just want to give a few final thoughts, and then I'm going to leave you guys because I'm up very early in the morning to go to a conference in London, and then I'm whizzing back to do Political Frenemies when you'll be joining us, Andy. So really looking forward to really looking forward to that. And this has been so much fun. Thank you. So look, here's my predictions, and predictions are a difficult game in politics, but I'm going to make them nonetheless. I think Andy Burnham will win. I think he might just win with a bit more than whatever the restore vote is, and I think that will be good for him. I think he won't challenge immediately, but I think we may well see ministerial and indeed cabinet resignations tomorrow, and that'll pile huge pressure on Keir Starmer. And I think the momentum will become unstoppable over the weekend, and then at some point, probably pretty early next week, when Andy Burnham gets down to Westminster, the challenge will be on, and I'm as certain as I can be that he'll be the next Prime Minister.
Good predictions there, Matthew. Well, in terms of this constituency, I think Andy Burnham will win. I think he'll probably just squeak 50%. So it might, be not comfortable. I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be very tight in terms of between them and Reform, but I think he'll get 50%, and probably. I think the Restore Britain won't have chipped away enough if he gets over the 50% threshold for it to matter. So I think Andy Burnham will win, and the rest of predictions I'll reveal once we get the results, hopefully later on. But yes, thank you, Matthew. Thank you for joining us. You've been a great contributor as always. And I will see you. I'll see you. Well. Oh no, it's still technically not Friday. So I'll see you tomorrow. I can say that.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Yeah,
Thank you, Matthew. Take care.
Bye.
Lovely seeing you.
Well, we do have a third election, of course, third by-election in the wonderfully named Arbroath and Broughty Ferry by-election, which perhaps has the award for being the nicest named constituency. A new seat created largely out of Dundee East and Angus, two seats that were have traditionally been very solidly Scottish National Party. There's some theory here about Lib Lamb cons the establishment. They'll even invent Restore. I mean,
Oh, I mean,
I don't know if Sargon of Akkad is the invention of Morgan McSweeney or something, or whether he genuinely is very right wing in Restore. But I suspect Rupert Lowe had his disagreements with Farage, and that's why he's formed Restore.
Interesting.
The thing is, the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry election. If ever there was a seat which was likely to be SNP, I mean, it is this one. It comes from two seats that historically were very Scottish nationalist. Dundee East was one of the first seats to go SNP. There was a by-election there in 1973, which the SNP nearly won. It then goes to the SNP in February 74. Is one of 7 seats they win. Gordon Wilson becomes the MP there. In 74, he becomes leader of the Scottish Nationalist Party in the 1980s. It's one of only 2 seats to vote SNP, along with the Western Isles in 1979. So it's a pretty solid seat. And the Angus seat has traditionally been very Scottish nationalist as well. So historically, it's a pretty solid seat. You're getting some news from the count?
Yeah, there's an update from Aberdeen South. So the results still not in yet, but the Conservatives are quite hopeful of Aberdeen South. So assuming that is all substantiated, then it could be that this will flip from the SNP to the Conservatives. I do wonder if because is this the seat of Stephen? He was the leader of the SNP in Westminster, wasn't he, for a short while?
Yeah. Stephen, not Stephen Gethins. He's the other seat. Yeah.
And this actually draws parallels with Andy Burnham's seat as well. Like, has there been examples in the past where someone's had to resign? Now, it's obviously not his fault. He then won a seat. So the reason why this is a by-election is that he won a seat in the Holywood in the last Scottish parliamentary election. So because of the rules, he's not allowed to stand into parliamentary seats. So he resigned his Westminster seat so that he could stand as the MP, as the member of the Scottish Parliament in Holywood. So, do you think that Aberdeen South, that's an example of where voters might have felt like, well, we voted for the candidate, we voted for the SNP. This is not right. Why has he decided to? Why did he stand for Westminster and not do? I mean, he's been in Westminster politics for quite a long time, and it's quite a tight contest, if I remember. So, do you think this is an example where the public is giving him a kind of bruise, giving the SNP a bruising, or do you think it's a candidate factor? Was he just a very popular candidate?
So, there've been cases before where this has happened. So, in 2021. The SNP MP for Airdrie and Shotts, I think, gets elected to the Scottish Parliament. So the 2021 Airdrie and Shotts by-election was caused by the SNP MP becoming an MSP, and the SNP held that with a reduced majority. There's quite a lot of cases where MPs resign because they take on other jobs. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, Boris Johnson stood down from Henley in order to stand for mayor. Various people in the past have stood down as MPs because they became High Court judges, or they went to the House of Lords. So David Waddington, when he was Home Secretary and MP for Ribble Valley in 1991, gets sent to the Lords by John Major, which is a bit of a mistake because people get annoyed by this and they vote Liberal Democrat in that by-election in Ribble Valley in 1991. So there's a number of cases where people resign from Parliament and cause by-elections, and that tends to have a negative effect often on the party defending the seat, because people say, well, why are you causing an unnecessary election? I mean, ironically, it probably looks like it's not going to have that effect in Makerfield tonight. I mean, I think Reform have tried to run on that this is just Andy Burnham using Makerfield as a stepping stone to become Prime Minister, MP standing down when he didn't need to. But I suspect fact that they might be electing a potential prime minister is probably quite a pull factor for voting for Andy
Makes
Burnham.
exciting, yeah.
And you can have the prime minister as your MP, and obviously that probably means that they can use their position to help the local area more than the average MP could, because obviously as prime minister you get a lot of access to the people making the decisions that can affect your area.
Yeah.
But I think generally speaking, if by-elections are caused unnecessarily, people do get a bit annoyed by it. So that might hit them a bit. I mean, Aberdeen South is a seat which has voted often against the trend. I would say it was a Conservative gain in 1992 against the trend. It was a seat which historically was very weak for the SNP. When you look back in the 80s and 90s and noughties, most elections they were coming fourth. It was one of their weaker seats. It just happens that in recent years it's become one of their stronger seats. But I mean, the Tory party wasn't that far behind at the last. It was a pretty dreadful general election for the Tories in 2024, and they weren't that far behind. So it would be a good result for the Conservatives at a time when they're losing support to gain a seat. But it is, if you had a list of seats that they might potentially gain, this probably would be quite high up, because there is the issues as well. The fact that the oil industry is a big thing and they're using that as a sort of wedge issue to stepping on the side of the oil industry, the SNP are.
Is there a sort of unionist factor as well? I mean, I can't pretend to know how they voted in the referendum, but is there probably, again, very similar to the example of Andy Burnham, unionists this time coalescing around one party that can win against the SNP?
Absolutely. So Stephen Flynn's vote share at the last election was only 32.8%. And even if you throw in the Green vote, which I suppose is a sort of independence vote as well in Scotland, because the Scottish Greens, I think, are for independence, that's only 36.3. So actually, if you put in all the unionist parties, Labour, Conservative, Reform, Lib Dem, they basically get nearly 2/3 of the vote. So if one... Conservative, Reform, Lib Dems are the unionist parties. If you and Labour, if you add those together, that is about 2/3 of the vote. So if one unionist party can mobilise the unionist vote, then obviously they can be in a position to quite easily beat the SNP.
Which is interesting, considering the Conservatives, a centre-right party, are the benefactors from people who would normally vote Scottish Labour or Scottish Liberal Democrats. Yes,
it's an interesting dynamic in Scotland, that obviously you have a number of cross-cutting factors that people may see themselves as progressive and therefore want to vote Labour, Lib Dem or Green, but equally they might see the biggest issue that they are unionists and therefore might want to vote for the main unionist party. So you see people that sort of cross pulled by different factors pulling their voting intentions. But the Conservatives at the last election in Aberdeen South, although they were third, they were only 150 votes behind Labour, and they were 3,900 behind the SNP. So it wasn't a massive gap. It's also a seat where Reform tended not to do that well. I mean, they saved a deposit and got 7%, but it wasn't a very strong seat for Reform. So it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously the Conservatives will flag up Aberdeen South as a big win, and it will obviously be a morale booster for them at a time when they're going down in the polls. In this year's local elections, they lost a lot of the council seats they were defending. The party is declining, so they will obviously cling to this as a positive result. Though I suspect even if they do gain it, it's obviously going to be overshadowed, as the Arbroath election will be overshadowed by Makerfield, because obviously that is potentially an election that will decide the future Prime Minister of the country. So in terms of the other seat, we were talking about Arbroath and Broughton Ferry. I mean, Labour came quite close at the last election, but obviously Labour are now phenomenally unpopular. So we would expect, I think, the SNP to hold that seat in an area which has traditionally been solidly SNP.
Again, the parallels, fascinating. You've got, examples where the incumbent party is not popular from either borders. And yet, at least for one at least for one SNP constituency, that looks to be pretty safe, and maybe Aberdeen South might end up being a little bit competitive, even if the Conservatives do win that. And obviously for Labour, for Makerfield, we've got again a very unpopular incumbent government, and yet an example where the individual, the person standing in the Makerfield, and obviously looking to change the shape of the government, might end up breaking that trend that Labour's been currently suffering at the moment since their election victory in 2024.
It is, yeah. I mean, if the Labour Party, if Makerfield was a sign that the Labour Party, as opposed to Andy Burnham, was doing better, then obviously you would expect them to be quite challenging in Arbroath tonight, because they only lost the seat by a few hundred votes at the last general election. And the fact that it looks like they, especially when the SNP are in so much unpopularity with the whole scandal over the financial issues, you'd expect the Labour Party to be challenging strongly. The fact they aren't obviously shows that Makerfield is a sort of Burnham vote rather than a Labour vote.
Yeah. And do you think Keir Starmer made a miscalculation not allowing Andy Burnham to stand in Gorton and Denton? Like, I know there's been a lot of talk that he might be given a cabinet position, and I think it would have to be a very handsome and powerful cabinet position for him to consider it. But do you think he made a serious miscalculation not allowing Andy Burnham to stand in Gorton and Denton? Because the likelihood of Andy Burnham wanting to take on a cabinet role, it seems so unlikely now, very less likely than it could have been had he allowed him to stand in Gorton and Denton. Or do you think it was always in Andy Burnham's? Again, we're only theorising and we can't get into Andy Burnham's mind. Or do you think it was always going to be challenged if Andy Burnham had been allowed to stand in Gorton and Denton?
I think he's always looking for the leadership. I mean, I think him and Starmer there's been bad blood between them for some years, really. I think even when Starmer was leading the opposition, his relationship with Andy Burnham at times was pretty bad. So I would be surprised if Andy Burnham would want to join a Starmer cabinet. I mean, the whole thing I think about Andy Burnham's appeal is he's obviously wanting to be a change from Starmer, and I suppose if he goes into the Starmer cabinet as a senior cabinet member, then basically he just becomes tainted as part of the administration that he wants to be a change from. So I suspect he wouldn't want to go into a Starmer cabinet, whatever happened. Had he stood in Gorton and Denton, the chances are he would have won, and it would have saved Starmer the embarrassment of losing that seat and coming third. And it would have given less momentum to the Greens, who gained the seat, and that gave the Greens obviously momentum in some Labour areas. So it probably would have just been easy if he'd let him stand in Gorton and Denton, and Labour could have won. It might have held back the Green surge, but Andy Burnham's obviously quite ambitious. I think he realises that the only way he's going to turn things around is if he's seen as a completely fresh broom and a new start. And that means not sort of tainting himself by going in with the Starmer government. It means he needs to be seen as a complete change from it, I think, if they want any chance of winning at the next election.
Which, again, I think that's why West Streeting has been trying to corner Keir Starmer to go, because, I think if I was Keir Starmer, I'd be putting on traps. Obviously, the main opponent is Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham is going to be the big threat. I think for Keir Starmer, he would want to portray West Streeting as, well, you were in my cabinet. What are you? Are you the change candidate, the continuity candidate? And I think West Streeting may even struggle with that, even though I do, like Matthew said earlier, I do find him a more impressive communicator. And I think he does have, albeit a little bit shallow views on what social democracy or progressive capitalism is. I'm still not quite sure what he means by that, but I think he has got ideas. I think he does kind of want to present himself as, a light version of Blair, but still being his own kind of person. And again, I think he's a better communicator than Andy Burnham. But I think West Streeting does have the problem that are you the change candidate or are you the continuity candidate? So I think that's why West Streeting has been wanting Keir Starmer to resign. But obviously, a lot can all, we'll probably find out by, I think you're right what you said earlier, Michael, that I think Andy Burnham will he'll do a very gracious victory speech if he wins, and I think we won't probably hear for another day about what happened for Keir Starmer. I think it'll just be a time for Labour to sort of celebrate and take in the win, and obviously see Andy Burnham back potentially back into frontline politics, whatever shape or form it is. Right, have you got any other interesting? Because again, I think what I would really find interesting, it has to be an example of someone who, like, it resigned for politics, and then basically went like.
Okay, so
yeah, has there been an example like that? Because I feel like I want to say Disraeli may have potentially lost his seat, then came back, and he'd been prime minister. But I could be completely wrong there, because I know him and Gladstone had a very massive back and forth duel, and flipped the government every so often. So maybe I'm confusing the two. So have you got anything to share with that? And I just need to get a drink while you do that. So I'll be back shortly if you can entice that.
Okay, so one example where a senior figure did lose their seat was Arthur Balfour, who was prime minister. So in December, he wins. The Conservatives win the 1900 election with a big majority under Lord Salisbury. He then resigns in 1902. They win a big majority at the time of the Boer War. It's called the Khaki election. Basically, the Conservatives are seen as the party that won the Boer War, winning the Boer War at the time. So they do well. They get a huge majority. But then the Conservative government between 1900 and 1905 goes through huge splits and divisions over free trade and protectionism. Lord Salisbury stands down in 1902. He gives way to Arthur Balfour, who's his nephew. Lord Salisbury's name's Robert. So if you ever hear the phrase "Bob's your uncle," this originates from 1902, when Lord Robert Salisbury stands down in favour of his nephew Arthur Balfour, hence Bob's your uncle, and Arthur Balfour becomes prime minister in succession to his uncle, Lord Salisbury. The government becomes very unpopular, very divided. He decides to resign his seat, resign as prime minister in December 1905. So people often ask, when was the last time a prime minister lost his seat? I suppose the answer is sort of Arthur Balfour, in that he resigns as prime minister in December 1905, even though he's got a huge majority still, and basically says to the Liberals, take over and govern. They sort of don't want to because they haven't got a majority. So they instead force an election in January 1906. So although Arthur Balfour is not officially prime minister, he effectively is, because he was until a few weeks earlier. He loses his seat in Manchester East. At the time, it was the worst ever Conservative performance, the 1906 election. They're down to 156 seats, only worsted by 2024 and the 121 they won then. But obviously, Arthur Balfour, losing his seat, needs to get back into Parliament. So he manages to get a Tory MP in the City of London, Alban Gibbs, to resign his seat. And even though 1906 was a terrible election for the Conservatives, the City of London still voted 75% Conservative. So although it's a difficult time for the Conservatives, it's a pretty odds on that even Balfour can get back in a by-election there, which he does. He actually gets 79% of the vote and he returns. So there's somebody who was Prime Minister, loses his seat in the general election, and then comes back a few weeks later in a by-election. Now, we're pretty harsh towards party leaders these days who lose elections, pretty harsh towards party leaders who win elections. I mean, it's less than 2 years since Keir Starmer won the biggest Labour majority apart from the Blair landslide of 1997. Now it looks like he's being pushed out because he couldn't get a good poll rating, has been losing in midterm elections. And we see other prime ministers like Boris Johnson, who'd won a landslide in 2019 and wasn't that far behind in the polls in 2022, but the Tories got rid of him. And obviously Rishi Sunak went very soon after the 24 election. So these days, politicians who fail generally get shown the door very quickly. Wasn't always the case. So Balfour has this disastrous election in 1906, but actually gets kept on as leader. So he comes back in a by-election in the City of London a month after losing his seat. And he gets to lead the Tory party in both the January 1910 and December 1910 general elections, despite leading them to the worst defeat at the time ever in 1906. He loses those two general elections and then does stand down. Bonar Law takes over as leader of the Conservative Party. Although Balfour does make a return during the First World War, he's Foreign Secretary, and obviously with the Israel-Palestine conflict being a big issue now, Arthur Balfour is probably better known now, rather than being Prime Minister, for the Balfour Declaration of 1917 about a Jewish homeland in Palestine. So Arthur Balfour loses his seat as effectively Prime Minister in 1906 and comes back in a by-election. Realistically, who do we think will win in 2029? Very good question. It's very difficult to know. It's an uncertain time. That's from Agent 93. It's a difficult time.
Excellent question.
To predict things. A very good question. If the polls are to be believed, Reform are in the lead, and have been in virtually every opinion poll for the last year. However, we have an election, real votes in real ballot boxes tonight in a seat which is one of the most winnable seats for Reform. Reform could win Makerfield and come nowhere near a majority at a general election. It is one of their top target seats. They're only 5,000 votes short, and it looks like they're not going to win tonight. So, the conclusion from Makerfield could be, well, if they can't win this seat, which is one of their top targets, how are they going to win anywhere else? But obviously it's special circumstances with Burnham being involved. But I think at the moment it is genuinely uncertain. This is a period of time when we have 5 parties in England, 6 in Scotland and Wales, all polling quite well. And it is, I think, a genuinely difficult election to predict,
And to bring Canada back in, I'm sorry, Canada's getting a lot of airtime for this recording, but it does show that with a change of leader, you can change things around. So people might remember that, Justin Trudeau, who started off broadly popular. I mean, he did a tremendous upset for the for the New Democrat Party, who had always been a third party in Canadian politics, but then with their leader Jack Layton, they propelled themselves to be the official opposition. And there was actually talks that they might actually end up forming their own government, albeit possibly as a minority government in Canada with support of the Liberals, because the Liberals were pushed to third. And then Justin Trudeau came in as the new leader then. And then they were still kind of third in the polls, but then through election debates, they ended up propelling themselves and ended up unseating Stephen Harper, who was the Conservative Party and Prime Minister. But within a short space of time, a lot of his support was beginning to be eaten away Justin Trudeau, and it looked like that the Conservatives were going to take back government in the last Canadian elections. But they then decided that they'd go for Mark Carney, who had shown interest in wanting to be the new leader of the Liberal Party. And there were world events as well. Before that, there were the Trump tariffs as well that really sort of resonated for Canadians to have sort of this sort of Canadian nationalism, a resurgence of Canadian nationalism, because there'd been a long talk since the free trade agreement that Canada's economy was too tied to the Americans, and an argument would be made in the famous Brian Mullaney debate, which shares almost similar last name as you, Michael, but not quite. Debate. there was famous debates where the then Liberal leader, I forget his first name, Turner, said it will end up being an imperialist, a puppet state to America. So I think that kind of international events helped the resurgence of the Canadian Liberal Party, but also with the election of Mark Carney, who proved himself to, again, a clean slate, a more a sort of big tent Liberal, because there have been arguments that the Liberal Party Canada had probably moved too far to the left. So Mark Carney comes in and kind of built a coalition that was more big tent and would be willing to accommodate the views of more traditional progressive conservatives that used to exist in Canada, more what we call One Nation Liberal conservatives, their own Liberal brand, but also the New Democrats, which had really, since Jack Layton, never really recovered back to being a party of much prevalence. So I think it does show that it can matter. Changing a leader can really matter for political parties, but also parties in government. The idea that the malaise and fatigue can turn around.
Absolutely, and so to bring Agent 93, because he's got two questions in. Realistically, who do we think will win in 2029? I think a lot of it will be whether Labour can recover and how Reform get on. They've also added, do think a lot of the general public have lost trust in the Tories and Labour? I mean, the answer to that is clearly yes. I think it started in some ways at the last general election, the combined Conservative Labour vote, 57% was the lowest it's been since Labour and the Tories were the two main parties after 1922. We've basically seen a lot of people got very fed up, clearly, with the Conservative government. The Conservatives had their worst ever vote share last time, 24%, their lowest seats, 121. So people turned their backs on the Tories. But obviously, since Labour's been elected, people have turned their backs on Labour as well. Both parties are clearly losing support. So absolutely, do I think a lot of the general public have lost trust in Labour's and Tories? Absolutely. These are, by far the worst vote shares that, if you look at the opinion polls, the Tories and Labour have had. The results in the local elections, where both parties have suffered heavy losses in 25, 26, it's pretty clear both parties are unpopular and losing support. And clearly a lot of people are looking for alternatives. So we're seeing, in terms of the Greens and Reform going up, Lib Dems doing well in some areas. Perhaps also the Restore position might partly be because of the unpopularity of the Tories, in that one of the attacks, obviously, they've been levelling against Reform is, you say you're the party of change, but you're taking on people like Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman, Nadine Dorries, who were senior figures in the last Conservative government that failed. So certainly one of the sort of Restore attacks on Reform is that they're putting in a lot of these recycled Tories who people blamed for some of the mistakes of the last Conservative government.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think as well, when we've talked before about the I still plan to carry on the history of Liberal leaders, but we talked about I'm doing Liberal leaders from time of Archibald Sinclair to I won't do Ed Davey because he hasn't served his time as Lib Dem leader. So but I think he will undoubtedly have a very important legacy for our kind of revival, because it's the Liberal Party of old and the Lib Dems and the Alliance have always been one of revivals, a roller coaster of revivals, of then of reaching our neighbours, then reviving again. But we talked about how infighting can often plague a political party, and the Liberal Party, certainly by the turn of the 20th century, issues over free trade, over the war, conscription, because we introduced conscription, which was seen as very illiberal, and it was something that Asquith did it with a very, I don't know if Asquith actually introduced conscription, because I think he was such a traditional Liberal, and obviously David Lloyd George. They always had this rivalry between Lloyd George and Asquith, even though politically they were quite similar with each other, but in terms of their personalities, they were very kind of far apart from each other. And again, we were in a war coalition with the Conservatives, and a lot of Conservatives thought David Lloyd George was a better man, would be better equipped as a leader to help leaders into the war effort. So he then unseated Asquith. But infighting and fractionalism and sort of open disunity can really plague a party, can really damage a party's reputation. So I think we are probably seeing a change in politics. I think we are becoming, I would argue that we've become, it's part of Margaret Thatcher's legacy, the individual. We are consumerist electorate. Not many people join political parties anymore, which is a shame, because I think people can still be allowed to join political. If you're interested in politics, I think you should join parties that you feel best, and that doesn't stop you from joining, moving to other parties if you feel like, oh, they've gone too far this way, whatever. But just the ecosystem's changed so much. People aren't members of political parties, and people are a lot more fluid and elastic with their voting habits. And they almost do it as like a shopping list, which party best suits for my needs. And I think that's the legacy of the kind of individualism as away from the more collective, tribal and party loyalties. So I think that is probably the big takeaway of today's modern politics. People are just a lot more individualistic now, and are willing to be a lot more flexible and fluid in their voting. So yeah, but I definitely think Labour came in promising not to have the chaos and disunity, but obviously we are getting a repeat of that. So I think that might be why people are a little bit fed up with of sort of Labour and the Tories. So, but great question. There's another one that I've just seen. I've never voted, and I'm not far as people made brand restore, but I'll probably vote for them as I don't trust Farage really. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I think Farage, he's kind of seen as, there's been criticisms that he's seen as a bit of a carpetbagger. He'll say anything, because he was in UKIP, and you could argue that he was a little bit more on immigration. He used to talk about having immigration caps. It was not about race or culture. It was about numbers. And I think some people might think he's a bit of a fellow traveller, a carpetbagger, and someone who will just say anything to win votes. Maybe that's an unfair criticism. So that might be a factor why Restore Britain is probably doing well, because of Rupert Lowe's integrity and principles, one might say.
The argument that Restore make is that a lot of the people who vote for them are people who wouldn't otherwise vote. I think there's mixed evidence here. Clearly, there are people who haven't voted who will vote Restore, so they are picking up non-voters. If you look at the Great Yarmouth results, the turnout there was actually pretty high, and they won on pretty high vote shares. So it does look like they are getting votes there that wouldn't normally turn out. Now, Great Yarmouth, they've got the MP in Rupert Lowe. I mean, the question is, how many seats in the country can Restore credibly position themselves as being a bigger challenger than Reform? They can do that in Great Yarmouth. I think they'd have to prove it by winning local elections in other places and beating Reform to show that they're the main right-wing alternative there. And they are picking up some Reform votes. I mean, there is evidence that about 1 in 7, or I think it was, Reform voters from the last general election are voting Restore now. So they seem to be picking up a combination of non-voters and Reform supporters.
And I think with, there's been a lot of parallels between, the sort of 80s Labour going more to the left and the split in the progressive vote. And there's been parallels between this now for the right, parties of the right now, they're now going through that. And I think there's similarities in terms of Restore Britain, in that you could have someone, Michael Foot was he was not a great leader. He was actually he was seen as the compromise candidate, but really the Labour Party was being shaped by Tony Benn. He was basically kind of the leader, the unofficial leader of the kind of the left-wing brand of the Labour Party. And I think Restore Britain's going to have a similar problem, in that they're probably going to be in danger of being seen as a bit of a, your whole party is based on one leader, because he is personally, there are electorates who do like Rupert Lowe and do find him personally popular, but it's being able to bleed that through into the party and be able to get candidates who can also go on that kind of on the policies of Rupert Lowe. So I think Restore Britain might be in the danger of what Labour had, or any party, any one of the left. Polanski's kind of going through similar experience where your voter base coalesce around one person, but which is all fine. That's all fine to, that might be fine for your politics, but in order to translate that into being electable for the whole country, that's another matter. So it will be interesting to see whether Restore Britain does end up in danger of just being seen as a personality cult based on one leader, or will they be able to get a good spread of good quality candidates in order to make breakthroughs outside of Great Yarmouth? So I think that also needs to be taken into account as well.
Yeah, so obviously we last couple of years we've talked about how Reform have split the vote with the Conservatives on the right, and now of course we're talking about how Restore is splitting the vote with Reform on the right. I mean, historically, the Conservative Party would often say, "Oh, we're the most successful political party in the world," and their success was based on being able to basically be the only credible right-wing party and to unite basically the entirety of the right vote around them. Parties to the right of the Conservative Party never really succeeded. They were often seen as too extreme. I mean, National Front in the 70s, the BNP in the noughties made some minor progress, but never really made a serious breakthrough. What we see now is obviously the right-wing vote splitting. I think the glue that sort of held the Conservatives together, I think, was always they were the anti-socialist party. That certainly, as soon as the Labour Party was formed, the Conservative Party could basically portray itself as a party as the defender of the middle classes and aspirational working classes against as the socialism of the Labour Party. And so whatever internal disagreements people may have had within the Conservative Party, it was less an ideological party, more a party that was basically a united front in favour of the defence of property and income and against socialism and the Labour Party. Now, I think as Labour became perhaps less socialist during the Tony Blair years, the Conservative Party became much more concentrating on issues like Europe and immigration, where people on the right weren't particularly necessarily always united. And so we see the splits and divisions on the right now. And in a way, in the past, the left would have ideological tests where people were considered not left-wing enough or too left-wing. And so you'd see splits in the Labour Party and the creation of the SDP and so on. Now there's very much this ideological test on the right, where if the Conservative Party is seen as not being right-wing enough, not having delivered on issues like immigration sufficiently, people will go to Reform. And if Reform and Nigel Farage is seen as being not right-wing enough on things like remigration, people will go to Restore. So I think what's tended to happen is the Conservative Party historically was a very pragmatic party that was really just a sort of anti-socialist front. I think what's happened in recent years is the right has become much more ideological. There's much more ideological tests, and where parties are seen as not sort of passing those tests on issues like immigration and other issues, people are going off and leaving the Conservative Party to vote Reform, or even in some cases Restore.
Yeah, and because even now, some might say, well, even under Margaret Thatcher, was it far more pragmatic. Now, there's a lot of myth busting to be done with Margaret Thatcher. She certainly became a lot more dogmatic in her views the more elections that she won. But we forget that in the 1979 election, her and Jim Callaghan, their policies wasn't actually that much different. In fact, and I've heard Dominic Sandbrook said this, if people were allowed to mix and match, they basically wanted the Conservative Party to win, but have Jim Callaghan as Prime Minister. because she was still personally unpopular compared to Jim Callaghan. But in terms of their manifesto, and I read the manifestos, and I've got to say, I thought the Liberal Party was more ambitious. You know, they were calling for a land value tax and to lower personal taxes. You know, they were I thought they had way more ambitious policies and about co-determination and cooperation between industries and between workers and employers. But the Conservatives and the apart from the usual the red meat debate, like, you know, Labour called for a wealth tax, the Conservatives called for lower taxes. In terms of like financial structure, in terms of monetarist policies, they were actually pretty much in sync with each other, which is why again why probably people wanted a Conservative government, but they wanted Jim Callaghan as Prime Minister. But Margaret Thatcher in her first term was certainly a lot more pragmatic. And you have to remember that her first cabinet, there was quite a few wets in there, and that was done deliberately in order to balance her cabinet. And there was still quite a few One Nation Tories and wets who would later still serve in the cabinet. I think Michael Heseltine, he's always somewhat been a bit more of a wet, One Nation-y kind of person, and he lasted quite long in the cabinet until the Westlands affair. So I think you're right. I think the Conservatives had traditionally done well when they are seen as a lot more pragmatic, and and seen as the voice of the the friend of the sort of lower middle classes and the aspirational working classes. That's what usually wins them votes. But to be against socialism, or the expansion of socialism, but obviously, we live in different politics now where Labour has largely embraced, depending on the leaders, have largely embraced the free markets, but usually they call for stronger welfare provisions but they've largely embraced the free market. And I don't think there'll be any time soon returning to a siege economy that Tony Benn advocated. But I think now issues of immigration in Europe has actually kind of dominated the Conservative Party. And sadly, the Conservative Party have not really reconciled with that, have not really been able to sufficiently answer the concerns of those voters. So I think that's why their vote has become very fragmented. So I agree with you there, Michael. And that was an excellent question, who asked that before. Just to let you know, so I've got the screen up here. Politics UK. Labour sources are now increasingly confident of Andy Burnham winning the Makerfield by-election. One said, "Think we've got it in. We think we've got it." Another, "Feeling good." And that is from Politics Home UK. Now, obviously, we live in a social media age. I don't know why. I have seen a few reform leaning supporters saying they think they've won it and they think they've done it by 5%, which is why it's always very important to try and look for a sort of a range of media sources. So, I don't know why they do it personally in social media when the votes have already been counted. I think it serves no point other than probably to feed in the, if I'm going to be a bit cynical, feed in the flames of, votes rigged, whatever. But this is from Politics Home. And again, Lucy Powell's at the count. And I don't think she'd be at the count if they weren't convinced they got this. Over to you, Michael.
So at this stage, you'll have two stages of the count. There's the verification of the count where they tip out the ballot boxes and they check that the number of votes in the ballot boxes are the same that have been counted at the polling station. And then stage two is when they actually physically count the votes. Now, when they tip the votes out of the ballot boxes, this is an opportunity for party members to watch as the votes tip out, and they can tally and they can see what is happening in the seat. So there now will be representatives from all the parties at the count in Makerfield and in Aberdeen and in Arbroath, looking at the tables and seeing, as the votes tip out, how they're dividing up. So if one person is clearly winning, if Andy Burnham is winning quite comfortably, people at the count will basically know that already before the result is declared, because they'll be able to tally up the votes as they come out of the boxes and see that they're going heavily one way or another. Now, the caveat to this is that parties will have different supports in different areas. So there may be a ballot box from an area which is very Labour, So you'd expect Labour to do well. There might be a ballot box from an area that's more considered Reform, where you'd expect Reform to do well. But obviously, if there's a ballot box from an area you'd expect Reform to do well and Labour were winning, that would give you a good indication that Labour were doing better than expected, and vice versa. So at this stage, the party activists should have a good idea of the parties, and they'll obviously be feeding it back to Party HQ, what's happening at the count. And if Andy Burnham has won fairly comfortably, then they will know now by gone 12:30. There's been 2.5 hours. They'll have seen virtually all the ballot boxes.
Yeah, I should say as well that we had Lucy Powell at the count. I think Culture Secretary, is she at the count? I can't quite tell. It looks like she is at the count. So Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy. So they have got someone representing the government at the count, which again shows a really good sign. She is playing a little bit more caution. She says no question that Andy Burnham has been pulling back votes for Reform, but I think she's been a little bit more cautious. They're not panicking here, but there's no room for complacency. I think that's probably a bit of politics there. If it looks like they are going to win, it's a good bit of politics if they think they're doing quite well. But again, I can see why she's being cautious. We're not the ears on the ground, unfortunately. I'll try and get updates about what other sources are saying in terms of the numbers. But again, that is a good sign, and no appearance from senior Reform source. I think Sarah Pochin might be at the count, or at least she's commented, but I'm not yet hearing. Because I remember there was a few contests where Zia Youssef was appearing at the count. I think for us, that's a good indicator if they've won, or even possibly Nigel Farage. I think that if Zia Youssef or Nigel Farage is at the count, then that is a good indicator that Reform are doing well, but the fact that they are absent suggests otherwise. And also, to bring a little bit of colour, we have to remember there is the Monster Raving Loony Party, which for people that don't know, it is a satirical political party. It's not a serious party. It always has comical manifestos. Although, to be fair, some fun fact here, one of their manifesto promises was to have passports for animals, which actually did get introduced. So there you go, some little fun facts for you. But no, they are the traditional standard bearers of the establishment, comedy, satirical vote. If this is a tight contest, has there ever been examples where voting for the joke party has actually cost the election of a politician? Is that never been proven? Because that's always been the worry, that you shouldn't vote for Monster Raving Loony or Count Binface, who I think is actually appearing on the ballot for this election, or is that just a lot of myth there that doesn't hold up to water?
I suppose the question is, if you're frustrated enough with the political process to vote for Count Binface or the Monster Raving Loony Party, you probably wouldn't be voting for one of the major parties otherwise. You may just abstain. So it might just bring people to vote that wouldn't otherwise vote. Elections can be close. I mean, the one Corn Helsby by-election was won by Sarah Pochin by single-figure number of votes, which does show that, every vote can make a difference. And there are seats where, tiny numbers of votes can turn an election. Fife North East. I think in 2017, the SNP majority over the Lib Dems was 2 votes in that seat. So, and there was Winchester in 97 that was won by, talking about Aberdeen South, Jerry Malone, who was the Tory MP for Aberdeen South between 83 and 87, lost Winchester to the Lib Dems by 2 votes. He then took it to court and contested the election. They reran it in a by-election, and it ended up with a 21,500 Lib Dem majority. I think people thought he was being a bit of a bad loser in forcing a by-election, having lost. But sometimes a handful of votes can make a difference. Some more results are in from the council by-elections tonight, because there are 15 wards, I think, where there's council elections tonight. Conservatives have held a seat in Hillingdon. It was a Conservative, fairly safe seat. And Plaid Cymru have held a seat in Wrexham, although Reform did come quite close second there. There's a few more things there. Ex-agent night.
And I don't know if you've got this, Michael. Moorside Bury, Counter Maiden, Labour have just hold it. So they and only a small drop in the support from last time in that council by-election. So Labour
in Bury, yes.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, it's an interesting one, that one in Bury, because Reform came in a close second, but actually the Workers' Party, George Galloway Party, came in third. So they got the Conservatives went from 25% to 3%, so a big drop in the Conservative vote there. In the Rayleigh County Council by-election in Essex, that was a Reform seat, but they actually fell to third place. The Lib Dems came second, and the Tories took that from Reform. So yeah, there's a whole mix of results tonight.
I think again it shows how volatile these elections are in these areas, and I think as a strategist it would just completely tear my mind, because you think, I think we are moving away from a safe seat these days. I think they are slowly not going to begin to exist. I think it's going to really be the very deep heartlands where you will find safe seats. But I think it does show how topsy-turvy it is. And again, like, if the Conservatives are making these gains off Reform, and obviously Labour have held on to that Bury seat, then it does show that a lot is to play for. And like maybe this might this might be they might be able to bounce back from it. Especially Labour, it's always been, a lot of people have written off Labour before. They've written it off with Gordon Brown, but maybe this might be a sign to come for the Conservatives and for Labour.
Yeah, I think it does show that campaign on the ground in each individual seat is very much individual at the moment, and it can produce different results. And a party can do very well in one seat and then not very well in another, and often I think it is just down to the candidate. And so Agent 93 said, I think the fact Restore will probably come third in Makerfield, only being a 4-month-old party, shows there's signs they could grow until 2029, but I'm new to politics. Yeah, so I think, so one prediction I was going to make, which I think is fairly straightforward on this, is that the Conservatives, Lib Dems and Greens are all going to get squeezed in Makerfield. And between them, they did get a pretty substantial vote share. About 22% of people, the last general election, voted Conservative, Lib Dem or Green in Makerfield. But I think what's happening is people have basically got on the ballot paper, do you want Andy Burnham to be Prime Minister? And in terms of supporters of those parties, it's seeing them being squeezed. I suspect they'll all lose their deposits. Might see a record low vote for the Conservative Party tonight. We'll see, but I think also the Lib Dems and the Greens are going to get squeezed. But the squeeze isn't happening to Restore, which is the interesting thing here, which is the indications are they may come third, despite not having stood in a parliamentary seat before. So I suppose the question is, why are they not being squeezed? And I suppose it's because there's two questions really. One, do you want Burnham to be Prime Minister or not? But secondly, if you don't want him to be Prime Minister, do you want the sort of alternative to be a Reform alternative or Restore alternative? And obviously Restore are sort of having a more radical alternative to Reform, and that is clearly appealing to some people. The question tonight will be, to what extent will they be squeezed? And obviously, if Burnham's majority is less than Reform, if Burnham's majority is less than the Restore vote, will Reform then say, oh, we only lost because of the Restore votes? Now, Restore have sort of come back and said, oh, well, a lot of our people wouldn't have voted Reform if there wasn't a Restore candidate, that just would have stayed at home, so you'd still lost. But that will be interesting to see how that plays out, if that is the factor. It may be Burnham wins by more than the Restore vote, so that didn't make a crucial decision.
And before an excellent question again, Slipstreamer, thank you. I suppose it kind of answers this one, with now that Metro mayors are looking to becoming quite important now, and the extension of powers and Labour's devolution plans. And I think all political parties have got plans to devolve more powers away from Westminster. How important do you think, Michael, is this going to be the new normal now? If we do end up having popular mayors, I'm thinking for the Conservatives, Ben Hochen, Andy Street. Is this going to be the new normal now? Will we end up having situations where is this opening Pandora's box? Will we end up having, like, especially if we start getting more mayors and more powers and more person, will this become the new normal? And from Slipstreamer here, which sort of connects, if Burnham was to win, do you think Keir will fight a leadership challenge? Thank you for that question. So leave that with you, Michael.
So in terms of mayors becoming politicians in national politics, it was in the past it's been seen as a sort of stepping stone from sort of being a mayor to national politics. One of the French presidents, was it Chirac, who was mayor of Paris and then goes on to be president of France? And then of course Boris Yeltsin, I think, wasn't he mayor of Moscow, and then he went on to become president of Russia. So maybe it is
mayor of Moscow, and then he became president of Russia, which was in conflict with Gorbachev. It was like, hang on, I'm the president of the Soviet Union. Anyway, carry on.
So, yes, he kept the vodka industry, I think, single-handedly in place in Russia.
That didn't stagnate during the economic shock, the vodka. Anyway,
there's one election where he had to try and prove he was still in good. So he starts dancing, and I think he sort of ends up having a seizure afterwards. I think because he sort of overexerted.
He was actually trying to conduct an orchestra, so it was even worse than that.
If Burnham wins, do you think Keir will fight a leadership challenge? Well, the thing about Keir Starmer is, this is a stubborn guy. You know, he's having all this. To be fair to him, he's resilient. You know, there's a lot of hate towards Starmer, a lot of negativity towards him, but he still plows on. This isn't the guy who throws in the towel. So I get the impression he will fight the leadership challenge. I suppose a lot will depend on whether the people close to him, if they stay loyal or not. I mean, if he gets sort of virtually every minister coming up to him and thinking, no, you got to give up, you got to go, then maybe he'll throw in the towel. But otherwise, he's the sort of person who's very resilient. He clearly, I think, thinks it's his purpose and his mission to be prime minister. So I can see him fighting for it. And there is personal bad blood, I think, between him and Burnham. I think going back some years, I know Starmer's office were briefing against Burnham some years ago. So I can see Starmer fighting it. Similar, obviously, to Boris Johnson, the way, you know, he never gave up, you know, until sort of 50 ministers or whatever it was resigned. He was still trying to fight on.
And he would argue as well that, you know, I got elected on a mandate, so it's my mandate. What is Andy Burnham going to achieve? Because if he goes too far off the manifesto, it will get blocked in the Lords. So he'll have to call an election that he would argue the public do not want. He's obviously got a bit of backing from John Major, who I think is a very respected. I think I respect him more as a post-prime minister than as a prime minister, for someone who lived during my youth, lived under the sort of final years of John Major. But he's got his backing. He'd argue, look, we can't keep, again, it'd be another prime minister forced to resign due to party infighting. We can't keep having going on and on. Starmer would then argue the markets will wobble, because they always do. They'll always wobble. They do not like, if there's anything the markets want, even if you get, well, maybe not like the Bennite siege economy, but even if you get a left-wing government, there'll be a bit of a wobble to start, but as long as there's some stability, they will then adjust themselves a little bit. What they don't want is this uncertainty, particularly given the criticisms of Andy Burnham that he's seen as a bit of a flip-flopper, you know, because he talked about we shouldn't be holding up to the bond markets. Then he went off script and said, oh, no, I didn't mean it in that. I want to join the European Union. Oh, no, I don't mean. So there is a question there for Andy Burnham about predictability. So that was what Keir Starmer would argue. And also some fun fact here, the last prime minister to be voted in office and elected out of office was Edward Heath. That is 50 years ago. 50 years. And that is quite, and I do, as much as I don't think Keir Starmer's been a very good prime minister, I do think there's a part of me that thinks you should die on that hill. You know, you got elected on a mandate, and we should allow the public to decide on what they think of the outcomes of that government. And I think if you're being,
Yes.
and there'll be people who'll be a bit cynical and say, "Oh, it's traditional, party politics, blah blah blah." But anyway, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Your
Yeah, I think prime ministers are just becoming more and more unpopular now. Every single one is becoming unpopular. It's very difficult for any prime minister to maintain popularity. We've seen it since Theresa May and Boris Johnson, obviously Liz Truss in fast forward, very quickly that happens, and Keir Starmer, Rishi Sunak. So I think whoever takes over is going to have a difficult job trying to get popularity, because unfortunately at the moment we're in a situation where it does seem like nothing works in terms of public services and the economy, the cost of living. People are very upset and angry, and no government has yet sort of delivered. So whoever takes over is going to have a difficult time.
Yeah, and I think there's serious questions as well about governability, and I think Australia was plagued with it as well. I've got Aussie friends who laugh at us now because the irony. I mean, they've had as many prime ministers as I've had hot dinners. From Tony Abbott to Malcolm Turnbull, Julia Gillard, Kevin Rudd. The list goes on and on. But the fact that I've got Aussie friends laughing at us sort of really shows how sensitive the public are these days. And yeah, but I've just got an update. Interesting on BBC
turnout.
Official turnout. So again, what you've said, Michael, about how this under this particular set of circumstances, this has become quite a important election, and also a general trend that we are seeing in by-elections normally have quite low turnout, but in the last few by-elections, this has become a trend where we've actually seen quite high turnout. In fact, in some cases, higher turnout than the general elections. What do you make of that? Why do you think that is, Michael?
So we've just seen that the turnout is up by more than 6% on the last general election, which is very rare, because usually the turnouts in by-elections are much lower. I think partly it's because in the past there were a lot more safe seats. Often you'd have a by-election in a safe Labour seat or a safe Tory seat. People knew which party was going to win. They knew that it wasn't going to change the government. Maybe because it was fairly obvious that one particular party was going to win, other parties didn't fight it very hard, and therefore turnout tended to be lower in by-elections than it was in general elections. What we're seeing now...
Turn my lights on.
Okay.
Sorry there, carry on.
What we're seeing now is that obviously this by-election is incredibly important. It's potentially got the future of the country on it. If you're a voter in Makerfield in 2024, you're voting in a seat that's always voted Labour. You're perhaps not particularly motivated to vote because you know who's going to win in your seat. At this election, there's obviously uncertainty because Reform did sort of turn it into a marginal seat at the last election, and they are putting a strong effort in. But also, of course, you're potentially voting for the Prime Minister, which obviously people in Makerfield haven't done before. So I suppose in terms of how valuable your vote is, in a sense, the vote in the Makerfield by-election is more valuable than it was in the general election last time, because it was fairly obvious that Labour were going to win last time, whereas this time there's more uncertainty, but also you can directly influence who's going to be the next Prime Minister. So I think the value of your vote is so much higher in Makerfield this time than it was last time, that it's pushing turnout up. Now, the interesting thing will be what happens on the same day in Aberdeen South and Arbroath. Will the turnouts there be lower than the general election? So Arbroath was 58%. I wouldn't be surprised, so it was higher than Makerfield at the last general election. I wouldn't be surprised if that's down quite a lot. I mean, it's a fairly safe SNP seat at a time when the SNP are going through a lot of trouble with all the stories about the financial dealings of the former chief executive and things. So their voters are probably not going to be too motivated to vote. Labour came second last time, but Labour outside Makerfield is struggling. So I suspect they won't get their people to turn out and vote. And it's a seat where Conservative, Reform, Lib Dems were all a fair way behind. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in Arbroath in terms of the turnout. But I suspect there we might see a lower turnout simply because it seems fairly obvious that the SNP are going to win, and people probably aren't terribly motivated to vote there.
It seems to be suggesting that, given that, the BBC, so have the Tories won Aberdeen South, with reports that the Conservative chairman, is he the Scottish Conservative Party chairman? I don't know if they have a Scottish chairman in the Conservative Party.
No, it's Andrew Bowie, isn't it?
Yeah. But received a message saying his party won Aberdeen South. Obviously, this is before a declaration, but obviously they've got ears on the ground, so maybe it's looking pretty comfortable for them. Maybe it was becoming too obvious in the count, the paper tallies. So yeah, it would seem that it would seem to suggest that we are going to get an early count, and it would probably be due to the turnout in this election, or possibly the complete rejection of the SNP candidate, given the scandal that's rupturing in Scotland, the fact that their popular SNP candidate has gone, so there might be an incumbency factor here as well, or the fact that voters for, we're going to cut our noses to spite face because we don't want another election in Westminster. So this will be very interesting to watch. But it looks like they have got it in the bag. The Conservatives.
Yeah. This is a seat the Conservatives have, say, in the past have won this against the odds on them. They won it in '92. It was the only seat they gained from Labour at that general election that voted Labour. The previous general election, they gained it in 2017. In the year when Theresa May was going backwards nationally, but they were going forwards in Scotland. So it is a seat that was voted Conservative against the trend before. And in a sense, Labour and Reform are concentrating their efforts on Makerfield. That, in a sense, has left the field open to the Conservatives to make a strong challenge in Aberdeen South, with the SNP going through all the difficulties that they're going through at the moment in terms of the whole scandals involving the former chief executive. If the Conservatives are the one party that's putting a big effort into Aberdeen South and can portray themselves as the main alternative to the SNP in Aberdeen South, then they can win it against the odds. And also there is a specific local factor. So if you look at the last Parliament, you had 3 by-elections on the same day in Selby, in Somerton and Frome, and Uxbridge. And in Selby and Somerton and Frome, the Tories were defending 20,000 plus majorities. They lose Selby to Labour, they lose Somerton and Frome to the Liberal Democrats. But in Uxbridge, where they were defending a 7,000 majority, Johnson's old seat, they hold on, and they did that by running very strongly on the EULAs thing, you may remember, the emission zone charge in London, and so they won Uxbridge against the trend. I think they've perhaps done a similar thing to Uxbridge if they've won this one, in that they've tapped in on the whole issue of the oil and gas in Aberdeen, which is a big issue for that area. I mean, I think I only saw clips of Prime Minister's questions, but I get the impression, I think, was it Claire Coutinho was the Tory spokesperson at Prime Minister's questions, I think kept mentioning Aberdeen South in her questions, which clearly gave an indication of where the Conservatives' efforts were going in. So, yeah. So to be fair to the Conservatives, what they've done is they've obviously seen that there's a way in Aberdeen South, that Labour and Reform are all concentrating on Makerfield. And they can perhaps come in and run a strong campaign and pinch a seat from the SNP in Aberdeen South by being the one unionist party that's making a big effort there, and by running strongly on the oil and gas issue. So they've run a pretty good tactical campaign there, and if they've won, well done. It's obviously a good result for them.
And I think as a strategy as well, I still think that, and I think we are seeing a slight change in Kemi Badenoch's strategy. She is talking more about, let's use the tax receipts from North Sea Oil, let's allow the licenses. So again, there's that local factor there where they depend on the oil industry for jobs. But as a national policy, it might be good for them to sort of be the pro-business, small states, small taxes. So I think as an analyst, it'll be quite interesting. Obviously, it's all in a vacuum. You know, was it only for that particular electorate in Aberdeen South? You know, is it, you know, can that be replicated throughout the country? But maybe I would suggest for Cami Badenoch that they could try a tack where they could just be, you know, small C Thatcherite Conservatives. We want the state out of our lives, you know, blah, 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 rather than what I think hasn't really worked for Cami, which is trying to out-reform reform, which I just don't think they were ever going to achieve. And I've noticed even in her questionings, Prime Minister's questions, she rather avoided the questions that is ruptured through the country regarding you know, she gave opening statements regarding Belfast, and she gave opening statements regarding I can't remember the issue now, but there was another incident the week before. But rather than making political points, she decided to make opening remarks and try to be, in some ways, trying to mediate it a little bit. So, but her questions at PNQs was more about traditional conservative things like taxes, like defence, like law and order. So this might be, again, all in a vacuum, but this might be a good, if they do get that win, that might be the chance for the Conservatives to strategize and to sort of think more deeply about where they go in terms of direction. And it's a shame, really, because again, if it wasn't for Makerfield, this would undoubtedly have been on the front pages, getting in the papers, making the media headlines. But I suspect that despite this victory, that it'll probably end up going pretty down on the list. And this will be another example where Cami has had a win. I think there's been a few examples where, in terms of local elections, even though the local elections were pretty bad for them this year, they actually had a few successes where they ended up gaining councils. So, yeah, all to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the places where they sort of gained, it was generally places that were sort of right-leaning, but Reform couldn't get themselves in, like Westminster and Wandsworth. I think it was, generally speaking, sort of places that voted Remain and therefore weren't likely to vote Reform, where but had some sort of wing economic element to it. Reminds me a bit, actually, there was a by-election about 20 years ago in Dunfermline, which was just after Charles Kennedy had to resign as party leader. It was a Labour seat. It was near Gordon Brown's seat, and it was generally assumed Labour would hold on. But actually, the Lib Dems put a huge effort in and had a popular local candidate in Willie Rennie, who was well known, and also were running on a number of issues to do with bridge tolls and so on. And they managed to gain that seat. And I think it does show that in a by-election, you know, if you can tag on to a particular issue like the oil and gas industry, which clearly the Conservatives have in this particular seat where it's a big issue, and you can be the one party that makes a big push on that. And also, if you can present yourself as the main unionist opposition to the SNP, then you can win. I think what it does show is that we're just going through this multi-party politics where it is 650 different local contexts. And in some places, it will be a Conservative Labour battle. In some places, it will be a Reform Labour battle. In some places, it will be a Liberal Democrat Conservatives, Liberal Democrat Reform, Green Labour. There'll be a whole different constellation of different challengers in different seats. And so people will really have to look at, you know, in their own seats, which are the parties that got the local councillors, which are the parties that got the were first and second at the last election, which parties are the ones putting the big effort in with the poster displays, the leaflets and people on the ground, who is in the contest in your seat. And I think people will presumably have seen in Aberdeen South that largely Labour and Reform will have concentrated on Makerfield, and therefore in a way sort of left the ground open to the Conservatives there. And obviously the Conservatives had a message which resonated on oil and gas, which, yeah, there aren't that many constituencies where that message is going to have as powerful a message as Aberdeen, because it's such an important part. the economy. So it's not something that the Conservatives can replicate in every constituency in the country.
Yeah.
But in that area, clearly it had a resonance, and therefore they've been able to go in there and exploit it. So I think it does show what we'll see tonight, really, is just that we are in this era of multi-party politics. So we'll see a Makerfield where it's a Labour reform battle, and Aberdeen South looks like it'll be an SNP Tory battle. Arbroath on the same day, the SNP may well hold on reasonably comfortably. So it is about the local constituency and the candidates and the sort of local strength of parties that will make who the challengers are in each seat.
Yeah, especially with how technology now, you can really, you know, through ads and Facebook ads and stuff like that, you can really target. I know this because I'm a data engineer by profession, and I often do Google APIs and Facebook API. You know, you can really target particular audiences. So even though we are living in a very digital age, a very global age, you know, that doesn't limit the fact that you can probably do Facebook ads or canvassing or whatever, getting your you know, and all that on local issues. So I do think if it'll open up space for the Conservatives to perhaps have a more climate skeptic view. I think we have drifted away from the times of David Cameron's, you know, green agenda. So I wonder if this result, it might even begin to, because sometimes I don't know if you know much about this, Michael, but I imagine there might be examples of constituency by-elections wins where it might have actually changed the course of a party's direction. I don't know if there's any evidence of that, but I do wonder if that will open up that space and have a more climate skeptic agenda for the Conservatives.
There was an extent to which Uxbridge and the ULEZ sort of did that with the Conservatives, in that they perhaps took a more sceptical approach to the environment after that result as well. But you see in other issues, things like the poll tax, that when the Conservatives lost Eastbourne in 1990 in Ribble Valley and Mid Staffordshire, that really meant that they could see the poll tax was very unpopular, and so they ditched that. So, and there was, I think, the 10p tax issue when Gordon Brown abolished the 10p tax rate. I think that took place during the Crewe and Nantwich election, and he had to do some changes to the tax system to try and compensate the people that lost out by that change. My
old constituency. That was my old constituency seat. Yeah.
You weren't there at the time of the election, were you? 2008. No, right.
That'd be too young. I think it was 17, I think. I want to say.
So sometimes policy changes can make election results can change policies, certainly.
Yeah. Speaking of let's get some more by-election history. So we've mentioned him already, and the dangers of particular members or electorates basically circling round one leader, and that is Tony Benn. So can you tell us, have you got anything about Tony Benn's re-entry into politics in the Chesterfield by-election? Because that was an example where Tony Benn very much, you know, he lost his seat in Bristol Southwest, I want to say. Yeah, I got that. Bristol's. Anyway, he's my dad's MP, by the way. My dad's from Bristol, so it was a campaign that he helped canvass. And he always says it was probably my fault, Andrew, why he lost his seat. So he lost that despite the enthusiasm and personal popularity of him by sort of Labour activists. He still lost that seat because it was becoming a more marginal seat. Ironically, Bristol's now become a more progressive and Labour-friendly, Green-friendly area, but it didn't used to be the case. It was quite, you know, it was certain seats, it was quite marginal. So can you tell us about Tony Benn and how he ended up in the Chesterfield by-election? Because he also stood for the leadership later on, not right away, but he did try and stand for the Labour leadership to challenge Neil Kinnock.
Yeah, so Tony Benn, during the 70s, he stood for the Labour leadership in 1976. He got, I think, 37 votes. He finishes ahead of Dennis Healey and Tony Crosland, but he comes fourth. But he's behind Michael Foot and Jim Callaghan and Roy Jenkins. And obviously, Jim Callaghan becomes Prime Minister then.
Study Jim.
Tony Benn moves to the left during the 70s and early 80s. He has this alternative economic strategy, which is very much based on mass nationalisation, import controls, protectionist economic policies. He's also in favour of getting out of the European community and unilateral nuclear disarmament. And he manages to get the Labour Party to have a lot of policy changes. He also pushes for the change in the election of the leader, because the Parliamentary Labour Party were the sole people that decided Labour leadership elections until the early 1980s, when him and various other left-wing activists managed to change the rules so that the trade unions and constituency executives get to vote as well as MPs, on the belief that they would be more likely to vote for a left-wing candidate like Tony Benn and less likely to vote for right-wing people like Dennis Healey. The 1980 leadership election, Benn was expected to stand, but Labour had voted for an electoral college in which the leader would be chosen by the members of the local party executives, which were quite Bennite, and trade unionists, as well as the Labour MPs. But Jim Callaghan resigns after the Labour conference in 1980.
Yeah, a year later, wasn't it?
He resigns before the new electoral college comes in. So the new Labour leader in 1980 is going to still be elected by the MPs only. Tony Benn is interested in standing, but I think is persuaded not to, because the general view is the Parliamentary Party won't vote for him because he's too left-wing. They then have the 1980 leadership election, and Michael Foot beats Dennis Healey. I think Ben had expected Healey to win, so then he could, when the new system for electing the leader came in, when local party members and trade unionists had a vote, he could then challenge Healey for the leadership. Actually, Michael Foot has a surprise win and becomes leader of the Labour Party, and Dennis Healey becomes deputy leader. So Ben stands against Healey in 1981. Famous deputy leadership election. Healey gets 50.426 of the vote in the electoral college. Ben gets 49.574 and narrowly loses. He still has ambitions to be party leader, though. As you say, the 1983 election is a very bad one for Labour. A lot of Labour MPs lose their seats, including Tony Benn. So when the Labour leadership election takes place in 1983, Ben has lost his seat in Bristol East and can't contest it. Interestingly, similar to the Andy Burnham situation, there is a Labour MP called Jeremy Corbyn, who's elected at the 1983 election for Islington North, who apparently did offer to stand down in favour of Tony Benn in a by-election, but doesn't actually do it. So Ben can't stand in the 1983 leadership election, and that is won by Neil Kinnock. Eric Varley, who's the Labour MP for Chesterfield, who's actually quite right-wing, member of the Shadow Cabinet. He decides to leave Parliament, creates a vacancy in Chesterfield. There's a by-election in 1984. Ben manages to get himself selected for it. He's seen as a potential leader of the Labour Party still. He gets voted in. But obviously it's not long since Neil Kinnock has been elected leader, so Ben doesn't challenge him. And in fact, Ben finally challenges Kinnock in 1988, by which time Kinnock's been leader for 5 years. Although Kinnock doesn't win the 1987 election, he's generally seen as having fought a very good campaign. The Labour campaign in 87 was a lot more professional than the one in 1983. There was Kinnock the movie, which is a famous, you can see on YouTube, famous Labour Party broadcast.
And there's the famous
speech, I'm the first Kinnock in 1,000 generations to go to university, which
beautiful
who famously plagiarizes that speech and temporarily ruins their career.
Mr. Joe Biden, well, President
Joe Biden, yes, Joe Biden's running to be the Democrat president in 1988. He copies Neil Kinnock's speech. Somebody realizes his speech has plagiarized Neil Kinnock, and he's forced to withdraw from the 1988 Democratic
before internet as well. I mean, that's some great work.
Yes, somebody manages to find it. So that means he doesn't then become president for another 32 years.
It was through that broadcast. I mean, people parodied it as Kinnock the movie, and I think Spitting Image did a very a typical Spitting Image fashion. They did an excellent kind of sneering and ridiculed it. But a lot of people, it did actually give Labour a bit of a bounce. You know, a lot of people forget that actually, after seeing that, even though he's portrayed as the Welsh windbag, a lot of people admired his oratory and that kind of lyricalism to Wales. You know, because I think the problem with Joe Biden is that he talked about he was talking about like sort of Wisconsin or something. It doesn't have the quite same ring to it as say Wales, does it really? So
Yeah,
it might work,
I
but
mean,
yeah.
I mean, Neil Kinnock was a very good orator. I mean, it was a classic case of somebody's strength being turned to a negative. So the Sun and various other newspapers called him the Welsh windbag. So it was just a way of taking what was a positive, which was quite a good platform speaker and orator, into a negative, call him a windbag. But basically, Ben returns in 84 to Chesterfield. He doesn't challenge in 1988. By then, his sort of peak time has passed. He's in a sense seen as a man of the past. And in the end, in the 1988 Labour leadership election, Kinnock gets 89%, Ben gets 11%. I think there was a lot of it was to do, I think, with policy issues. The Labour Party had gone into the 83 and 87 election committed to unilateral nuclear disarmament, which Tony Benn was a big fan of, but it was a very unpopular policy, which helped keep the Labour vote down. I think Kinnock by 88 realised the policy had to change. What's the news? Is it?
Conceded. Right. The SNP have conceded defeat. So this is from the Herald. I thought I'd find a Scottish news source because I think we'd probably get a bit more updated results. So this is for Aberdeen South. Tories beat SNP in historic win. I don't think they've done the count, but the SNP have conceded defeat. So it looks like the Tories have had a good night, it would appear.
Yes, and it's not often parties will concede early on, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty decisive win for the Conservative Party. Obviously, that's a positive for the Conservatives. I think it shows that in a particular seat where they can portray themselves as the main alternative to the SNP and have an issue that they can run on that's popular, they can still win. So again, it shows that in the right place, a Conservative candidate can still win. I don't think it takes away the fact the Conservative Party is still in a pretty challenging condition, but it's a positive result for the Conservatives. Restore Britain leader confident will get more than 2% of the vote. Yes, I mean 2% is setting a bit low.
It'd be kind of pegging with like the Greens, Lib Dems, and who I think have basically just accepted that they're going to vote for a party to either vote for Andy Burnham or for Reform UK. So, but like someone said in the comments, nothing to be snubbed at considering it's a new party. It's not at the infrastructure, but I don't know. I don't think it's something I'd brag about. So, but there we go. So they might get 2% of the vote, or more than 2%.
Well, I would expect. I mean, if they can get, I would expect. I think 2% is a bad result for them. I mean, I think they've got to at least get 5%, if not 10%. So it'll be interesting to see what they get.
I was admittedly being quite generous there, but I think they need to be. But if they were polling 8% now, if it was looking tight between Andy Burnham and Reform, and I think it was like 49-50. Now, if that 8% polling, if true, because polling can be a bit, constituency polls are particularly not very reliable because of small sampling, and polling companies don't often do it a lot. But if it is true, and it is only got 2%, and Reform just sneak in, then I think that would be significant, really, and like of tactical voting and how that's going to become increasingly more important. And I know especially be a blow for Andy Burnham, say like let's say like 2% of the Greens, and that 1% might have made a difference. So
yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I would anticipate Restore Britain saving the deposit, and if they don't, then they.
I think that has to be. That has
given
to be
the number of
threshold.
people, they mobilised a huge number of people in Makerfield. They were putting a lot of effort and intensity in. If that doesn't get 5%, I mean, we did see in Gorton and Denton there was the Nick Buckley, who was a well-known candidate who stood for Advance UK, the party of Ben Habib, and he only ended up getting like 0.5% of the vote. So that was the example where the party to the right didn't get many votes. But I assume Restore, given the effort they put in, will get some significant vote share.
I think if they got about 4 to 5%, that would be decent. I think if they got over 5%, then that would be a good result for them. Obviously, a lot's been talked about membership numbers. You know, Greens had a surge of members. Reform UK have had a surge of members. The traditional parties have kind of either stayed flatlined or dropped in the case of Labour and the Tories. But I think it does show that and Restore Britain has had quite a lot of got quite a good social media footprint. But I think it does show that it might be good that you've got your members or you get a good social media presence. But if you can't get them to, it sounds like they did try and campaign, but members, how many members you've got and how well you're doing social media doesn't always translate to mean that's how many in terms of votes. And there might have been some voters who just find them too right wing, too deplorable for their own politics, that they thought, no, I'd rather stick with Nurse for something rather than something worse in forms of Reform UK or Andy Burnham. So it does show that it.
I'm just going to take a break for a minute or two. I'll see you in a mo.
Yeah, no worries. Let's return to me. Can we? Oh, right. Right, just myself here. So for anyone just joining us, welcome. My name's Andy and welcome to the Yellow Rebel, and I am doing a live recording of the Makerfield by-election. We are covering other elections as well. So we have got two Scottish Westminster seats in Scotland that are being contested as well. And it looks like the Conservatives might have taken Aberdeen South. So early results coming in showing that the SNP have lost. The report being that Aberdeen South, they have lost. The SNP have lost that seat over to the Conservatives, which would be a good trend for the Conservatives because they've not really been getting the media space and the attention really. But I think they're probably going to struggle getting that media space and attention with the Makerfield by-election, which is happening here, which is the main thing that we're focusing on. So I'm joined with Councillor Michael Mullaney. He's just gone on for a quick break. So we're also, to make this interesting, we're also doing a theme of political comebacks, because no matter how we package this, this looks like this is going to be Andy Burnham's political comeback, his return to Parliament, but also the return to frontline politics, whether it be in form of as being a cabinet secretary under Keir Starmer's leadership, or what's most likely going to happen is that he's going to trigger a Labour leadership contest and basically replace Keir Starmer as leader and eventually as prime minister. So political comebacks is what the theme is, and we've been looking at past by-election examples and past election examples, from examples like Roy Jenkins and Shirley Williams in the 1980s. We also looked at Tony Benn, the titan of the left, who lost his seat in Bristol East. which is actually my dad's in constituency. He was my dad's local MP, and he actually canvassed for Tony Benn. So my dad always likes to joke that it was probably him that cost him his seat. But he ended up coming back in a by-election for Chesterfield a year later, ended up winning that by-election. And then, similar to Andy Burnham, he also triggered a Labour leadership contest, not right away, but he triggered it about 4 years after in 1988. And he got a resounding defeat from that. So, yeah. So let's just see what the news is saying. I'll be honest, I've only really focused on the BBC and Sky News, and obviously the Makerfield, the Manchester Evening Times, which is also reporting on this by-election. You'd think that a local Manchester local source would be doing, but you never know. So let's just look what's being said. So Rupert Lowe, we have heard earlier that Rupert Lowe would be... and there is Michael. Michael is back.
Hello.
Good timing there, Michael. So yeah, Rupert Lowe is at the count. He thinks he'll be confident that they'll get more than 2% of the vote. That's what he said earlier. That was being reported by the BBC and other news sources. I don't know if he means getting more than maybe 2% is what people's been thrown around at him. Maybe they're saying you're only going to get to 2%. And he might be saying, well, I'll get more than that. But if he does mean we'll get more than 2%, but I don't think that's a particularly good sign. And Labour confident that of Labour's confidence growing after a high turnout. So yeah, I'm glad. So there we are, keeping you all up to date here. And hello again, Michael.
Hello. So I've heard some sort of sounds from the count that Restore are doing quite poorly, but we'll see what happens if they do get the vote. Now, we were talking earlier about turnout, of course. Now, by-election turnouts are usually lower than general elections, and the fact that Makerfield is higher, over 6% higher in the by-election than the general election, shows what an important contest it is. But as we suggested, if you look at the vote in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, it went up in Makerfield. What's happened in Arbroath? It's virtually halved. It's gone down from 58% to 31.6%. So well done on last time. Those are the figures which Angus Council, 31.36% turnout, have just put up. So there's a big drop there compared to the last general election. And again, it just shows how, whereas in the old days, there used to be a pattern that, if turnout went up in one place, it would tend to go up everywhere. And if one party was doing well in one place, they tend to do well everywhere. Now it's very much an individual thing. So you can see an increase in turnout in Makerfield because it's seen as an important contest. Is going to make a big impact on future politics. And then you can see the turnout just absolutely collapsing in Arbroath because it's seen as a less crucial battle, because it seems fairly obvious who's going to win, and it's not a particularly significant election in terms of wider politics.
And there is a trend that we are seeing, like not in all local, obviously you've given examples where actually it hasn't mattered, but I think in very competitive areas, particularly when politics is becoming very polarizing, we are seeing a particular trend where actually people are now turning out in quite, like at least for local elections, quite high numbers, sort of like 30-40%, which is quite unusual for a local by-election. So that's something of particular note that I've noticed. And obviously, I think in elections that are seen as more competitive, obviously with Makerfield, again, turnout is sort of become like the driving force of that as well. And yeah, so it's interesting as well, given the those Welsh by-elections or council by-elections. It's interesting that Plaid Cymru, which obviously did so well in the Welsh Parliament elections, in both of those, even though they have held those seats, they've actually seen a drop in the share of the vote. I haven't got the ears to the ground in Welsh politics, but I wonder if this is
There were
sign
three
that
in,
maybe, yeah.
there were three in Wrexham. They were all held by Plaid Cymru, but all of them saw
Drop.
quite
Yeah,
so
and
two
one
of the
is
three
a
saw big drops in the vote and reform.
massive
It
drop.
is an area which was
Queensway.
quite reformy, Wrexham. It was quite Leave
Ah,
at the referendum. It was one of the Boris Johnson wins in 2019. Very conservative first time in a long time. Then Reform, I think, did quite well in the Welsh Parliament elections in Wrexham. So it's an area where it's tended to trend Reform. So they have come close. Yeah, you got something else come through?
I was just doing the numbers. Like, even with that, if you to add together again, you can't make, not always a direct correlation, because we've just said earlier how in Aberdeen South it looks like the Conservatives have benefited partly due to the issue of oil and the oil industry, but also the unionist vote over there. But unionists might have coalesced with the Conservatives in order to lock out the SNP and give them a bloody nose. But if you were to, so again, it comes with a pinch of salt. There's no direct correlation. But if you were to actually add Labour's and the Greens, then they would actually, in terms of the quote unquote progressive vote on top of Plaid Cymru, they would actually do pretty well in these. It's even though the demographics suggest it's quite conservative and Boris Johnson did win there, it would suggest that it is still broadly quite progressive, and maybe it shows as well how much we've moved on away from the whole Brexit debate. The things that used to define areas on how you voted on Brexit may not be that clean, that clear cut these days. So I just thought that was quite interesting, really, just doing the numbers and realizing that again, tactical voting might become so important. And I imagine when this ward comes up again, you'll probably get a few Labour and Greens going, do I do a 2002 French presidential election?
I mean,
Do I put the nose peg on my nose and
this is the big question for the next general election, because obviously Reform polling 25-30%. They're consistently leading in the polls, but obviously they've only got a minority of the vote. What we've seen in Gorton and Denton, where I think there was some uncertainty as to who the tactical voting option was. A lot of the polls, the by-election polls there were showing it was a very close three-way contest. But then I think right at the end, I think people concluded that the Greens were more likely to win than Labour. So you see Labour falling to third and Hannah Spencer winning that reasonably comfortably. We'll see what happens tonight, but it looks like the anti-reform vote is coalescing around Andy Burnham. And you could see a situation where even if Reform come first in terms of votes next time, they don't do so well in terms of seats. If in every constituency, people who are anti-reform look to see who the candidate most likely to beat them is, and then coalesce around that candidate.
Well, it just shows the unpredictability of because of our electoral system. It will show the unpredictability. There could be cases where Reform will do well, will be like top of the list in terms of the share of the vote, but because it's quite low or spread out, and other people decide to vote tactically against Reform, that they may end up. I mean, it's not impossible for Reform. And again, because we are believers of proportional representation, but it's not impossible for Reform to end up being top in share of the vote, but they end up being third in terms of seats. That's not an impossible situation. I mean, probably unlikely, but not an impossible situation.
Speaking as a Lib Dem,
and same for anyone else. If Labour were first, or Lib Dems, or whatever, or Greens.
Some of the MRP polls are putting the Lib Dems as second in terms of seats, even though we're fourth in terms of votes, because the Lib Dem vote is concentrated in perhaps 100 seats in the country, where they are the best party to beat the Reform or the
Not spread out, is it?
Places Labour. So a lot of it does depend on where you can get your votes concentrated and get over the line. We got 3 elections tonight. It doesn't look like Reform are going to win any of them. 2 of them in Scotland, which isn't a particularly good area for Reform. But Makerfield should have been a shoe-in for Reform, but obviously the Burnham factor has affected that.
I was going to ask, should Reform be a bit worried about this? But, you know, in Scotland, they've never really, I mean, they have come, they did come joint second with Labour in terms of seats. So I don't know how they decided, who they decided to be the opposition leader. I don't know if it's still something that they're still trying to figure out. But even then, Reform have never had I mean, this has been their best breakthrough in Scotland. If you to take the Brexit Party and UKIP, you know, they were, so it is breaking that sort of stereotype. But in terms of the rest of the country, they are not doing as well in Scotland. So maybe I can cancel that out. But should Reform be a bit worried in terms of Makerfield? Because there does seem to be a trend that they are starting to see their vote dissipate. The lead seems to be dissipating. But the only reason the gap between, the reason that the gap is between them is that it keeps going up and down between the other parties, whether it's Conservative, mostly Conservative and Labour. So that's the only reason why they've been able to claim that they are doing quite well, even though the trend has beginning to go down. I was just wondering if they should be a bit worried about this.
I think clearly there's going to be a situation where if people in each individual seat are determined that their main key thing is that they want to stop Reform, and they look at the situation in their constituency and look to the party that's most likely to beat Reform and they unite behind them, then it means that even if Reform do come first in terms of vote share, they could well struggle in seats. So, I mean, Gorton and Denton, Makerfield should be a fairly obvious win for them. And okay, the fact that Andy Burnham was the candidate may mean that it is a particular individual factor, which won't be the case in other contests. But it's certainly going to be a backward step for Reform if they can't win this seat, which was one of the few seats where they came quite close to winning at the last general election.
Yeah.
But again, maybe the Burnham factor is an individual factor, which does throw something uncertain into the mix. But if there is another by-election in a sort of northern Brexit constituency, you would expect Reform to win, and if they don't, then something's going wrong for them.
And obviously, it puts pressure on. If Andy Burnham was to win, it makes him quite vulnerable, because if he ends up becoming Prime Minister, leader of the Labour Party, Prime Minister, and he's unable to fulfil he's unable to satisfy voters and bring any tangible change or whatever, then those voters who may have flocked to Andy Burnham in Makerfield may decide, oh, well, you've not delivered, you've not been, you know, things are still the same, blah, blah, blah. And they end up rejecting him in a general election contest that might end up going to Reform. So again, it probably it does show how volatile and fragmented our politics is, really. And I think for Labour, I can understand from a Labour strategist that probably, yes, we need to get rid of Keir Starmer and get rid of him now. But I can also envision a situation where it's like, right, let's just keep Keir Starmer going. Let's probably give Andy Burnham a role in cabinet. Let's give him another year, but then we can then we can then push him out later, because one would hope that one, he'll be getting the cabinet experience. I mean, I know he's been in the cabinet before, but he'll get that he'll get that apprenticeship again, but also it can be able to mitigate some of the, you know, upcoming things that might end up tripping him up. So yeah, it's just interesting that this has basically become a contest for who is to be Prime Minister. I don't know if that's necessarily good for constituency politics, but there we go. But it is that is quite an interesting thing to note. Labour quietly confident of Makerfield results. That is coming from one of their reporters. So Labour sources telling one of their reporters they're quite optimistic and confident about the results here. So yeah, So it's looking quite good for Labour. Michael, why I need to have a small break because I need to fill this up with coffee now because I don't think the tea's giving me the caffeine rush. So, if anyone's got any questions in the chat, again, try and keep the chat civil, please, because I have got filters and I will remove them. So don't even try to be funny. But if you've got any sensible questions or feedback that you'd like to give to Michael while I go and have a coffee, please feel free to do. But other than that, Michael, I'll leave you having the driving seat for a while. So there we go. I'll be back 2 ticks.
Okay, so in terms of people who tried to resurrect their political careers through by-elections and to try and return to high office. So as one example of somebody who left politics and came back again in a by-election is Roy Jenkins, who was Labour Home Secretary in the 1960s and Chancellor of the Exchequer. He does run for Labour leader in 1976, but comes third behind Jim Callaghan, who wins, and Michael Foot, who comes second. He then decides to leave Parliament. He gets the job of President of the European Commission. So he resigns his seat in Birmingham, and it looks like he's sort of departed British politics for good. But then in the early 80s, when the Labour Party moves to the left, commits itself to withdrawing from the EEC, the European Community, commits itself to unilateral nuclear disarmament and mass nationalisation and sort of protectionist economic policies. He decides to return to politics as part of the SDP. But obviously he needs to find a seat to get back into Parliament in order to become leader of the SDP and to try and challenge to be Prime Minister. In 1981, he stands in the Warrington by-election of 1981. This is a pretty safe Labour seat, but he does very well. He doesn't quite win it. Doug Hoyle, who's the father of the current Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, he's the Labour candidate. He wins, but the Labour majority is massively reduced. Jenkins loses by 1,700 votes, and he says in his speech that it's the first time he's lost an election, but it's the biggest victory he's participated in. It was considered one of the safest Labour seats. He nearly wins, but doesn't quite. He then eventually does get back into Parliament in the Glasgow Hill Head by-election in March 1982. This was a Conservative seat. In fact, it was the last seat to ever vote Conservative in Glasgow at a Westminster general election in 1979. The Tory MP there, Tam Galbraith, dies. There's a by-election there in 82. Jenkins stands and he manages to win. It takes place just before the Falklands War. If it had taken place a couple of months later, the Tories probably would have won it, but he holds on and he wins the seat for the SDP, and he does go on to become leader of the party, beating David Owen in the SDP's first leadership election. Leads them into the 83 election, and although the Liberal SDP alliance get 26% of the vote, which is the biggest vote share for a Liberal party since 1922, they don't make the breakthrough in terms of seats. So there's a case of somebody who returned to Parliament in the hope that they would have a chance to be Prime Minister, but in the end it doesn't quite work out. Similarly, Shirley Williams, who lost her seat for Labour in Stevenage in 1979, she returns for the SDP in 1981 in a by-election in Crosby, although she doesn't become leader of the party. In terms of other people who try and have returns to Parliament, Winston Churchill. So he's a career where he starts off as a Conservative, then becomes a Liberal eventually becomes a Conservative. He loses his seat in Dundee in 1922, ironically, to a Scottish prohibitionist. So he doesn't. It's the only time I think a member of the Prohibitionist Party wins a parliamentary seat. So he's out of Parliament. He tries to get back. He stands in a by-election in Westminster Abbey Ward in 1922, but he doesn't actually win. He loses by 43 votes. But eventually Churchill does get back into Parliament in 1924. He ends up back in the Conservative Party. And as we know, he ends up becoming Prime Minister in 1940. But interestingly enough, although Winston Churchill is obviously now a very much admired figure politically, and does go on to be Prime Minister from 1940 to 45, and then again from 51 to 55. Although Winston Churchill fought 3 general elections and was Prime Minister for 9 years, he never actually won the popular vote in a general election. In all 3 of the general elections he fought, 45, 50 and 51, the Labour Party actually win the popular vote. But the 1951 election is an example where the party that comes second in votes, the Conservatives, actually ends up winning in terms of seats. But we've done the history, so we're back now. Results about to be announced.
We have got an update on Aberdeen South. Although the BBC, I was going to say the Conservatives, not their fault. The BBC have not actually given the result. It has been the count's been announced. The Conservatives have won. I'm sure they will update their page soon. Let me just go on election maps because they are a pretty good source when it comes to. Oh no, I've just lost them now. Election maps.
Got it, I think. So the Conservatives.
Oh, let's see. Let's have a race. Oh, you beat me. Go on.
Well,
you let me down. Election maps UK.
Somebody's put the figures up, although they haven't got them all. They've got. I think the Conservatives have got about 14,000.
Yeah.
The SNP about 8,000. Reform UK about 2,500. But we'll wait for the confirmation of that.
So if we are to, I have got, I'm still sharing. So let's go to Wikipedia. So let's go to Aberdeen South here. Let's see if any Wikipedia, Wikipedia. Well done, Wikipedia. I don't know the Paul Sapford's doing this on Wikipedia, but good on them. I hope they're getting paid well, or if they're volunteers, then well done for updating the page. So, 14,308 for the Conservatives. Douglas Lumsden, he will be the new MP for Aberdeen South, and with a very comfortable majority, with Richard Thompson, SNP, getting 8,258. And hopefully, God, they really have updated their page. There's hardly anything in this before. So someone's been powering through the Wikipedia page. So in terms of the change, so that is from...
It's quite a comfortable win for 6,000.
Yeah. Oh, we've got the full breakdown. So they're just doing the maths here, I think, on their end. So we haven't got the change, but... when was this last Conservative, Michael?
So it was a Tory seat from 92 to 97. It is a seat which has a history of going against the odds. It was the only Conservative gain in the 92 election from a seat that voted Labour in 1987. So it has had a history. It was also Conservative in 2017. So it was a Conservative gain in 2017 as well, 2017, 2019. So it has had a history of at times going against the trend and voting Tory. So the Conservative Party has done well there. It's got almost 50% of the vote. Bad result for Labour, who are down to 1,500 votes. I mean, this shows how, again, from seat to seat, things vary greatly. So in Makerfield, we're still looking at a Labour win, but in Aberdeen South, Labour have got 1,500 votes, which is by far their worst ever vote in Aberdeen South. Lib Dems beat the Greens, 1,270 for the Lib Dems, 974 for the Greens. Reform came third with 2,500 votes. That's a bit down on the last election.
That is
perhaps squeezed by the Conservatives there, but they were concentrating on Makerfield reform. They weren't putting so much effort in there. They perhaps left the door open to the Conservatives there. So clearly a good result for the Conservatives. Pretty disappointing for the SNP, and again the Labour vote seems to have just fallen back very heavily there.
And there is an alliance party. Not the original alliance, but there is an
Alliance for Democracy and Freedom. Yes.
I'll go for so this is.
So the deputy leader is Dr. Tek Kong, who was former UKIP who stood in Harborough a few years ago. President's Mike Hookham, I think, used to be a UKIP MEP. It's a pretty right-wing party. I think it was an anti-vax party by the looks of it, from what they're saying. So, but I mean, they only got 59 votes, so I don't think they've made a huge impact there. So
but
the Tories have basically doubled their vote share from 25 to 50%. So yes, a very, very positive result for the Conservatives. It's Labour, I think, have really got hammered there, down 19%.
Again, it's another upset for Scottish Labour, considering their leader who called for Keir Starmer to resign, and I think he did that in order to sort of create a gap between Scottish Labour and the Labour Party down at Westminster, but it does not appear to be having dividends for them. I know some people might be watching the World Cup. And you'd think with Scotland getting a very good win in the World Cup that this might have been you'd think that, as Howard Wilson would say, who infamously said in 1970, oh, it was the World Cup that lost us. Maybe they will use that as an excuse. But no, this is a very impressive result. And I am just going to do the vote share whilst Wikipedia decides to make up its mind, although
so so the vote share is 49.5% for the Conservatives, 28.6% for the SNP, 8.6% for Reform, 5.4% for Labour, 4.4% for Lib Dem, and 3.4% for Green.
So a very comfortable win for the Conservatives, nearly 50% of the vote there. And again, like if we to compare that in the 2024 election, where the Conservatives, due to the rupturing of party disunity and their defeat in the 2024 election, this is a massive turnaround. I mean, they more or less doubled their seat share from last time. So I think if I was Kemi Badenoch, I would be pretty pleased with this. And again, like we said earlier, they seem to have focused on issues like the oil industry and the sort of unionist vote as well. But yeah, Labour, like, not a great. I mean, that 5%, that is pretty. I mean, the Lib Dems are pretty. I mean, there's only a few votes between us and Labour for us to have overtaken them. So yeah, if I was Labour, Labour in Scotland, I'd be pretty nervous about.
Yeah, I mean, it shows, how campaigns in each individual constituency can see such huge changes in vote share. You've seen the Labour vote virtually disappear in Aberdeen South, go from a very close second to almost losing their deposit. But in the same time, it looks like we're going to see Makerfield, Andy Burnham winning, and equally the Conservative vote share doubling in Aberdeen South and them gaining the seat. But it looks like in Makerfield, they're going to be squeezed down to maybe a couple of percent. So it does show how much more than ever, really, what parties do in local areas makes a difference.
Or maybe it shows how important football is. Who knows? Maybe Howard Wilson had a point there. Football and elections.
You only win under the Labour government. And I suppose it is. The other thing is maybe it was Enoch Powell that swung the 70 and 74 elections by indicating
Well,
a vote against
it was,
him in 74. He says he put
and
Heath in
also,
and removed him, and he may have been right.
yeah, and bad, for bad trade figures and the pound devaluation. Even though most and this is not me being biased here, but most historians and economists say Roy Jenkins did a tremendous job in recovering the economy, and that's no bias there. He actually, if anything, there's an argument that he was too prudish with the money. He probably, because in most elections, before an election, the chancellor, he will give out free stuff. Election, try and butter up with the electorate. But because he was so he was quite prudish with the budget, he actually, probably from a wise economic stance, decided not to do that.
So continuing the trend of results being all over the place tonight, it looks like the SNP have won the Arbroath seat, having just lost Aberdeen South massively. Looks like they've won Arbroath. So
back to Wikipedia, because
wait to see what the vote share was, but it looks like that seat has voted SNP. Yes, so the SNP. So this is interesting. So in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, the SNP hold vote share. SNP up 6%. So here they are losing out.
Oh, right.
South. That vote actually went up in Arbroath. Tory vote up 4%. So it's up, but it's not the 25% we see in Aberdeen. Reform up 10%. So Reform, Labour down 18% and Lib Dem up 1%. So the Reform nearly takes second place, but the Conservatives just hold on to it. Yeah. And Labour fall from second to fourth. In a seat Labour nearly won last time. They were only about 800 votes behind.
That is a massive drop there. A massive drop. And again, I think this is all in the vacuum and the eco space of Keir Starmer's leadership, because obviously Makerfield is so unique in that they are voting for a potential new Prime Minister and Labour leaders. So if I was Andy Burnham, if I was his campaign team, I would use these examples to say, look, this isn't a recovery for Keir Starmer. Look what we're doing in Scotland, in Westminster. Also, as well, maybe the Scottish Labour leader there, maybe there might be questions about him as well. The fact that, although he was the first to say he wanted Keir Starmer to resign, again, it does not seem to be paying dividends. So, but yeah, if I was Andy Burnham's team, because it looks likely Andy Burnham's going to win in Makerfield, I would definitely be using these two examples as a lightning rod, because, like you said, a very mixed result for the SNP. They've done well here, actually increased the share of the vote, despite the scandal that's rupturing in the Scottish government at the moment with the donation scandals for the SNP. But I think the real takeaway is Labour here. Labour being pushed down. They were second in the last election, a close second, and then being pushed down behind the Conservatives and Reform is just not a good sign for them.
No, you're absolutely right, Andy. So the takeaway really is that here's two seats where Andy Burnham is not the Labour candidate. And what happens is Labour go from second place at the last general election, one of them only 800 votes behind, to being fourth in both of them, and in one in Aberdeen South, only just saving their deposit by a fraction of the vote. So it does show that where Andy Burnham isn't on the ballot paper for Labour, their vote is still plummeting massively. And yes, that will clearly be part of the argument. I'd have thought that, as you say, Burnham and his team will use that. If it's not Burnham Labour's collapsing. Interesting there was actually a slight swing from Conservative to SNP of 1%. The SNP vote went up a bit more than the Conservative vote. So whereas in Aberdeen South, we see this enormous swing to the Conservatives and them taking the seat, in Arbroath, we actually see the SNP vote going up more and them holding on. Oliver, hello, Oliver. I know Oliver, he's a local journalist in Hinckley. and I know has an interest in parliamentary by-election results. Hoping that, yeah, Aberdeen South Toy Mephesto oil and gas. Does this show us it? No. I think it's probably, well, firstly, as a cost of living issue, clearly energy and heating bills are a big issue, which is going to affect everybody. I think in terms of this particular case, it's because I think historically the oil industry has been a huge industry for Aberdeen. It's what the city's wealth had been based on in recent years, that it was a place where they could really run on this. We have 2 seats in Scotland, one Arbroath, where the Tory party vote goes up by less than the SNP's. As I say, there's actually a slight swing to the SNP in Arbroath, and they hold it. Aberdeen, there's a huge swing to the Conservatives. I think it does show that if there's a local issue, and if there's an issue that affects a local area particularly strongly, and you can hammer that issue away, sometimes you can win against the odds. As say, we saw this in the last Parliament with the Conservative victory in Uxbridge on the same day when they were losing Selby and Somerton with much bigger majorities. They ran highly strong campaign against the Eulers and won that seat against the odds. So I think, the oil and gas industry is only a massive part of the economy in a limited number of seats, so it's not something you can play on in every seat. But certainly in Aberdeen South, it has been a winning card for the Conservatives. I think also, in a sense, they've been playing almost against no opposition, insofar as I think Labour and Reform have both been concentrating so much on Makerfield that they perhaps haven't put the same resources into Aberdeen, which has allowed the Tories to come in and be the main unionist party there, and to really hoover up the votes where they run a strong campaign.
Yeah, and I think I would agree with that, Michael. And thank you for the question, Oliver. And I didn't know we would get another. God, showing my bias here. Another Hinckley. I've already had. You're from Hinckley. Matthew Albert joined earlier from Hinckley. We've got someone else who does the Hinckley Times. But thank you for your question there. I think for me, it will do more to inform the Conservative Party's policy strategy. And I definitely think they have been shifting towards a more climate skeptic environmental policy, not to the same degree as before, but certainly in terms of they want to allow oil licenses and to use the tax receipts to help with the cost of living. I think cost of living has been is still a very fundamental issue for the country at the moment. So undoubtedly, I think in terms of isolated cases, there's been definitely, if you take the 1980s elections, you would see trends where Labour would do well in areas that were in industrial areas and where they had high unemployment. And that worked for Labour in those areas where there was high unemployment and they were they were mining towns or industrial towns that were suffering due to the deindustrialisation, which was accelerated by Margaret Thatcher after taking away state subsidies and the privatisation of British assets. So I think it can help in those cases where, in that context, it certainly helped for Labour, even under the leadership of Michael Foot and Neil Kinnock, they still did well in area, and even the alliance, and the Liberal Party and the SDP, they made an issue about unemployment, that they would have a plan to address unemployment in 2 of their manifestos. But in terms of the national campaign, that ended up not translating very well for either candidate, even though Labour, well, especially in the 1983 election, the SDP and the Liberal Alliance ended up they got their highest share, the highest share of the vote for a third party for a long time, but it didn't translate because it was too spread out. It didn't translate in terms of seats. And there's always a lot of arguments about if there wasn't this split on the centre to centre left, would there have been a Margaret Thatcher? I'm a bit sceptical on that. I still think Margaret Thatcher would probably have won in 83 and 87, because I think there was enough polling to show that the Alliance voters would probably, with a pegged nose, vote for Margaret Thatcher. So I think it will certainly matter in areas where oil and where they are dependent on the oil industry. And I think it will do more to inform policy, as it certainly did in the 1980s, where, yes, the Alliance and Labour made unemployment a big issue and put it on their centrefold of their manifesto, and they did well in those areas, but and it helped inform policy. So I definitely think there's a case there. I'm from and live in Leicester.
Yeah, sorry, I realised afterwards he was studying in Hinckley, but lives in that. Yes.
I hope to be moving to Hinckley, so Leicestershire, part of Leicestershire, the Leicestershire family. But thank you for that. It's great to have you on, Oliver. Yeah. Great question there. I think that's a fantastic question.
So we've now got 2 seats in. We just have to wait for Makerfield, but obviously we see in both of them a consistently bad result for Labour, but a varied result there for the SNP and the Tories. SNP doing all right in Arbroath, the Conservatives getting a very good result in Aberdeen South. So yes, it just adds to this fact that politics now is so unpredictable, and you can get different results in different places.
Absolutely. I think fragmentation in politics as well is becoming an issue, and again, showing my colours here, I think it makes the case stronger for a more proportional representation system, given that I think there are circumstances where I think people are voting for the least worst option in some cases, as well as voting for the option of choice, but it definitely does show how fragmented. So I'm on Manchester Evening News. PM urged to set out orderly transition if Andy Burnham wins Makerfield. Former Cabinet Minister Louise Hay says Sir Keir Starmer should set out an orderly transition of power if Andy Burnham wins the Makerfield by-election. So sort of echoing what Wes Streeting, who is a leadership potential contender, echoed in the week with Newsnight with Victoria Derbyshire. Andy Burnham due immediately, so he's due to be at the count, expected to be announced at 3:15. So not too bad. If I think that's a fairly early indicator, because if we remember in the Gorton Denton by-election, it came at about after 3 o'clock. And she got quite a comfortable majority. So I would say that maybe we've seen a repeat of high turnout, which is obviously made the count take longer, but it looks like we will be getting a update by 3:15 a.m. in the morning in the United Kingdom.
Yes, it looks like it will be a reasonably early finish, 3:15. It won't be too late, hopefully. I presume that also means that it looks like it's going to be not an extremely close result. If it was going to be a recount, I think we'd expect it to be later than that. So it perhaps adds credence to the claim that Burnham might be reasonably well ahead.
So Luke, I can never pronounce his last name, but he is from More in Common, who is an analyst. Apparently, this will be the second highest turnout since 2000. So the first time there's been an increase in turnout from a general election, from a general election in a by-election since 1987. Okay, so some fun facts there. I don't know. Maybe is he right there, Michael? Or have you got?
Well, I assume if it's 987, I suspect it's probably Greenwich. So Greenwich was a seat which traditionally had been quite safe Labour. But then there was a by-election there in 1987, where the Conservatives had actually come second in 83, but then it went to SDP in the by-election, so it's probably Greenwich that saw the increased turnout, I think.
Interesting. I apologize if I'm seeing a bit of lag on my end. I don't know if it's impacted anyone else. I think it's that horrible Manchester. I think that it must be every time I go onto that page, it seems to lag for some reason. I think it's the drawbacks of going on a local news, which are just littered with adverts. I mean, it's not their fault. I mean, people don't really buy newspapers anymore, so I don't blame them that they litter them with adverts. But it is frustrating when you just want to see the news and you just have to go all these pop-ups and everything. So, but anyway, enough on that.
I was just going to say, if Burnham wins reasonably comfortably on an increased turnout on the same day that the Labour votes collapsed in 2 other seats, I think that just adds to his message when he comes in that he can be the person to rescue Labour, rightly or wrongly. Be interesting to see what he says in his speech, whether his speech is simply about Makerfield and becoming the MP, or whether he does bring in any national sort of messaging or messaging about the future of the Labour Party. So certainly it'd be interesting to see some hints in his speech about what he's planning to do, whether he solely talks about Makerfield and the campaign, or whether he does bring in national issues and the future of the government and Labour.
I think it'll be interesting as well. It'll be I've just lost. I don't know where I've gone now. Anyway, it'll come back to me. It'll be interesting as well what how Keir Starmer reacts to this and what his response will be, because I know he's a lot of people will criticise him for saying, look, he had a chance at Gordon and Denton. It's a bit more complicated than that, but you put your elbows in and basically said he can't run. He forced the National Executive Committee to say he can't run. But then he's been saying, "Oh, I want Burnham to win. It'll be great to have him return back to Parliament." Rumours of him being in the cabinet, so it'll be interesting what Starmer does and whether he'll immediately be giving him a cabinet role, and whether Andy Burnham will decide to risk that and take that offer, which will obviously open up to being a contest between West Streeting and Keir Starmer, unless there is someone else on the kind of soft left of Labour that decides to throw the hat in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main arguments they used against Burnham standing in Gorton and Denton was it would cause an expensive by-election for the Manchester mayor, which obviously Labour might lose to Reform. I mean, those arguments obviously are still the case now. They've let him stand, even though obviously if he does win, there will have to be an election in Manchester mayor, which is going to cost a lot of money, and they could lose it to Reform. I suppose the one argument Starmer does have, which I think he could to an extent use now, is to say, well, Andy Burnham's next job is actually just to spend his time in Greater Manchester in the mayoral by-election, making sure that Labour hold it and don't lose it to Reform or the Greens. So, but I can't see Andy Burnham accepting a job in this government, because presumably his whole argument is going to be that he's the change candidate. He's going to be completely changing from the current government. So he doesn't want to be seen to be sort of toxifying himself by joining this government and sort of becoming part of it.
Yeah, and I think that opening would have been more desirable had he been allowed to stand in Gorton and Denton. I still think he would have had ambitions to be Labour leader, but I think he would have probably have allowed for more space and think, yeah, I'll take a cabinet role. Let's see how it goes. And then in a year's time, I think, oh, actually, no, I'm going to, I think it was always his ambition to do that. But obviously, Keir Starmer hasn't got that space or room now. I think it would just sort of reek of desperation, really. And also, I think something that hasn't been said a lot in this conversation is that the MP who volunteered Gorton and Denton, that was a situation where the MP resigned. It's sort of a little bit in disgrace. It's a bit more complicated than that. He had personal issues, but resigned in disgrace, one might say. So there was a genuine reason to be able to stand, whereas this was being triggered by the resignation of its MP. And I think that hasn't really been talked about a lot, because from what I'm going on what Newsnight people, the journalists at Newsnight said when they spoke to they spoke to voters, that they actually quite liked the MP and they thought he was a good MP. So I think, again, it will just really, again, as ammunition is to weaponize against Starmer. It's like, look, you cost us Gaunton and Denton. We might have we would probably have lost the Manchester mayoral race, but you've already cost us Gaunton and Denton anyway. And now you've cost an MP who was seen as quite a sort of model MP and was respected by many of his constituents.
Yes, I mean, obviously he'd only been elected in 2024. He's only in his early 30s, so he could potentially have had a long career in politics. There are no safe seats anymore, and Reform came a close second at the last election in Makerfield. So all things being equal, he probably would have had a very challenging job trying to hold Makerfield at the next general election. But he's certainly retired very quickly from what he could have been. Yeah, he could have served the whole of the term and been an MP for a couple more years. Obviously, it looks like Andy Burnham was going through various MPs in the Greater Manchester area, seeing which of them would stand down in his favour. And I know there was speculation about various ones, and it basically seems to have been that Josh Simons in Makerfield was the one that that stood down. Obviously, strangely enough, he was associated with Labour First and the Starmer wing of the party, which might make it surprising that he's now standing down in favour of Burnham. But obviously, he was involved in that whole issue over the journalists at the Times being attacked by Labour First and all the rest of it, and him having to resign from his post. So there is an argument, I think, that maybe he felt that he wasn't shown the loyalty from Starmer and those around him that he might have hoped for, and therefore perhaps out of revenge slightly he stood down to give Burnham his route back into Parliament.
Absolutely. Where does this leave West Streeting now? Like, it's so theorised here. Like, he's not going to win, is he? So
the talk seems to be struggling to find 81 names, and whether that's true or not, but you know.
Yeah, well, apparently he's got the 81 names, but he didn't reveal that when Victoria Derbyshire kind of pressed him on it, because again, if Keir Starmer, I mean, I can't imagine a situation where Keir Starmer would get enough. Maybe he does have a lot of loyalty from parliamentary backbenchers, but I can't imagine Keir Starmer getting much support from his parliamentary backbenchers. It might come from cabinet loyalty, if anything. But if he was to enter the race, it becomes a free horse contest. I think that creates baggage for West Streeting, because Keir Starmer could say, "Look, you were in my cabinet. You were there making those decisions." And questions of loyalty there as well. He can't really present himself as the change candidate for that reason. And he's also there'll also be questions of like, what are you? Are you the change candidate or the continuity candidate? So I just don't know, like, how West Streeting can really can sort of navigate around that. And I suppose really it's a question of, I mean, I think Labour needs to have a real hard look at itself, in all honesty. I think what my worry would be as a sort of Labour strategist, you know, if this is going to be a clean slate, you need to have it be a real contest, which at the moment it would seem that it's either going to be a 3-horse contest or a 2-horse contest, in which Andy Burnham and West Streeting, there isn't a lot of them that they disagree with each other, it would seem. Or am I just being very cynical to West Streeting?
I think part of the challenge Wes Streeting has is he's often seen as the Blairite candidate, whether that's rightly or wrongly, and he'll say that, actually on some issues he doesn't agree with Blair. Obviously on the issue of Gaza, he's sort of made it known that he does take a more skeptical line on the Israeli actions in Gaza than the government as a whole. He's also tried to distance
although he
himself
got a bit of hot water because apparently he said something to the Friends of Israel, Labour Friends of Israel, and then from the Mandelson messages, he was saying something completely different. So there is that question of authenticity with Wes Streeting, which, again, Andy Burnham can't take credit either. And I suppose for Keir Starmer, he would argue, I suppose he's got authenticity because he ran on a kind of on a light version of Jeremy Corbyn. So none of them can win on the authenticity card, really. Yeah.
No.
Sorry, Michael, what you're saying.
Well, none of them are perfect, and all of them they're all fairly ambiguous in terms of their politics, in terms of what wing of the Labour Party they're actually on, because at various points they put themselves on different positions of the Labour spectrum. I think that whoever's leader of the Labour Party is going to struggle in terms of keeping on board the coalition of support for the Labour Party. The problem that people in the sort of Blairite era, people who want to sort of try and just reheat Blairism have, is that, yes, it was popular at the time, but I think people have moved away from that form of politics now. Blairism itself was really a reaction to the sort of Bennism of the Labour Party in the 80s, and it was about sort of saying we're terribly moderate, we're terribly reasonable, and all the rest of it, and we're not going to change the conservative economic policy much. Whereas now people do, I think, want to see a lot more of a radical approach on the economy, and don't want that sort of very cautious approach that you had under Blairism. Also, in the Blair era, if people on the left wing of the Labour Party, or voters who were on the left, said, we think you're being too conservative, you're too close to the conservative economic policies, all people like Blair and Mandelson would do is say to them, oh, you got nowhere else to go. If you don't vote Labour, there's nowhere else to go. Clearly now, if you're on the left, there's the Green Party that you can go to if you do have a much more radically left-wing view, as we're seeing with councils like Hackney and the mayor in Hackney and places like that, which have just been very safe Labour, going Green. So the challenge the Labour Party have is they can't sort of arrogantly dismiss the sort of left wing of the party now, because they do have somewhere else they can go to.
Yeah, and I think we're living in the kind of populist anti-politics, which is kind of rupturing throughout in like America and in Europe as well. And there's even talks like even the Democrats might actually, for the first time, they might actually start tagging a bit more left wing. They're not going to be America's politics is unique in that they've never really had a social democratic or socialist party. They've never had a party. I think the best they got was a progressive party, led by a former Republican, that is Teddy Roosevelt. But that was the closest they ever got to a kind of really a very progressive left-wing party. But this might be the American next American election might be the real test for them of like, do they become their own populists? Do they become the populist left, much how Trump has been able to carve out the populist right in the Republicans? So I think definitely, it's definitely true. I think Labour are in a very, they're very stuck a rock in a hard place at the moment, because I think on the one hand, there's an appetite by a certain electorate that want a more radical sort of policy agenda, more ideological. that is from the Greens and perhaps from Reform UK, which is chipping away votes, but also they don't really command the confidence from more centrist voters who they will probably judge on living standards, how the economy is working, and think, well, you guys aren't doing that. You aren't delivering on cost of living, on the economy, on spending, budget deficit, whatever. Who might end up, who probably end up going more back to the Conservatives or to the Liberal Democrats as the most, well, for the Lib Dems, certainly the centre sort of party, I would say. So I think Labour really are kind of in that. I think this could go either way, because we've seen the Liberal Party, they changed leaders' hands. It went from Asquith to Lloyd George and whatever. I think they could really end up having their own moment where this could be a turning point in political history. Can they rebound and recover like Labour have done in the past? Or do they end up going the way of the Liberal Party, where no matter who you've changed, you brought Lloyd George back, you brought Asquith back, it's over. The tide of history has already turned.
It's difficult. I mean, potentially they have a risk of losing on all fronts, that they could lose progressive votes, the Greens and the Lib Dems. They could lose voters on the right to Reform. Potentially the Labour Party is in a very serious trouble, and we've seen tonight in the two results in Arbroath and Aberdeen South that in seats where they started off in second place, they've ended up fourth. And their votes gone down a lot. And we saw, obviously, in Gorton and Denton, they went from being first and always winning the seat to coming a distant third. It's a challenging time for Labour. I suspect their best approach is just to be seen to be taking more action on the cost of living. I think if Labour can afford to move slightly to the left on economic issues whilst really keeping out of all the identity politics issues. So I think if Labour combine a modest move to the left on economic issues while really staying out of the identity politics, culture war issues, then I think there might potentially be a recovery there. But they're in a seriously challenging situation at the moment.
Yeah, and the irony is, Michael, is that I think I think we're certainly getting this. This is certainly being demonstrated by Reform UK. I think there are an electorate who haven't really moved on from the 1960s and 70s. I think there is an old Labour right who are probably, a bit more. Well, not the kind of Jim. I should let me correct myself there. I think there are definitely an electorate who are probably small C Conservatives on things like immigration and culture, but probably economically left wing. Now, how you try and appeal to that to your Labour activists who are progressives, they're like identity politics progressives who are either left wing on the economy or more like West Streeting, a bit more centrist on the economy. I don't know how you can appeal that to those red wall voters. So I do think Labour, and I think the problem with Keir Starmer is that he's trying to please all people from all places, but it just ends up looking very confused and insincere. Like, I think there's the famous Island of Strangers. I don't know. Was it Keir Starmer who said that? Yeah. Now, I'm in no doubt that him being his human rights lawyer, given his background, I'm in no doubt that he liked that. That was definitely written by someone for him to say, to court that appeal. And it just came across so inauthentic. And we keep hearing time and again, whenever there's been issues of his leadership, he goes to his backbenchers, he does an amazing speech. And for a brief moment, it looks they see the real Keir Starmer. For a brief moment, they keep saying, I hear them, this is what we need. This is the real Keir Starmer. Show more of this. He does that, and then comes out of those meetings, and then he's just back to where he is again. So I don't feel like we've seen the real Keir Starmer. So I think definitely there has to be. I think there has to be an ideological shift to some degree, because I don't think there's even if it makes electoral sense to be like the old Labour, the old Labour left, the Labour left for a socially conservative but economically left wing. I don't think you're going to get that from your activists and your members. That's never going to happen. But so I think they do have to move towards, like you said, on the economy, tag a little bit left, and then just try and not even entertain the culture wars. But I think authenticity, I think that needs to come through, because I think some of the criticisms people have of Keir Starmer is that we don't know what he believes. We don't know, authenticity. I like the Islands of Strangers, which even I knew he didn't. That was not him. That was not him. So I think for any Labour leader, whether it be Andy Street, God, Freudian slip there, revealing myself. I do quite like Andy Street. He's a nice guy. I've met him a couple of times. Andy Burnham or West Streeting. I think they need to be authentic. And I think, sadly, I'm not actually getting this from this leadership campaign. I think I can understand for Andy Burnham's perspective, he needs to win Makerfield. He needs to win that. But West Streeting, I don't know what his excuse is, personally. He seems to have, from what I've heard from someone who knows West Streeting and worked for him, is capital gains tax. He said to me, I've never thought I'd hear him say that. He says, where did that come from? He was flabbergasted when he called for, the irony is he was taking a Lib Dem policy. We've been calling that for ages, equalising capital gains with income taxes. But he was flabbergasted. He said he'd never spoke about this before. He was against policies like that. So I think authenticity is what needs to happen with Labour. If I was giving them advice, whether they'll take that, I don't know. Sorry, Michael, I've run a bit of a rant there. If you've got anything more to add?
It's obviously the Labour Party is in a difficult situation at the moment. I think Andy Burnham is somebody who people, I think, are giving the benefit of the doubt to, which is an important thing in politics. I do remember the early years of Boris Johnson. Whenever he was criticised, a lot of people would say, he's doing his best. Nobody else could do any better during COVID and so on. So for a long time, he had the benefit of the doubt, and then people stopped giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure people have ever given Keir Starmer the benefit of the doubt almost from day one. It's been piling in on him and saying how terrible and abysmal he is. Now, maybe Andy Burnham will be given more of a chance, and people will give him the benefit of the doubt when he becomes Prime Minister, and will say, we'll give you time to turn things around. But part of the problem is people understandably are struggling with the cost of living and everything else and want to see action immediately. And government isn't able to deliver that. And if Andy Burnham gets in and still can't make a tangible difference to people's standard of living, is he going to become unpopular super fast like Starmer was, or will he have the chance to perhaps be given a year or two to try and improve things?
Because this could be make or break, really. Because I think. I did a recording with Matthew Holbert. I need to actually finish editing that. But we talked about, is Britain ungovernable? And I think we both, it was a nuanced debate, but we did kind of see various dimensions. And I think it's the politics of we're living in very reactionary politics, and I think understandably a lot of people feel like, we've suffered for years and years and years, everything's broken, nothing works, whatever. But I think the public sometimes, and again, this might sound a bit sneering, and I'm not trying to be sneering in any way, because I feel the concerns. I'm a public service user. I use trains, I use hospitals and all that. I certainly feel it as a voter and think, oh, come on, let's just get things working again. But I think people's patience are very thin these days. So I think it is really a make or break moment for any leader to try and really to sort of captivate, tell a story, really, to sort of tell a story and to get things going. But I think it's a very impossible feat. And I think that might be why Keir Starmer's garnered a bit of sympathy from my dad, who he thinks he's in a difficult situation. The Tories have left us in a mess for 14 years. We aren't going to fix things overnight. And my dad's a socialist. He doesn't pretend not to be, but he's always been pragmatic. You know, he voted for Kinnock against the other left-wing candidates, certainly against Tony, even though he voted for Tony Benn in the deputy leadership, he then realised what a mistake that was. So he's never left his socialist creed, but he understands, and I think that's what's lacking. But I think time again we keep hearing, you know, the real Keir Starmer, you know, this is what we should see and need, and I think the public don't feel that with him. So yeah, I think So oh God, you can tell it's late in the night. I've lost it. Yeah,
I think if Burnham's sort of the last chance for Labour, I think the thing is you can reinvent yourself once as a party, and it can sometimes work and you recover, but you can't do it again. So if you look at, obviously the Conservatives become unpopular under Margaret Thatcher by 1990 because of the poll tax and things. They managed to reinvent themselves under John Major, but then when things went badly for John Major, they were never able to recover and they ended up getting smashed in 97. Equally with the Conservatives, things went wrong for Theresa May when she couldn't get the withdrawal from the EU agreements through. They get absolutely hammered in the Euro elections of 2019. They're down to 7 or 8%, which is the worst ever result for the Conservatives in a national election. Then they recover under Boris Johnson in December 2019 and win a comfortable majority. But then when they go wrong for him, they just can't recover. Sunak takes over, but you know, you just can't restore the party's popularity again. So I think people do sort of give people one chance, but if they then foul up again with a new party leader, that's sort of it.
Yeah.
So I think if Burnham replaces Starmer and things don't get better in terms of the economy, in terms of people's general view of the government and the way they're running things, then I think they're in for a bad result in 2029.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely speed. I think this, you know, I think they've got to definitely, like be seen to whoever takes over, Streeting or Burnham. There's definitely going to be an urgency to be doing something radical and quite fast, which then opens up questions again due to the. I mean, I didn't know the House of Lords. I didn't know that the arrangement we have with the House of Lords is that if it's in the manifesto, it goes through the 3 tries, but if it's not, then this is why we've had certain private members' bills, which I know it's a sensitive topic, so I won't try and say what it is, but that's why we've had issues with private members' bills where because it was not in a manifesto, it meant the Lords was allowed to block it. I don't know if that's just by convention or actually by law. I imagine it's
yes, the Salisbury Agreement, if it's in the manifesto.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But obviously, if he wants to have a really radical approach, then he's going to have to call an election, really, which obviously didn't do well for Theresa May when she attempted that. Andy Burnham is at the Makerfield count. So again, I can't imagine. I think if he'd lost, he would not. I imagine he would have been there if he'd lost it anyway. I don't think it would have been good form if he'd not turned up. But again, another small indicator. He's at the count. So looking a bit gloomy face there. So it's not a very flattering picture. That is. That is not a picture that sings "I'm a winner" here.
Maybe it's just
that one's better.
Maybe it's just the gravity of the situation. You know, he's gonna go from being a mayor where, you know, it's a challenge, but you can make a positive difference, to being PM where it's obviously just a much more difficult job to deliver on and be popular. And So
Politics UK, don't know where they're getting this source from. new Labour sources believe Andy Burnham has secured 54% of the vote in Makerfield. So I was saying about getting the 50% threshold would be good. That'd be a good sign. But getting 54%, that is a very good sign, because that completely collapses the whole Restore Britain has, taken votes from the right.
It's a high vote share on a high turnout. I mean, 54%, 59%. And again, that
really accelerates his campaign.
Yeah, it'll mean Labour will have polled significantly more votes in this by-election than they got at the last general election. And you can say that, at a time when Labour's support is collapsing everywhere else, I'm able to get a bigger share of the vote on a bigger turnout for Labour. That'll mean he's polled significantly more votes than Labour got at the last general election. So, 54% on 59% turnout is a fair few votes up on what Josh Simons got in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, to increase the share of the vote is quite an achievement. And I think really that sort of tells how his personal brand really is. If his personal brand is able to improve on Labour's to improve in the 2024 Makerfield election, in what was quite a tight contest between Labour and Reform, I think really shows it would show how his personal brand is good. And it would also suggest really that the noise that was being suggested from Victoria Derbyshire when she spoke to certain voters that we didn't want this, we don't want this to be a political football, we got rid of an MP, why are we the constituency to be making a big decision? It would appear that that was not substantiated. Obviously, as well, there's now a battle about how much can he use that personal brand in Manchester to bleed that out to the wider public, and also his brand of politics. How much will he just get a honeymoon period, and then when he reveals more about his policies, his direction, and his character, will people just end up sort of turning off to it? So, but yeah, that would be a really good result if it's 54%.
So Josh Simon's got 18,202 votes at the general election. If Andy Burnham's heading for 54% of the vote on a 59% turnout, I reckon that's going to be somewhere between 25,000 votes, if that's accurate, which means he's polling in real terms about a third more votes than Simon's got at the last general election. Now, he can say, I'm getting substantially more votes than Labour got in this seat at the last general election, when everywhere else, as we've seen from the two Scottish seats, the Labour votes in free fall and collapsing. So it's certainly an argument that Andy Burnham can make, that he's able to win voters over in a way in which no other Labour candidate is. And which is why we've got this remarkable situation where you've got a parliamentary Labour Party of over 400 MPs who you would think would have within them numerous people who could be Prime Minister, but instead the Labour Party is looking for a figure that's outside Parliament to come in and take over.
Exactly. Like I've been saying, I think this is why, again, sort of come back to West Streeting, I think that's why he's in a weaker position, because Andy Burnham could say, look, I am the outside candidate. And to add to this, if he does get this really impressive result on a high turnout, it just accelerates his campaign, because he can say, look, I'm the outside candidate here. I literally it was a hard campaign. I was in a Brexit facing area. I was in an area that Reform UK did very well. And yet I managed this. So again, it really does. One, it accelerates Andy Burnham's campaign, but also weakens West Streeting as well, because again, Andy Burnham would probably argue, look, I'm an outsider. There are still possibilities of me not winning this election. I won this seat, and I'm not been tainted in government, and I've been a very popular mayor who's transformed some of the lives and fortunes of the people in Manchester. So I definitely agree with that. Definitely think that's not one to that it's quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly shown himself to be popular. I mean, he's effectively fought what's been a presidential election against competition, which hasn't been that massively challenging. I mean, as a local campaigner, Robert Kenyon had some support. He's obviously got himself elected as a councillor. He did okay at the general election last time. But obviously, if you saw the question time debate, it was a very uneven battle between Robert Kenyon and Andy Burnham. Obviously, if he does become leader of the Labour Party, he's going to have much more challenging opposition in terms of Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch and Ed Davey and others who will, I suspect, provide him with more challenging competition.
I was thinking about this, Michael. It'll be interesting because this would be, apart from Nigel Farage and Ed Davey, this will be Labour will add to the list of having a leader who was not leading the party from the last election, and that's quite fascinating in itself. Where usually, like Kinnock, he did 2 elections. Charles Kennedy did 2 elections. There used to be a space where you wouldn't, you didn't win the election from the point of the 2 main parties, or you didn't increase the seats that you'd hoped for in cases of the third party. So it just adds to the volatility of leaders now. And actually, it might be. I mean, if for Davey, it might be good to say, look, like I'm still the leader, and I've created stability in mine, and so I've just wondered if that could be used as a tactic if I was a Lib Dem strategist. I certainly would be pushing on this idea to say, look, these guys are in a mess. They can't even pick their winning. They have to go through leadership elections to find the right guy. And here's me still leading my party. I just think that for me, I would be looking at exploring those options if I was Ed Davey, to perhaps say, at least me, with Farage, admittedly, we've still led our parties. You guys haven't. You've not had the same leader from the last election.
Yeah, I mean, party leaders used to last a lot longer. I mean, there were from 1965 to 1997, 32 years. There were 3 Tory leaders. Heath, Thatcher and Major, and then obviously there were 3 leaders in 8 years with Haig, Howard and Duncan Smith, and then obviously you had Cameron for a while, but then in quick succession you had May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, now Badenoch. So party leaders don't seem to last as long now because I think people are less willing to give them a chance. Neil Kinnock was given a second chance after the 87 election, but certainly if you're a Conservative or Labour leader and you don't win at your first go, people are a lot less likely to give you a chance anymore. Even if you do win, as in the case of Johnson and Starmer, you can get and Cameron, or because called the referendum, but you can get pushed out.
Yeah. I'm going to perfect timing because I'm going to show you the one and only Count Binface. Oh, he's gone now.
The results imminent. There we go. So here we go.
I've just got it ready.
Ever ready to declare very soon.
I'm gonna have to move my so I can see where my sound is. So there is Andy Burnham. Oh, I could do some commentary. I can do some commentary here. do my best David Dimbleby. So live at the count. So Makerfield, we've just turned over to Sky News. I'm joined with Michael Mullaney, who we've been going through the night, giving our analysis, commentary, as well as some past election. So we did it on the theme of political comebacks, because this looks certain to be, if the predictions, the polls and the analysis and the news from the ground, this looks certain to be Andy Burnham's return to parliamentary politics. And the result is imminent. So this is from Sky News, with the at the count, where you can just see at the back Andy Burnham, not really giving much away in terms of facial expressions, seems to be quite calm and collective. Oh, is that? Yeah, it is Andy Burnham. Before he had it, it looked like someone else then. It looked like there's a white mustache. I was like, oh, maybe it's not. So, but yeah, not giving much away there. It seems, but if it's to be believed from Labour sources, they are pretty comfortable. They think they're going to get a very, very comfortable victory here. And according to Politics UK, it might be the share might be as good as 54%. And yeah, so while this is playing, Michael, you got anything to say add of note while we wait for this?
Just to say, let's see what the vote share is. If he gets over 50%, I think that's a huge personal mandate for him, because people can't say that it was a split reformist or vote and things. He would have got over half the votes cast. He can also point to the fact that turnout has gone up, the time when usually but by-elections have lower turnouts. He's actually put the turnout up considerably, so he can clearly get people out to vote for him. And you just compare it to the Scottish results, where the Labour vote collapsed. And I suspect Labour MPs will be looking at this when they want to, who can save our seats, who can win for the party. And here's Andy Burnham winning a seat with what looks like an increased vote share or an increased turnout on the same day that Labour's collapsing in the other two seats that they contested. So certainly it will be a significant result for Andy Burnham. It will, as we say, be interesting to see what he how he deals with the result in terms of his speech, because he has run the campaign very much as he wants to be Makerfield's man in Parliament. I think he's run quite a localised campaign as being the champion for Makerfield and the local community. So it'd be interesting to see whether that is the approach that he takes in his speech, or whether he uses it to talk about more broader national themes and the future of the Labour Party, and that might give some hints about what he's going to do in the near future. But certainly,
yeah, and it gives some hints about how quickly he will want to trigger a leadership contest, which I think with West Streeting already saying, with West Streeting, who might be his opponent in the leadership contest, already telling Keir Starmer should resign immediately after Makerfield, I think that might end up coming quite soon. So it'd be interesting to analyse the speech to see how soon he will be, how soon a Labour leadership contest will come about. So definitely agree. So I think we'll definitely be listening closely what Andy Burnham has to say. And I cannot see any signs of the Reform candidate. I imagine he's somewhere. I can't imagine he would not attend the there he is. He was hiding, that he was right in front of my face the whole time. So yeah. And yes, and speeches are quite important, because there is the Roy Jenkins speech, who, when he lost a by-election, it was so close that he said, even though I got defeated, this is the best defeat of my political life, to that degree. You probably know it word by word, Michael.
One of the times when you left the live stream, I actually talked about that. So there you go. There's you obviously I did mention Warrington. I did mention the quote when he says, "It's my first defeat in politics and by far the biggest victory I participated in." Yeah.
That's it. So you can watch that on a playback if you're curious to find out what Michael said. So yeah, we will be. So we should. It might be. It said it's going to be imminent. I think Manchester Evening News, they had it down for 3 p.m., which also matches what the BBC and Sky News have been saying. So it is 2:56 here in the UK. 2:56 a.m. for international audiences, Greenwich Mean Time. So we should be expecting it within about 4 minutes or so. And they've got them all lined up there. So, yeah, looks like it's due any moment. But we'll keep talking whilst this is playing.
So certainly he's got a bit of a smile on his face now, Andy Burnham, hasn't he? So they'll be telling they'll be calling the agents. So it certainly looks quite happy there. They'll be calling the agents and candidates over and giving them so they will know the result. When they go up on the platform, they will be told by the returning officer, who will read out to them, this is the result. If it's very close, they'll call for a recount. Clearly, if the result is imminent, it's not close, there's not going to be a recount, because they're not calling for a recount. So clearly Burnham must have won reasonably comfortably.
That's new. That is. I've never seen that. So they can
he's not live. Even. This is the casual Andy. He's not even wearing a shirt and tie at his count. So there we go. Is this the end? Is this the end of the? Is this the end of the suit and tie in British politics?
Well, yeah. It's a bit like beards, wasn't it? You know, beards fell to fashion by the turn of the 20th century.
Back in the 80s and 90s, nobody, unless you were a left-wing social worker or teacher, nobody had a beard in the 80s and 90s. And then they suddenly became cool again and everyone had them. But at one point, you know, unless you were a sociology lecturer, nobody had a beard.
So apologies for sociology's lecturers out there. And I must say, my I had a female sociology lecturer. So it must be said that this is for the male sociology lecturers. I do not remember her having a beard. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting. Wardrobe will be an interesting one. I mean, I'm not one of these people that analyzes wardrobes. You know, I'm not one of those like sort of This Morning people that analyzes people's like clothes and wardrobe. But it'll be quite interesting. But what his wardrobe will be, and will it get as much attention as say like female politicians usually get with wardrobes, like Theresa May and
it's certainly it's becoming more casual. I mean, I'm on Leicestershire County Council, and I notice now virtually none of it seems to be a fashion with the Conservatives that virtually none of them ever wear a tie anymore. But in the old days, even if it was boiling hot, you used to have to ask permission for the chairman to take your jacket off. Otherwise, you had to keep it on, even if it was really hot. But these days, it seems to be a much more easygoing in terms of what people wear. But it's certainly noticeable that Burnham doesn't wear a shirt and tie, and it seems to increase his appeal. So maybe in this sort of anti-politics age, I think it's the way forward.
And it sort of mimics what sort of Zach Polanski does. He's sort of like he just wears like a normal kind of like a blazer with a shirt, very similar to Andy Burnham. I don't know who came up with the idea first, you know. So and also similar to. And also, you get unusual controversies about dress wear, because I know Hannah Spencer, she got a bit of flack because apparently, now this ended up proving to be wrong, but people assumed she was wearing a Gucci branded suit. She had to end up releasing a video to prove it was from a charity shop, and she showed like the label. So I do think women definitely get a hard time when it comes to what their choice of wardrobes. But yeah, like I noticed in the comments, she tends to wear what you would not unconventional stylings of a female politician. And of course, Daisy Cooper, I would say, is a little bit. She tends to wear quite colourful suits. And And I've noticed she tends to wear trainers, which I don't think's allowed, but I don't know if she's got, maybe there's a reason she wears trainers, or maybe they're just very bright, sort of very colourful shoes. But pretty sure I've seen her wear trainers before, Daisy Cooper.
Yes, I think I did.
Trendsetter. But they can be trendsetters, can't they? Like, Margaret Thatcher liked high fashion, and I think she kind of inspired the trends of certain fashion. Anyway, this is not the rest is fashion. I don't know why we've gone way too deep over Andy Burnham's dress sense.
We're just waiting. Hopefully, we're about to imminently get a result. Again, it will be interesting to see how much he wins by. Also to see out of Restore, the Greens, the Lib Dems, the Conservatives, who comes third. Does anyone save their deposit? Is that Howling Lord Hope about to announce the result? A loony landslide.
It would, the
podium. I think
the upset of the
he
night.
He wins the hat award if we're going on clothes. I think.
I'm not sure quite. Well, I don't know. Ooh, the Mad Hatter. I don't know what he's trying to do.
Looks like he could be standing in Texas or something with a hat like that. Yeah, somewhere in the southern states of America.
Or he's come from a time machine. He's from the Victorian period. It's interesting, isn't it? Like, because you find the comical candidates, they usually do. Is this a sign that he will end up being prime minister? Because they normally, in normal elections, they will get they flood him. All the comical candidates often go to the constituencies of the leaders, don't they? And I think you get the odds. Yeah.
They go where they're going to get attention, and this by-election was obviously going to get a lot of attention, so they're going to stand. Another thing I've noticed about Andy Burnham, he's not wearing a rosette, is he? He's not wearing a Vote Labour rosette. From the looks of it, he's wearing like a button. I presume it's one of these I'm with Andy or whatever it is things, because looking at him, you'd normally expect the Labour candidate to wear a red rosette, and there doesn't seem to be any, unless I'm missing it, any sign of him wearing one, which again means he's rather downplaying the fact he's the Labour candidate, and it's more, he's the Andy Burnham candidate.
The monster raving loony. He's surely not going to.
He's certainly got a rosette and an impressive large. I don't know. He's taking over the platform. Maybe. And that is a coup. And Andy Burnham's been deposed by the monster raving.
A huge ups. Yeah, we're now going to live in the wonderful dictatorship that is the monster raving loony party. Oh, I forgot. I had a good question.
Yes, we're gonna have I suspect a weekend of fevered speculation about what's going to happen in terms of the Prime Minister and everything. Labour Party is going to look at this result. They're going to look at the result in Makerfield. If Andy Burnham's won with an increased vote and majority, as we say when we hear the result, it'd be interesting to see how many votes Andy Burnham does get. Josh Simon's got 18,202 at the last election. Will Burnham get more votes than that, and will he get considerably more? If the estimate of 54% of the vote on a 59% turnout is correct, that means probably Burnham would be getting something like 25,000. But if he gets anything more than the 18,202 that Simon's got at the general election, he'll obviously be able to crow about the fact he's got more votes than Labour got at the general election, when everywhere else their vote is going down, as we saw in the two by-elections in Arbroath and Aberdeen South.
Absolutely. It'll definitely accelerate his campaign and put him in a very strong standing against Keir Starmer and, of course, any other contender. I mean, a lot's been talked about West Streeting, but that's not to rule out any. I think
we get some movement. It looks like we are going to hopefully imminently hear the result.
So I'm going to mute myself because I think it does an echo, and can you all hear that? Okay. No.
No, I can't hear it.
Oh, no. How do I?
Okay, they'll put the figures on the screen, so we'll be able to read them as they put them in.
Yeah. Apologies, guys. This is a new. I'm on a new platform. Fun idea. 163 for the Lib Dems.
That's very heavily squeezed.
Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18. Yes. Gould Paul Richard, Independence, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official monster raving loony party, 45. Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696.
Nearly 10,000 majority for Burnham. It's huge.
Pownall Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111.
They deposit.
Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 39. Taking the total number of ballot papers rejected at 48. The electorate was 77,462. The ballot papers issued were 45,510, and the turnout was 58.75%. And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
Nearly 10,000 majority. So that's a huge win for Burnham. Yeah, it's a very big win.
Yeah.
There's a swing from Reform to Labour, I think, compared to the last general election. So, yeah.
So we are now getting as
applause from the crowds. Andy Burnham shakes the hands of those.
So Restore did get third as well. They obviously avoided the squeeze that the other parties had. Tories got about 2%.
Legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense Go to the site and watch the 3-hour video.
Oh, he's...
Shell killed.
So someone's apparently
documentary
entered the
about
stage and interrupted Andy Burnham's
Okay,
speech.
interesting. It seems someone has stood forward, a political speech being made from the stage there. It has triggered others to do the same by the look of it.
Okay.
That's Andy Burnham's moment.
Wow, okay.
Everyone realizes that the nation is watching this moment and they've decided to make their views known. But it's really all about Andy Burnham, who's waiting his turn to make a speech before the presiding officer steps in.
Okay, wow. Not
Well, it looks like Andy Burnham is gone. I mean, very interesting. He's decided to go.
We did agree with all candidates.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is he not even saying to give his victory speech?
So...
Well, that's a surprise, unless he's going straight to do a
He's
media
coming back
interview.
on stage, there will be one speech from the winning candidate.
Firstly, can I thank everybody who has worked so hard
There's a bit of
to
delay
make this
on the
election
video and the
run
recording.
so smoothly and so safely. Thank you very much, everybody. And can I say to my fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not everything going on around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs. Bringing back something we've lost, hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that. And out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach. And I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring. And I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign. And let it be really understood that I will be your MP, however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield. And the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
There you go. I don't think that was just a message for Makerfield, it was for the whole country, wasn't it? So
Yes, definitely. I actually wrote in my note here long speech because I think it was a message to the country. It was good that he kind of fused both the local with the national. So saying, you know, I'm still a person of Manchester, and the world has been watching us and all that, and shown the spotlight. And yeah, I just think it was a very, it was definitely a speech in which he's laid out his store of his ambitions, talking about things like the North-South divide, civil debate in politics, thanking people who would normally vote Lib Dem, Greens, Conservatives to lending their vote. And mentioned hope all the time. So yeah, this was definitely, and while saying he won't abandon his Manchester roots and constituency. So yeah, definitely him setting up store for leadership ambitions. But and I think he did, like, you know, a nice nod and a wink to sort of look for his constituency and local issues.
yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear he's got a phenomenal result. It's actually a 3.5% swing from Reform to Labour. So Restore in the end gets 7%, which is what the sort of polls were sort of indicating they get. And they've obviously got it, and it hasn't made the difference between winning and losing. Burnham's majority is over 9,000. Restore get 3,300. They are, though, the one party that avoids the squeeze. Greens, Lib Dems, Tories all got fairly heavily squeezed. So it's a pretty clear third place for Reform, for Restore. So they've certainly got, you know, they're first go, and they've got a reasonable vote. But Reform were a long way behind, and obviously Burnham's got a personal vote, but even so, that's a long distance.
I mean, he's actually, I mean, both increased their share of the vote, hence why the smaller swing. I was a bit surprised when you give the swing there, but it's because they both increased the share of the vote, by a big margin, like 10% increase from the share of the vote, 55%. I mean, again, these are kind of the results you would see in the glory days of kind of old Labour heartlands, like that they enjoyed in the kind of 60s, 70s, and 80s, really. So the fact that he's managed to do this upset and sort of get a very comfortable lead, it is an impressive feat.
It is, and obviously, this was billed as a historic by-election. I think that perhaps not been an exaggeration. He has got a remarkable result. You compare it to the two results in Scotland today, and clearly he's been able to pull in a much bigger vote than other Labour candidates are able to. So I guess now it's just waiting to see what the fallout is and how long before he challenges to be Prime Minister.
Absolutely. I think the big takeaway is the squeeze from all the other parties. It does show that on the one hand, we are moving to a multi-party democracy around the country, but in individual constituencies, we are almost a two-party system, really, where it's becoming like the Democrats and the Republicans, really, people coalescing around one party and avoiding to try split the votes in those individual constituencies. But yeah, I think we'll see from the fallout. My prediction will be he will. He's obviously that speech signalled ambitions for the country to be in the, whether he's in government or becomes prime minister, he's already signalled his intentions of going to be in government. But I think he will probably, I think he'll use this day to pop the champagne and be happy with the victory. But I think I'm guessing by the weekend, he will probably be making it very, very loud and clear his ambitions to want to be either Labour leader or gain a good role in cabinet. My guessing is the former. Is there anything else you wanted to say, Michael?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously, this was going to be a historic election. I think it may well turn out to be. Andy Burnham wanted to stand and win. I don't think anyone was really predicting majority of nearly 10,000 and a vastly increased Labour vote share. I think it does show that he's able to reach people that other Labour candidates clearly are not able to. And I think it's obviously strengthened his case for trying to depose Starmer and become Prime Minister. So if you're Andy Burnham tonight, it's a pretty stunning result, and he's probably done better than they expected.
Absolutely. The Burnham factor and whether he can replicate that in a Labour leadership contest and potentially a premiership if he is to win. Thank you everyone for joining who tuned in, and thank the people who provided questions. Thank you, Michael, for doing this with me and for sticking around throughout the whole counting cycle, let's say, of it's very late here. I'm definitely needing the bed. So thank you very much. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like and subscribe. We will be planning to do more of these by-elections, and I also do content on politics, political history. So if you're interested about my other videos, please go and check them out. And until then, thank you, Michael, and I'll speak to you all next time. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.